Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in get money. We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round.
were shot to death last night. Now you're lying in my bed. Must have been a dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. You were shot to death last night, and I thought of someone else. Didn't care about your life last night, at least less than about his. All our dreams were shot to death last night. I see the clock stand still. Nightmares at your heart sometimes, but this is unbelievable. One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you.
Biz mekanın sahibiyiz.
Витас преимущество даты мы от Краба. Шикарная пачка по хронику.
We even bring knives to the gunfight.
Vested Seekers go out, looks to the right, gets him, Zip and
Strange stages of this round. How is Dirk continuously getting away with that?
Мы будем последними. Стас.
Остается очень мало. Но тут пару это фейк, понимаете, это Chronicles. Да!
He might not even be needed. Oh, in fact, he's dealt with Doma coming in with the headshots.
Backstreet'teki oyuncuların yeri belli ama cevap geldi. Aim diyor elden. Rende geldi orada. 3 oyuncuyu birden. 4'ü de vurdu.
We get what is ours.
nearly struggling, tries to pick up another weapon.
Oh
and
my
you've seen it ends! You've seen it ends! He got balls of steel!
Biz
Мы и есть.
We are.
We are EMEA.
Hello everyone and welcome to the VALORANT Champions Tour EMEA Challengers Playoffs. We started with 8 teams last week and now we're down to just 6. And by the end of this week, we'll know which 2 teams will be representing EMEA and Masters 2 in Iceland. I'm Yinsu and I'm joined by your cast today and the prediction king himself, Zescht, on the desk.
Very right. Thank you very much for that introduction. Please bet responsibly, and if you do never listen to me. That's first of all the intro. Well, we have assembled the best of Europe, and the 29th of April means that we can finally see who will actually get easier into the upper bracket, more likely in the semifinals of this tournament, as it's time to find out who of Europe is capable of actually making it to Iceland, or if we actually see the lower bracket teams once more swipe in and maybe kick everyone out of Europe.
We will see indeed. And joining Zescht and I is the return of the chief VCT statsman. Welcome back to the desk, Lothar.
Thank you, Yinsu. I'm very happy to be back on the desk. I was watching all the matches in the previous weeks, and they were very exciting. Like, honestly, this EMEA tournament is fantastic to watch, and I cannot be happier to be here today to cast it.
Well, as I said, 2 teams will be representing EMEA at Iceland, but we are still at the group stage phase. Tomorrow, 2 more teams will be eliminated, and those 4 will then battle it out at the playoffs semi-final stage to see who will secure those 2 illustrious qualification spots. Now, we are just 3 days away, like Zescht said earlier, to finding out which of those 2 teams will be. Honestly, Zescht, it is crazy to think how close we are, and the fact if we cast our minds back to Masters 1, we probably expected some totally different teams to be going to Iceland.
100%. I mean, a few of them, to mention them, who were left behind: Ascend, Ballista, Team Heretics, and, you know, the one that I am just the saddest about, NIP, because they are, for me, somewhat close to FPX when it comes down to consistency. They are just not here. And maybe it is due to the fact that they didn't have enough time to practice, as they constantly showed up at every Challengers, not winning every Challengers, obviously, but always being there, and that costs time. You have to play a lot of officials. Maybe Stage 3 is gonna bring back the Ninjas. I would very much love to see them back here.
Now, we saw some absolutely jam-packed action from week 1. 2 Turkish teams were eliminated, including the Masters 1's champions football list, Lothar, which I feel like most people probably didn't expect.
I don't think anyone expected the 2 Turkish teams to be eliminated and and Oxygen being still alive. Like, that was a surprise to everyone. The Turkish region are being represented by 3 teams who's going in hot into the tournament. They were hyped up as those hyper-aggressive teams that will show everyone else how you play Valorant. And it seems like they kind of fell short a little bit to the fans' demise. And but this is a great story, right? This is a great story where the underdogs, in the case of Oxygen, are still prevailing and fighting for the chance to play at Reykjavik, while BBL and footballers right now, they have to just watch from the bench, I guess. You know, and it's pretty amazing, because this is the first big inter-regional tournament to see the clash of styles and see in front of our own eyes how each region represents a different style of Valorant.
Well, of course, the big surprise, I think, was that every single European team managed to win their opening games. They absolutely dominated. And Zescht, what surprised you the most from last week?
Oh, well, you know, there were a lot of surprises, I would say. You know, I'm not going to jump on that one with Liquid right now because that would be too easy. I will very much just focus right here on something that could be called the clash of CIS/CIS Europe. You know, Gambit fighting against nobody else than FPX. That was, you know, a tough task for this very young CIS squad. At the same time, I'm somewhat amazed what we got ourselves right here due to the fact that Gambit consistently fought strong. There was not a moment where they showed a lot of weakness. Those were close losses, and especially the elimination match they had. That one showed me everybody can step up. Who did we actually see on top? It is actually crazy to imagine that it is not Jet in the form of Defo doing that. It's Shadows on Chronicle, Sage and Soba, support-ish players. And this is where NIP is calling, can we have one of those? We already have a Sage, maybe another support here.
Don't start giving them ideas,
No.
Zescht.
I would never.
Well, yeah, this is going to be super competitive for them as well, because obviously the loser of today between FPX and Team Liquid have to play Gambit, and that's just mind-blowing because this team is fantastic right now, and whatever they go on to do, they're definitely going to be giving whoever their opponent is a huge run for their money. But having said that, we saw a lot of Gambit players step up, but outside of that, we saw a lot of other players from other teams step up as well in the group stages last week, and here are the top 5 plays from week 1.
Wherever they run, I will find them.
For now, as Russ is taken down, Chronicle wants more. He gets 2, he gets 3, and now still going up.
I am both shield and sword.
He tries to get something done, but gets refragged quickly by Shadows.
Oh, Aslan's got the kill. No res now possible, but Shadow's taken 1. Kiro gets revived. Timing is again sublime. And with Shadows getting 1, the res comes in, and they'll push forward. 30 seconds on the clock. Only 1-man advantage. This is definitely winnable. Ulti comes in, and Shadows around the side is good for damage as well on a second. And Ace already.
Oh my god!
No one can hold their breath forever.
Toronto will fall. Another kill. The wall going to go up actually pretty deep here, and Oxygen scrambling to find any sort of control in Mystic. Lines them up.
Cool. Let's go.
10 seconds. They better get the hell out of dodge now.
They
Look
got
at
the
site.
showstopper for backside.
Look at
This
what
could
they've
be
got
terrible.
exactly. This could be huge. Here it comes. There it goes.
He missed
Nowhere. He absolutely missed it. We didn't see much of it, but now it's down to Toronto in a 1v2, and he's detained. He's just going to have to sit back and watch as this all comes down in front of him. Absolute heartbreak for Toronto. All comes out. Up and over, but oh my god.
No way! Toronto!
know who you are, man. At this sweep through. Leo. Go. What? Leo? No way. No way.
Well, Leo was absolutely incredible last week. He was also in contention for MVP of the week, but you guys at home went for a different direction. I can now announce that Scream was actually the MVP of the week. Lothar, are you surprised by this?
Well, if I were to pick it, I would probably go for Leo myself, but I'm not surprised that Scream is winning the MVP, since he is just such a big part of Team Liquid's success, right? And we have seen this time and time over, but since the inclusion of Yampi in the team, he actually was elevated to a next level. You could think like, oh, they got another star player to their team, so maybe Scream can be a little bit more loose. He doesn't have to perform that well so far, but it kind of went to the other side. Scream, because they have Yampi, now is the more confident player because he knows he has his own space to just prove his worth, right? And we see him on Phoenix. He has a new role. He creates the space as the duelist, and with the run it back, it's just basically 2 screams in most of the rounds, which is something devastating for most of the opponents, which is nuts. And I feel like Scream, because of that, is deserving of the MVP title.
I mean, putting Scream in a poll is like putting CNED in a poll. You kind of already know who's going to win before the result comes out. I would love to see a poll with Scream and CNED together, actually, just to see how the fans will vote in that one. But anyway, every European team won their opening match last week, as we have already said. But today, they will be going head-to-head and battle it out for that semi-final spot this weekend. With that in mind, let's take a look at the schedule. First up, FPX will be taking on Team Liquid, followed by a bit of a rematch between Fnatic and Guild. But before we dive into our first best of 3 of the day, I spoke to Fnatic's Mini earlier. I'm now joined by Fnatic's coach, Mini. Hi, Mini. Welcome back to the show. Right off the bat, I just wanted to check in with Magnum because he said to us on Twitter that he suffered a light concussion for the Oxygen game. So I just wanted to see if things have improved and is he better now for today's match?
We hope so. Just for clarity's sake, obviously he didn't realize, we didn't realize that he had been injured properly, like that severely before the Oxygen game. Afterwards, we made sure he was like at the hospital, etc., trying to get, a proper kind of doctor's kind of response to it. So this week, we've been a little bit lighter on practice just to make sure he's healthy. I've had to play a few pracs which have gone okay. But I think basically today we'll just see if he's okay. If he's okay, then we'll go on as usual. If he's not, then you might be seeing Cypher main Mini coming in.
Super sub Mini. Well, I do hope he recovers and he is going to be okay for today. You guys looked really good against Oxygen and you've had this terrific form lately. A lot of the analysts and also fans have attributed this specifically to Durka and Magnum. But from your perspective, what do you feel like has been the reasons that you guys have been so good in terms of results as of late?
I think I'd love to sit here and say it was my responsibility, but I think Durka and Magnum undeniably have been like the reasons why. Obviously we've had to have me and Bosa work quite hard to kind of work out how we want to deal with this new roster in terms of like the limited amount of time we've had to prepare. I've been really impressed with how Bosa's kind of dealt with that new situation. I really don't think that like a year ago when we started working together that he would have been mature enough as an IGL to kind of take on this amount of responsibility, to just instantly kind of be able to flow with just a completely new roster, different roles, etc. So Magnum and Durka obviously, and then Boaster, just some really mature IGLing.
Wow, it's already been a year of your collaboration. Time has gone pretty fast. And just lastly and quickly before I let you go, Guild are looking quite scary as well. What have you made of their recent improvements?
I think they look really, really great. Like, me and Boaster are quite elitist with teams that we kind of respect for strategy. And I think that Guild are are getting into that mix of teams that we'll start looking at more. So they look really, really good. And that's not just the Euro pick either. That's the way they default and the way they have a very good philosophy, I think. And I like to see teams with their own philosophy, and I think they have one.
Well, that's definitely a huge compliment coming from you. Thank you so much for joining me, Mini, as always, and best of luck with your game later.
Thank you very much, Yinsu.
Well, it's actually crazy to think from Mini's interview, as he said, that him and Boaster have been together as a duo working in Valorant for over 12 months now. And Zescht, they've been through some ups and downs together.
I mean, the entire story of this Fnatic lineup is just phenomenal. You know, coming in as Summon FC with the great Paint MS logo, and ever since, they were always a force to be reckoned with. They always were there, the Brits full force in so many tournaments, capable of setting up opponents, you know, and they were never in a situation where, hey, is their orc gonna pick up? And everybody was like, when do finally Summon FC find a proper logo on their chest? It was then Fnatic picking them up in February, which is not too long ago, and ever since, they were really in a situation where they could develop. Surely they had to get a few new players. We saw that in April happening, and ever since, they were showing their strength. And I think one of the crucial constants, you know, something that is constantly there on the server, that's Boaster. The man is calm, the man is collected, and now his counterpart, which they actually paid a lot of respect to from Guild, which is obviously Bonkar, he's the one who would be, statistically speaking, a level underneath Boaster. At the same time, and this is something for the viewers that's so crucial, those guys might not be the best fraggers, you'll not find them in frag movies, but they don't only coordinate themselves, they coordinate 4 other souls as well. And when you watch that video from Fnatic where you heard the in-game comms, Boaster's probably cleaning up his apartment right there, doing his taxes, and at the same time coordinating all his boys. And this is where I found him such a crucial part. Calm, collected, and a strong leader when needed.
Trust me, Zescht, he does not do his taxes or clean the apartment. I can definitely let you in on that. But I think the first blood percentage there was also really interesting, and I think it goes hand in hand with kind of the different styles of IGLs we see. You know, you have those people like Angel who are entering, who are getting frags, who can carry, and of course now we have 2 very different ones here as well between Boaster and Bonka. Both of those guys will be in action a little bit later, but first, FPX will be taking on Team Liquid. Now, FPX are on a 10-match win streak. Lothar, these guys are arguably the best team in the entire region right now.
Yes, they are being perceived as the best team in the region, but yet they have to yet hold a trophy. They finished top 4 in the First Strike tournament in Europe. They finished top 4 in Europe Stage 1 Masters, but they are perceived as one of the best teams on the planet right now. Obviously, you know, Reykjavik is still ahead of us. We'll see if we'll get to see Fun Plus Phoenix at Reykjavik, but in general, this team is, for me at least, it's a team that kind of is like an impersonification of how would I like to see Valorant being played. They're being known to play as a unit, they're being known to play as a 5. But there's one silent player who I feel like is a little bit underappreciated globally, and that's Zippen. Zippen is Mr. Consistency. That guy is just nuts. The amount of work he pulls for the team is basically the reason why FPX can play like they play, because Zippen is always there. He almost never fails. I saw one bad map from this guy. He's nuts. It's absolutely insane how much work he pulls for FPX.
Yeah, I love a good Zipan frag movie as well. It's always very, very satisfying. Now, I had a very interesting chat with Doombros earlier about their matchup for today. I'm now joined by FPX's analyst, Doombros. Hi, Doombros. Welcome back to the show. You guys are on a great form right now. I believe it's 10 game in a row win streak, dropping just 2 maps in the process. So with that kind of results behind you, do you feel like you are the strongest team right now in EMEA?
I don't really like to speculate about those things, right? My main focus is always to just we're going to play to the best of our abilities. We're going to focus on being a good team, and whatever results come of that, you know, it's good, but we can only control how good we are, not the results of it, right? So I don't like to put us on a pedestal, you know. I think we're just focusing on our own game and trying to tune out all of our stuff. Yeah, so no comments on that.
Well, you know, having spoken to some of the Gambit players, I believe it was Redger in particular, he felt like a lot of the teams in Europe, you know, they might sort of play a little bit scared when they play against FPX and they pay you guys too much respect. Do you think that is true? And do you feel like that sometimes gives you guys an advantage going into certain matchups?
Maybe. I mean, we all give each other respect, right? We respect our opponents too, but there's different types of respect, right? Respect doesn't mean you have to play scared, right? Respect means you have to play to the best of your abilities and never underestimate anyone, right? But I could definitely see there are some nerves in some teams playing what they consider a good team. I don't think the top European teams will have that problem because we're all pretty experienced in this circuit. But I could definitely see, for instance, maybe not Gambit, but I saw this problem that you mentioned with Turkish teams and some other European teams, right, where some nerves play in and you lose a lot of fundamentals. So, but for us, I don't notice it because I'm not in the other team, right? But maybe that's what they feel, so.
Yeah. And lastly, before I let you go, you have Team Liquid today. How big of a challenge do you think it will be, given that they're also on a great form and they've improved a lot in such a short amount of time?
I think it's going to be a hard game. I really respect all the players, even Jumpy. And I think they have a game plan and they have a structure, and Jumpy kind of makes space for Scream to come up and get 4 kills every round. And they have a good structure under those players as well, which I really respect. So, yeah, I think it's going to be a good game. Could go either way. That's how I look at it. And we're just going to try to do our best, and that's it. And I hope it's entertainment for all you viewers who's watching.
It definitely will be, no matter what happens. Thank you so much, Doombros, and best of luck with your game.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
It's definitely interesting to get that perspective from Doombros. Now, Lothar, we've seen teams maybe do play in a style of maybe respecting them a little bit too much, being a little bit nervous or too scared. But of course, Doombros doesn't feel like Team Liquid will be one of those opponents today.
That's an interesting topic that is being brought up, because there's a lot of this kind of intimidation happening when lesser experienced teams are playing against the giants, right? And we have seen that in the past where FPX were just not being disrupted. Whatever they wanted to execute was just being left for them to execute, and FPX always had their playbook to fall on. But in the past, we have seen teams like fresh new teams, like an example Ballista, come out of nowhere and suddenly just pressure their opponents without giving them enough space to breathe. And the question is, will Team Liquid do something similar to FPX here right now? This is a second match in the past month, in 2 months, where FPX was playing against Liquid, but that was with a Yumpy. And how much impact will that have now when we're going to see FPX versus Liquid? How much will change because of that change in the lineup?
Well, as you said, you know, bringing in Yampy has definitely brought a lot to this Team Liquid roster. And Zescht, they've had a lot of ups and downs, but as of late, it's mainly been ups.
I mean, Jumpy has been an exceptional addition. That's, first of all, always to be mentioned. The man is not 100% there yet. I do believe that we're going to see every week a little addition to his gameplay, a little improvement that this man can bring to the table. And that's what I love about him. The young Finn is ice cold and he knows what to do with Jet. At the same time, when we take a look at the initial game Liquid had in this tournament, it was against BBL, and they were, let's say, quiet, sleepy. The gladiators there that you usually see always take the first fight in form of Scream, as well as Jumpy, they were just not there. Those guys just didn't kick back at any point. It was Cryptix actually leading the charge, and the A side, which they loved so much on Haven, it just didn't work at all. But finally, map 2 came around the corner. Finally, the team was revitalized, and you saw specifically, and that's what I love the most, Jumpy clear his opponent, who was making them a big problem, which was Russ. He was clearing it out perfectly. He was absolutely countering him, and this is what we need to see. There's no room for error against FPX. I do not believe that you want a slightest mistake, a slightest slip-up against those guys.
Oh yeah, I think that is the key thing going into this, because FPX will punish you when you make mistakes. And as Lothar mentioned, you know, this is the second time they're playing against each other in a while. So let's look at their head-to-heads now, because Team Liquid have never beaten FPX in a best of 3. So this is very much a grudge match between these two. I'm sure Liquid will want to rectify that today. But looking at the stats here, Lothar, what stands out to you?
And what stands out is immediately the two numbers next to Yumpy and Scream, right? The numbers are there. The first blood percentage between those two guys. Just look at this: 21%, 20%, right? And the rest is sitting at 5.2, 5.76. That shows us how they play. It's on to Yumpy and Scream to create space for the entire team, so that there can be a plan to execute upon to. And that's something that maybe will fall short against a better team, a more experienced team that can shut this down, like an example FPX, because of good utility usage. But in general, it shows the difference between those two teams.
And this is the thing. This is absolutely the thing, which is then there's no counterpart to that in that sense. You see very equalized numbers on the FPX side. Funny-wise, the IGL having the highest entry success rate, the highest first blood. And you're asking yourself, wait a second, how does this all add up? Well, if Angel dies, he can call a lot better, you could say, right? You're dead as an IGL. You don't need to press WASD anymore. Fully focus on getting your 4 soldiers in the right direction, in the right place. And that can help. Besides that, you see the man can also find entries, so even better for FPX.
Yeah, I mean, Angel has been one of those players that's just been an all-rounder for a very, very long time. He is definitely one of the scarier things about FPX, but Lothar, we cannot ignore that map pool because it's a very, very deep one.
So, this is funny. I feel like FPX might be one of the, or just the only team in the world right now that's prepared for every single situation. They can play on every map, even though they do not like to play on Ascent. They did play it in one time in the past 20 matches, but in general, they have the playbook there prepared as well. So they do train on every single map. They have it all being, you know, lined up. And still, I feel like I don't want to end up in a match against a team that has no weak points, you know? And even if you don't have weak points, you probably just don't have strong points, right? And that's where you're wrong. FPX has split in their sleeve. It's like the home ground. This is the stadium. This is where I feel like the map should just have logos plastered all over the place, because whenever they play on split, it's just their game, you know? And in the past 20 matches, they played with 3 different lineups just on split.
Yeah, I mean, that really goes to show how deep FPX has in terms of map pool and agents as well. And I think the unpredictability is where it's going to also be a little bit frightening for Team Liquid. But of course, Zescht, if there's any map Liquid want to play today, is Ascent. But there is a danger here because FPX can just take it away.
The thing is, and you know, Lothar talked about it, basically the living room being split here for FPX. There's the couch, there's the TV. We're going to sit down here and have a bit of fun time watching some games. At the same time, this could also go for Ascent and Liquid. But as mentioned, the veto would definitely benefit overall FPX in a quite massive way. When we talk about map statistics, Icebox most likely won't see it. Liquid will ban that. Ascent is somewhat of a default ban of FPX. Those two are out of the pool. And that's where I believe we're going to see the Holy Trinity again.
Is that what we're calling it now?
I call it. I call it the Holy Trinity.
Well, let's see, Zescht, if you are right here. We are going to go into the map vetoes now because they are in to see what both of these teams picked and banned. A little bit as expected here. Yep, indeed, as expected. We won't see the Ascent and we won't see Icebox. Now, Lothar, not seeing the Ascent is a big, big loss for Liquid. But Haven they chose first. What do you make of this?
Well, judging by the order of the maps that we're gonna have here, I'm not really worried that we might actually see a fast 2-0 from FPX. Because on paper, like if I would have seen an example Split being first and then Haven, I would have been looking tough for Liquid. Right now, I'm a little bit less frightened for Liquid. They will have some space to build up the momentum and maybe catch FPX off guard. So it's a little bit more even. But in general, the map pool is still on the side of FPX, and that's gonna be a big hurdle for Liquid to overcome.
we've got the Holy Trinity, Zescht. It's what you wanted. But, you know, Liquid going into this Haven, 3 losses in a row. It's not great, but you would assume that they knew Ascent was off the table, right? So maybe they've just been heavily prepping for Haven.
That's the thing. And, you know, when we're talking about the statistic regarding Haven and we're talking about Liquid, numbers are great, percentages are awesome, but you need to take a deep dive in that. And, you know, their losses have always been quite tight. 11-13 against BDS, 9-13 against NIP. Their wins have also been somewhat tight, don't get me wrong. The thing that is most fascinating to me, and that's going to play a pivotal role in this matchup, is how good will the entries look on the Liquid side? Because the funny story that we just need to take a look at, sure, previous roster, sure, different players, but the previous time they played in FPX 1-2-0, Liquid was on +10. They were in big green when it comes to entries. FPX were looking red, but still, Liquid lost that game. And this is where we now need to see that this entry capability needs to convert on whatever map you're picking, on every map.
You know, it's actually a little bit interesting because this is a map that reminds me a little bit of NA metagame. Both teams play with 2 duelists. We're gonna see a Jett and Phoenix from Team Liquid, but we're also gonna see most likely a Raze and Phoenix for FunPlus Phoenix. So it's gonna be a battle of duelists because of the way that orbs work on this map, and because of that, we're gonna see a very aggressive gameplay from both of those teams to fight for those orb controls. So Haven is a very specific map because first and foremost has 3 sites, but in general all the teams are preparing a little bit of a different strategy for it because the map is so complicated. It's one of the most enjoyable maps to watch in VALORANT right now.
Well, Lothar, are you surprised then, if we move sort of beyond Haven a little bit, that Split is coming up 3rd as opposed to the second map, because FPX have opted for the bind?
You know, we don't exactly know what's in the minds of the teams, right? We can only just guess before the game, and I'm hoping that we're gonna see some maybe innovation in the lineups, maybe something that will catch the opponents off guard. Like, we have to take into consideration those matches here that we have right now are insanely important, right? We have 2 steps left to qualify for Reykjavik. So if you win this match and the next one, you're in. You're in the most important tournament in Valorant history so far. So being prepared, being innovative, and catching people off guard with something that they didn't see before is imperative. And I hope that either of those teams are preparing something up their sleeve to just surprise everyone, including the audience.
I mean, winning today will also mean that you don't have to play again tomorrow, Zescht, which is a huge thing because not only do you avoid elimination, you can have a day where you can prep for your next game.
Sure, that's going to be a big game changer for many teams who need the rest, who need to prepare. It felt a lot like when we take a look at FPX, for example, that they always come in with a game plan that is somewhat tailored to their opponent. At the same time, what I find very interesting about this kind of lineup of maps we have is that when we take a look at the most recently picked lineups, which doesn't mean that they are already also going to be seen here, but when we take a look at that, both teams share on all the maps we see today only a single agent. And that's crazy to me. It's on Bind Phoenix, it's the same on Haven, it's Cypher on Split. That's the only thing those guys have in common when it comes to composition. Those are 2 different playstyles. Those are 2 different approaches. And this is where I believe that those clashes of playstyles might just become so interesting. This is going to be one exciting match where leadership and also usage of agents, specifically Astra, is going to become very interesting.
I cannot wait either. And before we head into Agent Select, here is a quick profile video about FPX, just in case you're the one of 3 people at home who don't know who they are.
Strong players on every position and a mastermind in-game leader that's shaking his opponents in their boots. FPX is not only a force to reckon with, but has high hopes to win the EMEA Challengers Playoffs. Led by their captain Angel, FunPlus Phoenix didn't just make it into the top 4 at Masters 1, but they reserved their ticket for these playoffs in a dominant fashion against teams such as Guild, Vitality, and Opportunists. But what is the key factor to their success?
I think the key factor of our success is the fact we're not playing around any star players. First of all, we're building a best team play we can get.
FPX seems to have one big strength. Every player can dominate the game when needed, a fact that makes this team so unpredictable for the opponents. slow plays, counter picks, and aggressive openings, FPX has the complete bandwidth of strategies to use in a match. While not having that one flashy top fragger who resides at the top of the scoreboard, players such as Shadow and Xiao have a huge impact on FPX's playstyle.
Like last games, they don't have like 50 frags or stuff, or they're like not in game leader like me, who's everyone like watching it. But they're doing amazing job, both. Like Xiao clutches are insane. One of the key factors while winning the game.
As Vac sits towards B main, the defuse being half stuck, he gets it there. Xiao pulls out the gun, ready for one, and hoping to bait the second out. Now sticking it all the way, comes off, and Xiao.
Shadow, team play and understanding how he can help teammates, and when he needs to stop doing it and just like get as much frags as he needs is also amazing.
He wants everybody to stay in position as they blitz out Shadow, right-clicking for one and a second as well. On top of that, players such as Dimasic and Zipan know how to bring the victory home. While Angel always tries to surprise his opponents, there is one stable factor. Picked in 88% of their games, Dimasic's Cypher is a key for control on the defensive and offensive side for their rather slow playstyle. Zipan, on the other hand, is the duelist of the squad and prefers Raze to break the enemy's lines, an ability that made him MVP of the EU Challengers Week 1. Many see this team as favorites, but will they win the EMEA Challengers Playoffs?
I'm not a fan of like, bold statements. I just think we deserve it more than others.
Deserved or not, these 5 players aim for the title and are definitely a force to be reckoned with.
Of course, FPX didn't get the first map pick. It will be Haven, but Lothar, with these 5 maps and the 3 we're playing today, they all might as well be their map pick.
Oh yeah, I mean, when it comes to Bind, an example, Team Liquid won so far 5 Bind maps and lost only 1 in the past 20 matches. They have fantastic stats on defense, 72% win percentage on defense, while 50% on attack, which is positive, right? But then you look at FPX, and they have on attack 65% success rate, while on defense 58%. So now how they're gonna pair against each other is the question, because this is one of those matches where both of those teams to be good on the other side of the spectrum, right? FPX is better on attack, while Team Liquid is better on defense. So when you compare those and you combine those, it feels like it's gonna be a very, very close map. So I'm not gonna be surprised if we're gonna have a repeat of history, where in the previous match between Liquid and FPX, we had 13-15 one map and 15-17 second map, or the other way around.
Well, we are heading to Agent Select now for Haven. This is Team Liquid's pick, they have to get through this. First of all, FPX have all locked in on my screen. Now, I can't tell, Zescht, if they all locked in at the same time or there was a delay on my part, but what do you make of this team comp that they've played a couple times at this point?
Oh, FPX is FPX great team comp. Love it. Looks great, but look at screen. Look what this.
We're not talking about hovers.
Oh,
I can't talk about hovers.
He has to pick a Phoenix, right?
They baited us too many times.
I do. Once more, I'm prediction king, so I'm gonna say it's not that unlikely. It's not that unlikely. Of course, it's not highly realistic, but at the same time, if they would really want to troll us, they'd surely pick Yoru, right, or something like that.
Hold on. No, I can't.
Look at that. Look at that.
Okay.
What is happening?
Okay.
What?
Wow. I mean, if you want to beat FPX, Lothar, this is one way to do it.
I am blown away. Cryptics on Viper and Haven. I am so happy. In my eyes, Viper became a top sentinel. And this is why she's so relevant on Haven, because you would think, oh, she has to commit to a side. It's not easy to use her utility in this case. But in general, she's one of those characters now that can have a presence all over the map while being on the other side of the map. So she can be so helpful to the entire team. I am blown away, and I cannot wait to just see what Cryptics can do with Viper, but, also Scream on stage. There's so much going on. We could fill 30 minutes right now just talking about the team composition from Liquid.
Well, luckily, I'm going to give you guys a little bit more time as we head into Haven, the first map in this upper bracket best of 3. Take it away, Zescht and Lothar.
Well,
okay.
you know, this is the point in time where I would say we could remain speechless for a little bit, because this is a crazy composition. This is outstandingly creative when we talk about a team that is usually so heavy on entry players. Yampi on Killjoy, Scream on Sage? This is not really screaming at us like, yes, this is going to be entry heavy. But we're gonna find out, Lothar. You know, this composition right here, no actual duelist, and this is Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, Yampi was so far only playing on Jet, right? In all of the competitive matches, that, at least that I have seen. I would have to quickly check the stats, but I don't believe that we have seen him on anything else. I love it. Cryptics already used the wall on A, so this gives another space for them to just have another defense line on A when there's so much presence on B and C as well. This is such a strong defense lineup on the Haven when this map is basically like a little bit, you know, favoring attackers in general. With this lineup, I feel like this is gonna be such a strong performance for Liquid on defense. So I'm not anticipating anything less below 8 rounds for them. Anything below 8 will be a failure, at least in my eyes, when it comes to this composition. And it's a very slow opening right now. Look at Angel taking the orb to fill up his ultimate charge. This is going to be something that we're going to see over and over on attack. It's so important for Angel to get his run it back as often as possible, because it's a second drone from a Sova, but this one carries a gun, which is I think like a bit of a difference. And now we're gonna have a very slow execute. This is such an interesting take from FPX, because a lot of map control is being taken by Liquid, and now there's a stack on A.
That's strong, and this is right now where the Molly comes in. Scream doesn't even stand a chance, and Liquid, they were trying to deny that one. No chance right here. This is going to be the Nanoswarm dealing damage, right click in the face of Link, and it seems like the defense has fallen massively. Spikes going down, no real worries on the side as though Soulcast comes flanking. It's not much more missing. Cryptics can try his best, and there's a tiny gap in the wall, still right click sipping off the server. But it's FPX who right now barricade that side off. No trespassing allowed. Cryptics should not find anything more at that point in time. He's just a bullet away from dying. And my goodness, Lothar, you saw that utility usage on A, you saw the Viper Wall looking useful, and suddenly FPX, they find a way to counter you.
Yeah, there were a lot of small pieces that didn't go Liquid's way, right? The Killjoy's Nanoswarm that was being used backside wasn't destroyed by Brimstone, and that was basically what did deal a lot of damage and push them out of position. Then Scream was pushed out by the Brimstone Molly as well. Everything fell apart, even though they were pushing through the wall of Viper, which deals instantly 50 damage there. So there was a possibility of Liquid to just kinda get what they wanted, but they failed at duels. And now we have the throwaway round, at least for Liquid. They bought though a Spectre and 3 Sheriffs, so this doesn't really look like an entirely throwaway. It seems like an odd buy, but they have small shields, so they just actually forced with just the Sheriffs and small shields a very high risk, medium reward, I would say, buy for Liquid, because it relies on hitting the heads with the Sheriffs so much. And now it's again a very tough situation for Liquid, because now they're sitting at 3 versus 5 on a map with 3 bomb sites, and they don't have a lot of map control.
Yeah, well, Cass's Curse at it again, Sip and falling. Next might just come Angel, but man survives with 14 points of health. Can't be thankful that he has the Molotov. And there's a lot of room that FPX technically has. They got a bit of mid control, not too much. Garage doesn't belong to them. They kept C at least clear. So it's the point in time where they can still find themselves wherever they want. There shouldn't be too much of an issue for Demasic and Co. to enter the B side. If they feel like it, they definitely do. And as this comes in, Ashta's putting up the smoke on both links. No real chance. Soulcast might swing. Man's known. And what kind of damage can Soulcast and Yampi still deal? It would be great for them to deny FPX too many weapons for the next one, to deny them any economic growth. And as I say it, good luck, Soulcast.
Yeah, and this is a good situation for FPX to try to capitalize on, where Angel gets additional 1 orb, but because he dies. But now he's a 5 out of 6, and this will be the most important round for Liquid. This is going to be the test, but it's also the moment where Angel is 5 out of 6. He's going to take the orb and he will have his run it back available. So it's gonna be awkward. Like this is the moment where Liquid will lose most likely another round, and it's gonna be a 3-0 for FPX. And everything everything that I wanted to not see happening for Liquid in the defense is happening, right? They have a very strong defense composition. They're gonna have a harder time on attack because of the lack of the duelist, and FPX will feel dominant right now, and this is why you see such an aggressive opening here. They know they're facing Liquid on a lower buy. They can take the orb control. Angel didn't even take it because he knows he's most likely gonna get 1 kill, so they can play a little bit slower when it comes to that. And in general, like, look how default they have they're being set up on the map right now. They're just taking slow the map control of the map. Cat's attack now it's not being destroyed, and Dimasik takes the mid control. Oh,
ouch!
It's a little bit odd.
Yeah, painful dink. And as Dimasik most likely will not be the entry for the rest of the round. A slow approach from FPX as usual. We know this team is one of the slower ones when it comes to attack speed. Surely this also comes in mind when you talk about this team also finding frags even before they can put the spike down, but Liquid, they're changing the entire pace, swapping it all over to A, and this might pay off, Lothar.
Yeah, this might be actually a good choice, because now they're stacking and they're waiting for the wall to go down, and this is most likely going to push FPX into the hands of Liquid. But will the utility and the equipment be enough? Scream with the big opener!
And that was the big opener indeed. The shock darts are coming in, and now it's just 15 more. The time is low, the clock's working against them, and the entries are not there according to plan. That is even a Tasmanian Tiger biting, and as it's biting, there's no chance. Sippin won't bring this one down. Soulcast closes this chapter, and Team Liquid, they bite back as Tasmanian Tiger does.
Oh wow, what a gamble, and that payoff for Liquid so much. This round, winning this round brings life back to Liquid. Like, this is the round that they shouldn't have won, right? They had a Bucky, they had a Ghost, they had 1 Sheriff, and they were 5 versus 4, but FPX, they were taking their time, and that's something that I actually wanted to comment on because I liked it, right? They know they're playing against a Viper, they know they play against a Killjoy, so they're taking their time to deplete the fuel and destroy the utility from both of those agents, and because of that, they were just trying to, like, you know, just get a slower pace, but it didn't pay off because they were read by Liquid and just stacked one side. So very well played by Liquid, and let's hope that we're gonna see a lot more readable rounds like this from FPX for Liquid, of course. But at the same time, FPX will now probably gonna switch up the tempo and be a little bit more aggressive. This is the round where we're gonna see Angel with his run it back available. Now the question is, will he capitalize on this? Because they always will try to find and follow up the run it back, right? So to basically take a little bit of map control, get a little bit of space, maybe get a first blood, and then gain map control, because the defenders will always struggle if they're gonna be on an even footing when it comes to the amount of people alive.
And right now, again, here we saw that surely Cryptix seems to understand where FPX likes to end up late in the round. Also, this was where Brimstone has such a crucial role with this molly. Maybe that's gonna come in again. All the swarms are now hitting the B side, trying to deny any access from the link of A. The attacker Killjoy surely's giving them a lot of room. Spike's going down, but here they come with the approach. Here they come with the attack. First one in is Screams, trying his best, gets denied by Xiao. And those walls are thick, and you can't just deny them that easily. You have to break through it. Soulcast is finding the ult. For a second, I was a little worried that he's not paying attention to it, but in the meantime, Link falls, and that is the retake weakened again and again. Only 3 forces remaining. Yumpy most likely has to save with the $5,000 in his hands. You don't want to give a gift to the guys of FPX. Keep it in your hands, use it next round, and allow them to have the third.
That's a very tough call to make. Do you want to retake that B, or do you not want to retake that B? Even with the addition of the Viper wall right now, to just kind of separate the attackers between mid and side, it will help you a lot when it comes to retaking. You can just think about it like in a way that both A and B sides have built in now a way of allowing the defenders team to always retake from the side's side. And even this, in this situation, wasn't helpful enough for Liquid to make a call. Yes, we go in 3 versus 5. Let's get our chance at retaking the side. And this is a very tough call to make because it's dictated by both economical side of the team and the utility that you currently have. So it's a very tough call. But now look at FPX. They are changing up the tempo. They're scaring off presence on long A from Liquid, so they cannot play for that orb. And this is very interesting approach from FPX. Basically puts a lot of pressure on Liquid and doesn't allow them to build up that ult economy. And even though, you know, there's a lot of ult economy importance in this match, but it's not as important for Liquid as it is for FPX.
You will not kill my
Angel being brought back to life as the operator for Yampi was getting him down. Xiao is not finding anything over on B, and I'm not quite sure if they're going to declare that side as free. But here again, 4 seconds was faked. Yampi strikes, and those nano swarms now need to become very useful, and there they are. Yampi is pretty much shutting down Demasik, only down to 66 points of health. The wall's gonna be denied immediately, and this is a snake bite that could become a problem. Players are taking damage at that point, or they don't. As Yampi's just waiting for one wrong peek of you, Demasik. One bit of your shoulder, one bit of your backpack straps, and you'll be killed. But they let the time tick, and as the clock goes on and on, the spike goes faster and faster. The molly forces him away, but Yampi dies. You would find that the operator can do more, but this is Xiao, and he's gonna strike with full force. He's not making it enough. But costly it is, not costly enough. Majority survives, and Team Liquid prevail once more.
That was such a good retake, and it's more of the retake was actually happening like not in front of our eyes because of the Viper wall. The Viper wall actually pushed FPX to be very close to the entrance of B, and this is not a position that you would like to be in because you're clumped, right? You're clumped into one spot, and you're easy to be taken out because you're just in the lines of the crosser of everyone from both sides, from Link A and Link C. But I really like the approach of both teams. Like you can see that they kinda respect the way the other team is playing, but they always have something in the back of their heads already prepared to counter. Now we can see also the pull, the gravity hole to basically do what we have seen in the previous round. Angel was trying to put pressure on that long A to destroy the wall from the set of the previous round. This round we have seen the gravity wall. But in the meantime, mid is again Yampi, the same repetition of the previous round. He just gets a first blood on mid because there's no utility being used to clear that angle.
Right. Big issue. And the bot has been spotted in time. Seems like they swap the pace. There we go. Over on the C side. As Cryptix, it doesn't seem like he has been seen by the opponent. The good part for him is he would have his ult, but he also has his rifle. That doesn't matter though. Taken out, but it's Scream again. The headshot machine strikes on 2. Xiao remains. And that is now a single Sova against Free. We had this. The deja vu doesn't turn out to be that great. And you mentioned it, Lothar. This operator has to be countered to some degree. Either you leave out the side of B, either you say, you know what, we let Killjoy do whatever she wants, or you deny him. And with Astra, I imagine you could.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of utility that can definitely be a pain in the back for Yampi. When it comes to, like, you know, having angles possible, right? Angel has his wall, has his flashes. Shadow on Astra has so much arsenal to just disrupt Yampi's position. But the thing is, where's Yampi, right? You have so many possible angles that you have to clear. Right now, he's standing on C long. But I really like how Liquid is approaching the defense. Look at the positioning. They're stacking A. They know B is being controlled by the utility from Killjoy. They can delay the plant for such a long time because of the nanoswarms on side, and they can delay the push on C long because of the toxin cloud. You cannot just go through it and just hope for the best, right? You can just instantly just die to a snake bite, or you just go through with 50 HP, and what do? You die to two bullets. But now, Angel again, very fast push with the gravity well on long A, but they're going straight into a stack from Liquid.
It seems like Angel realized what's happening over on A, that they don't react and they don't contest that position anymore. As he might be in a bit of trouble, slowed he is, but can return. And that wall is temporary. Shoot it down and it's gone. A short control could be long to Fun plus Phoenix if they push a little further.
Launching smoke.
But nothing happening for now. It's stalled. It's slowed. And somewhat back to the drawing board here, Lothar.
Yeah, but the thing is, the fuel from Viper is still available. The once a call happens from Liquid, just, you know, winded the wall, it stalls down 15 seconds from FPX, basically. Because you don't want to risk it. You don't want to go for the wall, right? This is why I do perceive Viper as a sentinel, because it's Toxin Cloud is basically a nanoswarm that can be activated a few times during the round. And to some degree, you can argue that the wall is currently working in a very similar way. This is why there has to be a lot of respect being paid by FPX to the position being guarded by Viper. Look, FPX now executes on site, but it's only Angel on the side. And that's it. No one else was being followed up, but the entire A side was clear. So now a full retake from Liquid was gonna happen on A side.
Oh, that looked dangerous. So close that Scream just jumps out and eliminates your spike planter. But Link got his ult, and that Cosmic Divide might be not as useful as you think. Both come in, that's Defender Killjoy, it's everything raining down right now, and Scream is the one who's also raining down. Forecast is looking Belgian today. And as Soulcast chimes in, the Brits taking over. That site might just belong to Liquid. As here comes the Toxin. It's uncomfortable, it's dangerous, and it's not that easy to retake. As one ult after another is being used, Soulcast is on it, and Yampi's now holding it with the operator. He wants to bait the shot, and it's Xiao's time to strike! It's Xiao's time to strike! He can't deny it! And Shadow comes in as well! It looked safe, it looked sound, but Liquid gotta come down from that horse. It's the 4 for FPX.
That was so close. Like, it was literally milliseconds from being diffused. But you can see how important utility is like in the case of a retake, right? This Viper wall cut off entirely. A short cuts off entirely A long, and they have to pray that they have good positioning, you know, a good positional read on the diffusers, because otherwise you're just gonna lose to someone sticking to the spike, right? And that's something that is uncomfortable for the attackers, but FPX prevails. And this is all of those, like, you can see all of those moves have intent behind all of the utility being used in either attacking or retaking the site. And so it's such an amazing feat from both of those teams. But now Viper absolutely closed out C-Long. Like, you cannot go for that. No. You just cannot. Even with the run it back, if you do that, you're just one bullet away from dying. No one is gonna follow you up, right? Because people would have to go through the Viper ultimate, and everyone will be just basically at 1 HP. One snake bite, you can't go through anymore. You just die instantly to one tick. So you can see FPX now kinda go back to the drawing board, and they're gonna try to get mid, but Yampi again!
There's Yampi.
Third time, first blood on mid with the operator.
I have to say, I'm in love with the proactive approach of the Finn, but proactive, well, Angel's coming for it. They know that Cryptic's now on the left-hand side, which doesn't bring them anything right now except the Nanoswarm, which is millimeters away from the feet of Viper. The man is not out of the corner, but they might just imagine that's the case. They don't understand maybe how this player is gone yet, but they change pace again. The B site might be the object they desire, and yes, they do. And once more, it's the operator in combination with Scream. Well, there's no chance you can avoid both of them. Brings them down to just one player. Shadow eliminates it. And here's the thing for me, Lothar. All the utility usage we see from Yampi is making me happy. The reason why is it was opening up a lot of room with his operator previously. But now, it's Yampi's accuracy, Yampi's game sense, plus utility that's actually stalling. And that's par excellence. I love it.
Yeah, and also I feel like if he's not gonna play Jet on the next map, we're gonna see a way less deaths for Yampi in overall in this match. Like he was a little bit overzealous when it comes to the usage of dash. He was so aggressive and he was dying like 50-50 times. And Yampi again. What?
So crazy. It's Lothar, you have to imagine that I don't think Yampi ever has lost an opening duel in this game. On this map, I cannot recall a single death. Sure, my memory is horribly bad, so it doesn't have to mean a thing. At the same time, maybe one, maybe two at max, but he's consistently diminishing in FPX right here.
Well,
seem intimidated.
This is the 9th round, and so far Yampi opened it 4 times with a kill, with an operator, either on mid or on A long in this case, right? So A short. So right now Yampi is just proving to be excellent piece of like he's the strongest, let's say, chain of the link in Liquid right now. Because he's just pulling so much weight. As a defender, you want that advantage on Haven. Haven is just such a tough map to play as a defender. So I love the way that they build the composition. Love the way they play now with confidence when it comes to utility. Look how frightened FPX is. They just cannot go onto a site with full blast.
Full blast, you mentioned it. Screams eliminating the IGL of the FPX side, but Shadow has the antidote to that, but only against one. Suddenly they all fall, and they bring it down to Shadow. Surely not impossible, but not the easiest task at all. FPX bring him down to 2. That's somewhat costly, and also a good additional bonus on the side of FPX. When we take a look at the ults though, this could be now a useful round to finally find a way to counter Yampi. You have a revive, which somewhat gives you an extra life, and at that point, you can try to figure a way, because when we look at the previous few rounds, Lothar, we saw that Astra was putting her star sometimes down in mid to get the early aggression of the Finn away. But mid-round, he seemed to be way more lethal.
I mean, I feel like it's just every single part of the team is just right in the right place, right? Everything has its meaning, everything has its strong suit, and everything plays in tandem. And I'm just in love of how Liquid right now is playing map control. Look at the switch up. From B, we had seen the turret and both nanoswarms being played, but now we have seen Alarm Board in the double doors with one nanoswarm in the window. Because, you know, this is the first miss, by the way, from Yampi on the opening track. You know that FPX will have to switch up their attack lines because of the way the Viper utility just pushes them out of positioning. And Angel, again, tries to take that B control. They have the plant because of the lockdown being used by Dimasig, but Liquid is just ready for that retake.
They are ready for the retake. Scream is still being beheaded. And as he's out of the equation, Angel continues. Surely this could be a round that finally works, but there's still the Defender Killjoy ready, and that lurks denied. Shadow was not born yesterday. The man knows what to do. And as Soulcast and Cryptics can try their best, I don't have too much hope that Liquid can extend their lead, but look at the Toxin. This is why it's so useful. It doesn't only get A short, the entirety of B is away. And so they might just all fall. It's FPX finding the 5th, but it looked for a second like it got too close.
Yeah, this was definitely not an easy task. Like, the Liquid had the means to take that retake. They had Yampi's lockdown to counter the area that they lost from Dimasig's lockdown himself, right? Because that was just basically used to free up the space on site and go in. But the problem is they already had lost a player, right? Scream was the first to lose his life when they were trying to retake the site. And still, the most important fact is that Cryptics was alive to have that wall active. But again, it was just not enough. But let's focus on the next round, because we don't have a lot of time to actually talk about anything. Like Angel, again, pushing. He's the part of FPX that has to put that pressure. At least that's the way they play right now. And you can see that, and now he's trying to get control of double doors. The smoke from Astra eliminates an angle. They clear with the stun, go on site, and now Angel will find the frag. He gets it.
He does. So crucial to open it up, but there was a tiny gap. Soulcast being countered and also thrown into the coffin. There's a round coming the way of FPX, but that chapter is not closed. As a revive, though, seems impossible. Scream, the unfortunate part for him, he can't do much about it. There comes a Cosmic Divide, which doesn't allow Liquid any vision towards the opening points of C. Deep down C long, they can't really enter over the spawn. Same goes for their own spawn. Don't even talk about Garage. The round pretty much seems over at that point, Lothar, and the final one of the half is going to be crucial as, sure, there's a little bit of decimation when it comes to the economy, but a thing that I have to mention to you here is that when we take a little look at FPX and how they played against Gambit, the attacker side offered FPX to set the pace. That was the point in time where they were getting back into the game. Same goes for Liquid against BBL, and this is where I'm worried right now for the mainly CIS team.
Well, I'm not sure if we're gonna have to like be worried about FPX on defense, because I feel like Liquid's build right now of their team is just not favoring them as attackers, but maybe I'll be proven wrong, and hopefully we're gonna see something very creative from the lack of duelist composition. But so far, FPX can consider this half a success, in my eyes at least. You know, 6-5 and a possibility of going 7-5 against a build of a Viper and a Killjoy and a Sky and a Sage. Like, the Smoker's always there, right? So don't really take that into account. But the rest of the team is just so defensively built. Now again, Angel gets that pressure, doesn't allow to get the orb. But Scream is able to, he gets that, oh, what a nasty one time, I'm not a one time, but one bullet, just enough to get Shao off the board.
And that's long control. They've been fighting for this for an eternity, and
what a save from Scream.
What a save, really. I mean,
here.
The Guardian Angel right here for Link. But still, Long is not in the hands of FPX. They keep on fighting, they keep on spending utility. It's not belonging to them, and they can just back off. Get a heal back on Link if they can. 100 HP back on Buffman Brimstone. And what did FPX gain here?
They lost only a utility. And that's the thing, like, even if you get a kill on someone on A long there, will you push it? I mean, there's the Viper wall with so much fuel available, but Yumpy in! Oh, what a timing! Timing god!
Ah, it's insane. This is timing god Yumpy. Swiftly adapted to the Killjoy. 30 seconds. Here's the Bucky for you. Lothar's favorite is calling. And with 30 points of health, it could have been Bucky joining there as well, but that round might be done and dusted. 20 seconds, 4 players. Nice Hunter's Fury you have there, but not a game changer. And, you know, just adding up to the late kind of plan times, if he even puts the spike down, that would be Shao in this case. But it ain't working. 6-6 and FPX swapping to the side where they have an insane record of 76% success rate.
Well, we're gonna have to see how the pistol round goes, because I feel like the story of this half was being just written by the pistol round and then the follow-up after that, right? Liquid forced the second round, which you can argue, was that a good decision? Was that a bad decision? They lost the second round and they couldn't build up the economy. And it's especially important because Yumpy relies on the operators so much, right? How do you build up that economy if you force the second round and lose it, right? And we still have seen Liquid bounce back because of the way that the entire team composition works. It just thrives on defense. Now my worry is, let's see how they're gonna do it on attack. The Viper wall separates a C in half, so there's a little bit of space gained, but we can see that there's a peak on C, that they know there's no one pushing right now on C long, and Scream is just trying to bait some reaction from FPX on double doors. In the meantime, they're slowly building up towards B, but there's an alarm, but they don't know about it yet.
There. It seems like Soulcast might have seen it. Nope, the alarm bot might just strike. Sippin is going to counterwall himself, but Scream's already up there. He used his own little ice blocks to get elevated. Here's the Frenzy for you, and the Belgian just knows how to use that tiny pistol so well. Gained control, the territory belongs to them, and if the B-side retake works, I have my doubts. As though Demasik tries, the triple is already in the hands of Scream. The fourth one as well. This is,
he just got.
I mean, he just swings. He just swings, and this is Scream for you. Whatever agent, he's gonna do it.
That's the confidence, coming in. He knows that he has a superior gun. He can just take those wide swings because he can counter strafe or just not counter strafe at all and still be accurate. That's the power of pistols, and that's the power of the SMGs, right? You don't have to stand still while being relatively close to your opponent. So it gives you an edge because your opponent has to track your movement and be accurate at the same time. But Scream getting 4K, that's not something that anyone anticipated in the pistol round, and he's already so built up on the ultimate. Yampi a little bit late on the turret, paid in with health, paid in blood when it comes to that timing. Now Scream with Bulldog is trying to get a control on C-Long. He's gonna be the duelist, right? He's gonna be the duelist Sage because they don't have a duelist. Oh, he did spot one player. He spots two, but he's being caught off guard in the middle of the alley. That's not a good sign.
No, it seemed to me, Lothar, that he wanted to escape as he saw Phoenix, and he thought he's just gonna die off the flames that he puts on the ground. That didn't happen. Nice try with the bunny hops.
That's awkward because they left the weapon out for like good 10 seconds for FPX to pick it up, but they see that no one picked it up. That gives a small message, right? That gives a small message. No one is trying to get control of C. So because of that, FPX is currently like stacking up in front of it. They know they also committed with the Viper wall, which gives a small advantage, especially important now when it's a 4v5 and against an eco, right?
Yeah, and here's the side split.
30 seconds left.
Star has been planted. It's not there yet. They're intimidated. Here comes the smoke, and Cryptic's just pushing through it. Oh, Shadow knows. But Shadow, he's not hitting the shots according to plan. Not at all. It's Demasik who's making the difference. And the man from Kazakhstan, he's falling. Xiao can try his best. Could put the dart down on the site.
Spike planted.
But I got my doubts that this is going to work. The ghost in hand, and surely a good bit of information he might just gain. If he throws the right dart, he'll know where both of them are. He knows where to align his crosshair. That plant very deep. Knows that it can't be for long. Halves it. Considers so. Is already on the half. But a little too far. A little too long. Cryptix denies it. 8-4 Liquid. They're on it, Lothar.
Well, they lost a lot of people, right? They lost 3 players, so a lot of weapons have to be rebought now. So this is not definitely not a successful round for Liquid. This is somehow of a success for FPX by destroying a little bit of economy on that bonus round. Although they did buy some of the pistols, like we have seen the Sheriff here from Demasik and some Ghosts, but they still be able to buy a lot of rifles and still have every single piece of utility what is needed. But now this is gonna be the test. Does Yampi get a first blood again?
Yeah.
On the attack.
Uh-oh. A thing I love about Yampi is the way he checks corners so systematically. And Demasik, his shoulder patch just shown. A millisecond, his arm is out. And the Finn knows how to capitalize on it.
He was so conscious. I'm just gonna jiggle peek with my knife out, get an info if someone is peeking that long. But little does he know, Yampi doesn't miss those, man. What an insane opening kill. Like, that's just absolutely invaluable.
You don't miss.
For Liquid right now.
It simply doesn't. Put the sniper in his hands, and once you gaze down the barrel, your heart stops beating. That's what this man has shown so far, and Shadow considers to make the move around, but the firing squad is just around the corner to decimate him immediately. Down to 3 players. Retake capabilities are somewhat limited, especially as both Shadow and Demasik are not there anymore. Could have been extremely pivotal to have the utility off Astral Riffy right now. All the smokes to Gravity Well, the stun, but it ain't here. And with the information, you might have a slight advantage, but this doesn't seem to happen. They call it off. The safe is there, and it's another player falling. This is masterclass from positioning, just regarding that by Yampi, because he picks the best angle to get anyone who wants to pass from garage to mid or the other way to, for example, either swap positions or push the spawn. And that is FPX down by 3. The majority has to buy back in.
That's gonna be a tough round for FPX. Link dies and Sulkas dies. Oh, that's not really a big problem right now. They are swimming in cash, so they can rebuy. Look at Cryptix with almost 7k available, And, you know, we can talk about, how Liquid punished now FPX on this first buy round and won the bonus run. But it just all just falls down on Yumpy getting that opening kill. This is so important to mention because on Haven, you just cannot play as effectively on defense with this kind of lineup as FPX has when you lose one player already, right? And that was Killjoy. So you have all that utility just gone. But now, mid, just being taken by Liquid. It got a little bit of informations. FPX has Angel on B. He used one of his flashes, so that's gone. And now they're trying to get control of A short while slowly building up and advance their plan towards A execution. Cryptics with the spike still next to Garden, but he's slowly creeping up to the rest of the team. Scream holds an angle in A short, most likely not gonna push, he's just gonna close it and just hold for the rest of the team. But Zipman with that peek gets a kill, but is being traded by Scream. Shao in the meantime gets a kill on Cryptic, so no post plant possible.
This is so brilliant. That could work.
Unless this will exactly happen. Scream will get the revive on Cryptics right now.
You will not kill my ally.
Welcome back to the server, mate. Man equalized and 40 seconds left on the clock. A bit of a redundant wall of Viper is not going to help them for the moment as it's put on C, but swapping up the pace, sure, that can work. Shao and his crew are down by a man. 3 soldiers left, and to be accurate, only 1 over on the side of A. He's unfortunately missing his shots, and all the steps are coming close. Can't find Scream, and it's free real estate for Liquid. The Prancing Horse once more steps on the site, takes control, makes it their territory, and there's nothing to lose here for Demon Sick and Shadow. Go for it. Try your best, get any exits as you can, and that's exactly what they're doing.
The thing is, they have to also consider, well, is it worth to destroy our opponent's economy, or just maybe let's just die to the spike? But hey, Shadow has a kill with that one Phantom. He can save that. Dimisic is 6 out of 7 on his ultimate, so it's probably just worth getting, you know, trying to get a 1 exit kill, or just dying to a player, because you don't get an orb if you die to a spike, right? So that builds up the possibilities for the next round. And let's see, but he doesn't do it.
Nope, he can't. And that's even a rifle that can't be brought through here.
Wait, so Dimisic just doesn't die, and he's just left with the Sheriff, and now he has only 2.3k.
Well,
that is awkward.
It is what it is.
He would, so if he had 2.3k, he would have gotten 900 more. That means he would have 3.2. So he would not be. He couldn't buy then a small shield and a rifle. So this is why he's taken this decision. He knew that he's not gonna have enough cash to have a rifle, small shield. So he opted for just saving the Deagle, the Sheriff and the small shield, and just rebuy the Spectre to have like both possibilities covered, right? Long range, he's gonna go for the Sheriff. Close range, he's gonna go for the Spectre.
And the thing about Liquid for me is a team that ever since its change was not so present. And everyone I asked, every single team, they always said this team needs time. Give him some months and they will flourish. And all of them were right. Liquid were asleep the last time they played this map as the first one in the best of 3 against BBL. Nothing worked out. They changed up comp, not a single duelist in the lineup, and it works brilliantly so far.
That's a very slow execution, but I like the conditioning from the Viper Wall. Every single round, the Viper Wall is exactly positioned in the same way, which conditions FPX to try to counter that position, right? This is why Angel, that's Shadow on the platform is just taking vision of C, but in the meantime, Cryptics just takes control of B with his ultimate. They don't have to be aggressive, they don't have to push that, but Angel just goes in and gets Scream in the meantime while running it back.
True, and Cryptics is not allowed to die. If he falls, his ult is suddenly disappearing. It just dissipates. And this means that one of the win conditions for this B site is suddenly vanished. You don't want that under no circumstance. And as I'm saying that, They might just find Link. Here's the dart. Good information gained. And those are free kills. Where could they be? Zipa knows. And that means Cryptic falls. FPX can only remain on the single fin, as Yumpy has been an excellent player so far. It just might be his shooting gallery. Get the drum and bass playlist going. Find some exits. Nice and great. But it's a sign of life from FPX. Finally coming back in the second half.
10 seconds left.
And the MVPs of this round was Angel with a run back. He gets 1 kill, goes back, he's still alive, right? But Zippen, his positioning was pristine to counter that Viper ult, right? He was waiting for Shao to give an info where someone is, and after the recon board, he was able to get 2 kills because of the way that Liquid just had to play around it, right? This is where you see Zippen just getting the double kill and opening up the entire side because of the just numbers game, right? They had 4 versus 2 at that point, if I'm not mistaken. So both Angel and Zippen instrumental to the success of this round, and this is where it was so crucial to just not crumble under pressure and then be in a very awkward spot when it comes to the economy. Yumpy, will you get it? There's 1 player on the platform, but now this time it's Shadow. It's eye for an eye.
Weird. You wouldn't expect this. You wouldn't have expected that this happens in this game, but once in a while, it just comes that way. Liquid are on double digits, and the team who usually relied so much on the entries of Yumpy now need to change the pace. They wait in front of the gates of C, maybe just go back to the basics with your Viper wall, and as the screen goes up, take the side. But at the same time, Lothar, FPX are not taking too much ground. They don't proactively want to rule out the positions, but here it comes. FPX are sending their players in, and only 2 more remain. The wall's going down at 1 point, the gravity wall's coming in, here comes the nano swarm, everything to stall you is there on the C side, but the smokes from Link are just about to be set. It doesn't change the matter of fact that Shadow still needs to stay alive. Liquid bring it back right now, and here's the wall coming your way. 2 more remain. Liquid gotta make a decision. There's the spike for you. Funny-wise, if Link would have planted, this was giving him the option for the orbital to strike. They don't do so, but Shao, good information he has. Still 1 dart he could bring in, and that means Cryptix, who has been spotted but not tagged, needs to turn it around. It could be a clutch to make it the 11th, but he's spotted, he's known, he's still finding frags. 1 more it is. Zippen, he makes the move over the wrong side. Angel falls, and Zescht versus Viper. The question is it gonna be the snake bite biting? It just might be. He can't half it, not much more to do, and the time is working his way. Cryptix ain't peeking. He's playing it slower and slower. Second one again, and there's not a chance. He's sticking, but he's falling. Liquid clutched it out with Viper, and there were Vipers in the grass. They started to bite you.
Ooh, so much was happening in this round, and I have to hopefully we have enough time, so I'll be quick. You mentioned that FPX wasn't taking a lot of map control, and that's because they had an advantage. It was 5 versus 4 during that round, and I feel like that was played well. But the thing is, when they had an advantage of 4 versus 2 and just waiting for Liquid to just go on the side, they could have maybe made a call to make a full retake, but they lost 2 players on the C side, and that opened up the entire plan. And then the unfortunate info from the drone gave Cryptix position away, but Cryptix was fast enough to change position to backside. The recon arrow was a little bit late, and because of that, we have seen Shao take an unfortunate 1 versus 1 fight against Cryptix where no trade was allowed, right? And that's where Cryptix won the entire round by that 1v1 against Shao, because that stalled the time, allowed him to play the snake bites, so he was not being, being pressured enough in this case.
I mean, Lothar, if I don't see a video of you recapping this unfortunate failure from FPX and the great take of Liquid, then I don't know. Then if this is not YouTube content for Lothar, I don't know.
That was such a complicated round, but it's such a great round to analyze. But here, Zippen, in the meantime, had a chance to maybe get a double kill. There was 4 people just in front of him, but it's unfortunate for FPX. 4 versus 5 now, 3 versus 5. This is gonna be a tough round for FPX. Angel saving grace. He gets 1. He gets.
There's the wall.
He gets the 1.
Oh, this is where the Cosmic Divide is not a Viper wall. This is not the screen where you can shoot through. It is not penetrable. And this brings it down to Shadow. Man has one Hercules task ahead of him. The wall's starting to dissipate. Oh, he just attacks him. He doesn't take him down. It's still possibly working for the man. Got stars in his pocket, could put them down, and there's more to come. 5 bullets reload. As he's back on 30, this is surely a moment where it's a do or die. You have to make a move. Cryptix denies you in it. 12 to 7.
Well played by Liquid. I'm really impressed. After the Cosmic Divide happened, you could see that Liquid just had a brief moment of communicating between each other. What's the plan? And that's where the utility was being synergized. So we have seen from Link, we have seen the orbital strike being used on backside. But at the same time, when that orbital strike was being used, we have seen Cryptix use his Snake's Bites to cut off the CT exit. And because of that, someone who was in the position on the backside was pushed out in the open, and then basically he's just a bait to just being eaten, you know. So Liquid had a plan how to counter what happened in that round, and it's such a pleasure to watch.
I mean, Liquid overall on this map, it felt a bit like you open a Kinder Surprise and wait, what is this toy I'm getting? And suddenly it's the best thing you could ever have asked for. Liquid just on the edge of taking a map where you would have thought it's an easy one for FPX. But they picked it, and they picked it for a reason. Maybe due to the composition. They still take the garage ground. And Soulcast, is he gonna bang Shadow out of the corner? No, but Demasic's falling.
Okay, well, no one expected that to happen. Scream with that kill, that's such a big opener. Now Demasic, you know, it doesn't matter that one player is dead, but if a Killjoy is dead, that's even worse, right? You lose so much ground because of that. Shao, with that Spectre on long, he can't do much. He's being tagged by 100 damage. He has to go back to CT, play retake, while Liquid is just getting free real estate.
This molly, this combination with the wall, yeah, it's just perfect coordination. You saw that he was being elevated here, Link. Puts the molly in the window, and that's the way you can easily do it. Now, it's all gone, and welcome to my world. Well, more likely, welcome to the world of Liquid.
But that ultimate is being used to maybe counter it.
Oh, this is not going to be easy, Lothar. They just try their best, but those ults, do they make a difference? Because for me, it doesn't seem to be that way. Scream takes Angel out. And as one after another falls, it is a disaster for FPX on this first map. It didn't work according to plan. The Ace of Scream denied. Soulcast wants a piece of that cake. But here you go. And it might be all done and dusted. Xiao will try his best, but the 13-7 is secured. Liquid start off with success on this map.
I am super impressed. I was a little bit worried about Liquid's attack side, but it turns out that Yampi, you know, is a big factor on those opening kills to get an advantage over FPX. And in general, the utility usage is just amazing. You can see everything is rehearsed. You can see everything is being practiced in scrims. You can see there's a specific playbook, and that serves you when the teams are just being, when the team is just communicating. Oh, I molly this, you molly that. I smoke this, I cut off this, and they have every single angle just always in the sight. So FPX kind of looked lost when they were just having to fight against the constant pressure of utility being just cast upon them. And it's amazing. When you consider it, it's 5 mollies in this team. Brimstone, Killjoy, and Viper.
It's crazy. Yeah, I mean, I'm astonished by what we have just seen. And, you know, if we were going to find out that there are going to be more surprises with the agent compositions, we will see. We will head over to the living room of Team Liquid. It's going to be Bind. We're going to see in a second. But you better don't go anywhere. We'll just head into a little break and be right back.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, yeah, you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank.
Welcome back to the EMEA Challengers Playoffs, where Team Liquid have shocked us all and taken down FPX on a brand new team comp. I'm your host Yinsu, and I'm joined on the desk once again by your casters Zescht and Lothar. Guys, welcome back. Now, Doombros said in the pre-show interview that this could go either way, and Lothar, this went a completely Team Liquid's way on Haven.
Yeah, completely opposite direction of what I was anticipating. Because, you know, we consider matches like we do predictions based upon what we have seen so far, and what we have seen in this match we didn't see in the past. Like Liquid came out of the blue with the new team composition. I was absolutely amazing to watch, and I feel like they just caught FPX off guard. They intimidated them from playing the way they wanted to play. So they basically didn't allow FPX to get anything going, you know, and that's amazing.
It has been absurdly good, and the thing that was standing out the most to me was good old Yumpy. the man has been swapping agents. Suddenly he's on Killjoy, and we're all just sitting here absolutely gazing at something that seems unrealistic. Like, you never dreamed of this man swapping to something you would call a slow or passive agent, but he utilized the abilities so goddamn well. He got the openings mainly when he was on the defending side. He disrupted the system and really hindered them on taking the ground on B. And this is where I love to see Yumpy. Is he belonging on Jet long term? Yeah, he's making a lot of room. Sure, that's great and nice. At the same time, how goddamn crazy can he be when he has utility in his hands?
Look at the stats, by the way. Sorry to change the topic, but this has to be talked about, right? Zippen and Scream, both being MVPs of the teams, both on Sages. This is the duel of the ages, right? both Sage being the duelists for the teams basically here, and this is very true for Liquid since they don't have a duelist agent right in the team. But Scream is a plain, like, you can see that it's not the agent you play, it's the way you play, and that sets up the tone, right? Scream is that duelist, and he is like trying to get his team going when Yumpy is he's on his back, right? Yumpy is just there with the operator trying to get a pick, get that first blood, then Scream goes in and gets the side open for everyone. And you can see also, because of that, he's on first on the side, he can use his Sage Wall to just create different angles for his team to just go on the side and plant the bomb when they're attacking. So it's fantastic to watch.
I mean, this guy, Scream, it's almost like he's got years of experience in shooting heads or something. I don't know.
No.
You know, I don't know where he gets it from. But I really like that point you made about Yumpy as well, Zescht, because I'm mad at Sliggy for lying to us, because he said that Yumpy is going to be focusing on the Jet and only the Jet over the next few months, and explicitly in this tournament. But he hasn't done that, and he's arguably actually found more success this way, hasn't he?
Absolutely. I mean, it seems like he was actually playing checkers with us when at the same time he wanted to play chess. It's insane, really. And Sliggy, this is what I wanted to say. When you have this lineup with no actual, duelists, and you're like, wait a second, is this going to work? Remember the kind of set pieces Liquid have, especially with a Brimstone, with his Molly in combination with the slow up. You love it. And talking about stuff I love, let's take a look at that replay we have right here, because this was a crazy and wild take. FPX make it onto the side, easy peasy lemon squeezy. But a look right here on the ult would have told us there's a lot of threats that's coming their way. We talk about ult from Killjoy. It's the orbital strike that's raining down flames. Everything looked like it might just turn sour and go in a horribly sinister way, but at the end, there was one thing that made the difference, one big change, and this was absolute pure calmness. Because look at that, the chaos that's descending on the site. It's also the ult coming in from Xiao, and so, hey, there's a retake coming in with ease, right? Not like this. They put up the wall, which is perfect for afterplant, one thing to definitely mention, but the only thing he does is spray and pray. But he knows where to spray at, he knows which direction to pray, and as he's taking out Yumpy there, or more likely baiting, which was the crucial part, because one swing too wide, he would have been dead. That would make the change. And this is what you gotta love then from time to time. When those changes come in, the tables have turned, you still bring out the victory.
Yeah, and you know what's funny about the thing is that here in the retake, we have seen Viper being an instrumental part of how that round would play out if they didn't get the kills through the wall, and then Shadow just went in on site and gets another double kill. But in general, the way that we have seen Cryptics play on Haven just warms my heart. It's when I saw him picking up Viper on Haven, look at this. You see this? This is Snakebite on my microphone. I'm a Viper main. So I exactly play the same way, obviously on ranked and on tournaments, right? But I played the same way that he set up the defense. Like the wall on A and B allows him to play C and sets up defense and retake utility at the same time on 4 potential entrances while leaving only 1 open, and that was the double doors, right? When the double doors can be guarded by someone else, there's the Brimstone to put up the smoke in front of it. There's all of the utility from Killjoy. It just guards every single entrance, and this is why you have seen FPX struggle with the tempo on the attack, because they just had always to wait. They have to destroy the utility from Killjoy. They have to wait for the fuel to deplete, and after that, they only have some time to execute, and if they fail to go into that specific time frame, then again, everything is up. Viper already has fuel and can disrupt the attack from FPX.
Well, Team Liquid have really blown all of us away, above expectations. Taking down FPX on any map is going to be an upset. And of course, going into Bind, this is where things either get a little bit dicey, or maybe Team Liquid could complete this massive upset and go through to the semifinals. But Zescht, on Bind here, you know, historically, Liquid haven't really done very well here at all. But of course, as of late, they've also brought in the Viper. How do you fancy their chances now?
Yeah, that's the thing. They brought in the Viper. It was a crazy game against an opponent that I wouldn't call that comparable in game style and in expertise than FPX. BBL was a different chapter. BBL was a different story. Now it's time to open up a new book and see how your strat can be applied against this powerhouse called FPX. And that little phoenix has to come out of the ashes, because otherwise, FPX, again, as Lothar mentioned, are keeping their space empty in the trophy cabinet. There's a second chance they can survive once more, but coming from the lower bracket, even being on the edge of falling out of the tournament, you don't want to be there. And this is where I'm excited to see what kind of surprises Team Liquid have for us. They already showed that we are not allowed to predict their agent select anymore. That now we just randomize it, but in a good way. And this is where I'm excited. What does FPX have up their sleeve?
Well, in general, I feel like right now in the meta game, you should play Viper on every single map. That's my opinion. Like, no sarcasm intended here. I do believe that Viper is super strong on Haven. I said that before on Twitter. But on Bind, she's even stronger. Bind and Split and Icebox is the three maps that she is the strongest. I wouldn't be surprised if FPX is bringing it out as well. And if Liquid is plays it, we have seen Cryptics already play one time Viper in the past. But are the other champions, the other agents? I'm not sure. We have to see, because right now I cannot, like, we can talk about, you know, Fearcraft, what they can pick and so on, but we have seen that on Haven we could do that and just lose a lot of time because nothing was the way we wanted it to be, right? But it turns out it was a beautiful story to watch, because maybe again, what if Yampi plays a different agent than Jet and Killjoy? What if he picks something completely different? Maybe he was playing on Cypher, right? Who knows? We can't expect anything.
I mean, Yampi has said how much he likes Yoru in the past. And, you know, after what we've seen from Draken and what these guys are clearly prepping behind the scenes, I would love to speak to Sliggy, you know, after this, to just ask him all of these funky things they've been doing. Because bearing in mind, they've had 1 week to come up with this, Lothar. It's not like they've had a long break to be able to kind of change up their team comp, let Yampi play something else, experiment. This is what they've done in 1 week.
Yeah, I mean, this is quite amazing. I mean, if I'm gonna, like, you know, guess, I would say that probably they were cooking up those strategies like long before, but they just wanted to keep in their sleeves for the most important matches. And this is why Liquid, like, going completely out of the blue, having this team composition was probably the reason why they won so dominantly against FPX, right? So I'm sure the Team Liquid did prepare a lot, and the question is what will be, you know, we're seeing in Reykjavik, because maybe we'll have a new map in Reykjavik as well when it comes to Breeze. But I feel like Liquid is one of those teams that I will not be worried about when it comes to swapping up some strategies and being prepared for the next big tournament.
That's the thing. You saw it so often in other shooters as well. Saving strats. That's an actual thing. You're just saving strats. Yeah. Against BBL, it looked abysmal at the start. You really thought, okay, is this going to end up seeing Liquid immediately in the elimination match? They caught themselves and were relying on their classic fundamentals, but they were saving strats. Absolutely. FPX is a titan you just can't beat with the easy and soft weapons. You really have to put up the big guns. They did that, and they swapped up massively, caught them off guard, and now it's time to see if Bind is going to work the same way.
Yeah, and it's funny because in the pre-show, I mentioned that sometimes FPX has like a slow start, right? And maybe this will be the slow start for FPX. Maybe this is the moment when they wake up against Gambit. They also had that moment when they were losing 8-4, if I'm not mistaken, on Icebox, right? And made the comeback. Maybe that comeback is just coming on Bind. Who knows? Hopefully, because I would love to see Split as the third map. Just, you know, by watching Haven was just such a such a joy, you know. So hopefully we're gonna have a full three-man match.
I mean, in the past, Team Liquid have also had a slow start, but they're going to have a very, very good opportunity here. We are going to head into Agent Select now on Bind and see what happens. We cannot ignore the fact that their opponent is FPX. Taking one map off of them is a big deal. You know, it is impressive, but to take a whole series off of FPX, not many teams have done this. And we're not talking about hovers, guys. We're not talking about it. I'm vetoing it because these guys know how to get us. They know exactly what to do. But Angel, if he does lock in that Viper, that'll be the first time we've seen him on this Viper. There you go. He has locked it in. Lothar, first time we've seen him play this Agent since First Strike.
Yeah, in the First Strike, that was one of the...
on Bind, as in.
Yeah. We have also seen Fnatic, Simon FC, sorry, back then, play Viper, and it was something new to watch. But it's still like one of the best maps for Vipers. I'm not really surprised that Angel is picking her up here, since the buff is a big factor. But I'm surprised that from Team Liquid, we don't see the Viper as well. I mean, will we see Yoru on Bind? No. Here we go.
Yeah.
Why do we do this to us, right? Now
I know they do this to us, which is why we're gonna beat them in their own game. But Zescht, how do you feel about this as well? Because we're gonna see a Viper versus Viper.
Extremely amazing. And if there's a man that I want to see on Viper, well, who else? Who else than Angel? Big Brain himself, the guy who was leading teams for decades now, is swapping to an Agent that has a lot of tactical depth, that has, you know, this opportunity to be maximized. And if there's a man who's able to maximize it, find those small little details that will change up the entire process of a game, I do believe it is Angel. And it will be a difference maker. I do believe we're going to see once more a spectacle right here.
Well, Team Liquid have never beaten FPX in a best of 3, and they're certainly looking to change that now. But FPX must win this if they want to stay in the game and avoid the elimination bracket. This is Bind. We're going into it now. Take it away, Zescht and Lothar.
Thank you very much. And this is going to be once more an absolute blast. We have already been treated so well with this first map. Really, it was just something that I will remember for a while when it comes down to competitive Valorant, really. But now it is time to see that double Viper. Now it is time to see what this Toxic can do one against each other. So don't be confused. We're trying to get you through those walls, which you're all going to see. I'm more than excited for it. It's about time to see Liquid on the defense, FPX on the attack, and who's gonna set the pace.
And remember, Yampi this time is on Yet, while Scream is on Phoenix. So a big switch up to Duelist when 0 duels were present in the previous one. So that's a big switch up. But remember, this Bind teleporters here allow Phoenix to be a little bit more aggressive than on the other maps and a little bit more free. But big stack on mid, but Liquid with 2 big opening kills. FPX pays them back with 2 double kills. So 3 versus 3 now on the retake on the execution. We didn't see much. It was like first 5 seconds of the run, then 4 people already fallen down. So now there's a small window of time where both teams will just assess their choices and will make a plan. We see that FPX is slowly moving towards B, where only Soulcast is guarding that entire side. But there's the Viper wall. So the moment Soulcast will be worried about his position, or he will hear a single sound, that Viper wall will go up and will most likely stop the push. And this is where the call will have to be made. FPX, do we push it? Do we get the 50 damage on a pistol round? Will we just play where 1 bullet will be enough? Maybe 2 body shots? Or we just wait out? There we go.
There you go.
Big opening from Soulcast.
Oh, no, and they get up close and personal. Soulcast is the Brit who's ending the career of 2. And that means the little Tasmanian tiger won't bite you, but gets all the information. The swap comes in, Divasic with such unfortunate timing. And as he's already dead, at least eliminate Soulcast, but here's the first for the horse. Team Liquid take up space they needed. After the first little scrimmage, which we saw in the first few seconds, they take the lead. And I mean, it's a millisecond decision here again, Lothar. The wall is down, and it's a matter of seconds where it could have been just turned around.
Yeah, that was unlucky timing for Angelo. He opted to go to just jump through the wall the moment it was going down, right? So he was caught midair, basically, by Soulcast. And because of that, we had not seen a trade from Shadow, which was pretty awkward. But the power of Viper, man. But so far, we didn't see a single post-plant lineup. Okay, but in the meantime, just Angelo just opens up with Link with a big headshot on the showers. No one expected that to happen. But yet it happens. That's the power of the Sheriff and the 159 damage to the dome.
The British-Belgian core that already exists since April 2024, they pretty much had their anniversary 2 weeks ago, is once more surprising us again and again. And this is what I love so much about this team, that also boot camps, right? They created a space for somewhat of a new team to develop ideas, to make them flourish, to get them in a space where they can fully focus on a ticket to Iceland. Because those are rare, only 2 are overall left. And that's also a room that's not left for Yampi.
Well, Viper Wall now is being put up on A side, divides the entire side in 2, and cuts off the lamps. So Cryptix right now has no vision on A short. The one way is being used by him, the Toxin Cloud on A short, makes sure that FPX is not pushing. That allows Yampi to take space. Look at him on market. He's getting that backstab. And now, they're going through all of those toxins and snakes bites. Well, Yampi just gets the backstab. Look at this.
Yep, perfect timing for the young Finn. And as they strike again, what a strong play by Team Liquid. The difference maker was the snake bite in combination with the wall. And as it took damage again and again and again,
I mean, that just allowed Yampi to get that backstab. You know, there was so much time that FPX had to just be worried about, do we push this? Do we don't push this? Like, they were on eco, right? Even though there was 5 versus 4, the health on them wasn't giving them a lot of choices. Like, if they just go through a Toxin Cloud into a Snake Bite, they basically have 20 HP. And that's 1 bullet from anything, right? So well played and well timed by Liquid on that lurk as well. But now it's the first buy from FPX. They open up B-Long with the Skyhawk, which allows them to take a little bit of space. 1 Snakebite is gone from Liquid. They regain the control of Garden. Yampi doesn't win the duel, but he only has that Ghost. They play in the bonus run, but he dealt massive damage. Angelo only on 65 HP, while Yampi is back to 100 because of the heal from Sky. Chao did exactly the same for Angelo. Now Angelo back to 100.
Here's a different wall. That wall could help them a lot. Yampi is not dead. He's elevating himself up, puts him on a pedestal, and so he dodges the bullets. But finally, Shadow strikes. It was about goddamn time, but Cryptic's not known. Spike is brought on a silver platter, and now they just might enjoy the presence of that thing, because one Tap King Scream knows how to use his Guardian. The Mysicto's still alive, and he surely could be capable of clutching this one out. The agent allows him to, but no chance at the end. Cryptic's in his little corner, clutching it close, hugging it tight, and bringing the third to Liquid.
Lovely play by Liquid. You could see the crossfire set up by Scream and Cryptix. Although they were tucked into corners with no exit basically, but they played to their strengths, right? They baited their opponent into looking the other way when the other one was taken. Then the peak that allowed Scream to get the first kill. Then Cryptix got the second one, and basically they hold the side perfectly, and still FPX had to go for the Viper walls, and they were all damaged and just uncertain of where opponents are standing because of that, because they just have to jump out through that. And Yampi now tries to get a kill on Longbeard, fails, deals some damage to Shower. That's not something he's gonna heal, since you know, he's a Sky, there's no Sage, he cannot heal himself.
Right.
But still, again, this is a round where FPX gets the first blood, but they cannot capitalize on it.
Oh, and there's a man who definitely knows how to capitalize on his prey. No chance when Scream is the one on the other side of the barrel, uses his ult, wants to push the Emasic. That could be very vital. Doesn't push it, and this is where the Molotov of Brim is such a charm. Scream taking the Emasic, another smoke putting down the stall abilities of Liquids. are just amazing. They just know how to deny access again and again and again, and they will not give any room to FPX. No time to breathe. You'll just get eliminated. Xiao might try, but I don't see a world where this is working his way.
Yeah, and that's the problem. Like, even though we have seen FPX get that first blood, they don't have just enough HP to force an execution, so they cannot just capitalize on the first blood they had, because they got it along B, but they went back to A short, where they have to wait out the utility from Viper, right? There's the snake bite, there's the one-way. They tried to gain map control by using the lockdown, but that was being countered by Scream with his run it back, because it just allows him to push, take that risk, something that he wouldn't see otherwise, right? No one would just push that position. But okay, let's focus on Yampi again. He's just taking that aggressive peek. Obviously he gets it, like,
yeah,
and he gets away with it as well, because this time he's playing Jet and he has that dash. He doesn't have to care about the awkward insta fight against Angel. It all looks perfect for Liquid so far.
It does.
Oh my God.
It does. No real chance when they're defending it that way. The castle can't be conquered. As Xiao tries, it is still Yampi alive. Could updraft his way onto the truck. But the spike's hitting the ground. The retake's on. Zippin and his teammate have one hell of a task ahead of them. As still, it's two lethal individuals that remain on the side of Liquid. Soulcast finds Xiao, wallbangs him, but Zippin is not done. You call them the player some underestimate. And here he comes. All is in. Denial is there. FPX win the first. But you have to ask yourself, at what cost?
Well, this was a little bit awkward. Liquid exactly knew the positions of the players. They knew one was planting, the other one was in labs. They got all the positions red and went just all one by one. This is a little bit awkward here. Like, Soulcast wanted to get the health. Yampi was overzealous, just went in and just was basically gifting Zippin his showstopper, and that showstopper allowed him to win the duel and clutch the round. This could have been played better by Liquid for sure, just to get the trades and just ignore even diffusing the spike. But it looked horrible for FPX, right? Everything was just falling apart. So a little bit like, let's consider this round being gifted by Liquid. Now Angel, wait, no, that's Angel's ultimate right now. Use on showers to gain a little bit of space.
Look at him. He's just millimeters away of spotting Yampi, and he does finally find the Finn. The lethal entity of Team Liquid has been taken out of the equation. Scream is using his ult to take up a lot of space, and this caused distraction. Well. Yeah, true.
He knows that two players are next to, or in front of Hookah, or in front of the B window, because of the Killjoy turret as well. The Killjoy has to be in range for that. So most likely it's either on B long, or somewhere next to the Raze, where Soulcast just ended up her life. Angel being killed, Viper versus Viper, and that ultimate is being nullified. Insanely big kill for Liquid right now.
Yeah. And Soulcast is holding it up. His ult is so useful. He knows where both of those remaining players are. Tell Scream. And the one-tap machine from Belgium. No, I think he just used 2 bullets. I mean, this is Scream. It doesn't matter if they line up or not. He's just absolutely locking on the head.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, this was round 6, and we have seen Scream users run it back 3 times already. At least 2. I have seen 100% 2. One was against the Killjoy's ultimate on A short. The second one was through the teleport, and I'm thinking a third one was used as well, but it's just nuts. It just shows how much space he creates for his team when he's top fragging on Phoenix, right? Like, he's on 12 frags right now. Okay, it's fast execute from FPX. They are a little bit upset. You can feel that. They have to take some risks. They have to take some map control just by winning those duels. And they already did that once against Yampi on long.
Uh-oh, but here comes the issue.
That's the
Those shares are deadly. Yeah, they are. And as they come through window, Screams on the double. That is the spray control from Adil, and there's more to come towards him. As they gaze down his barrel, Shadow is just millimeters away from him. He doesn't know, but the wall is gonna come down. Of course it is Scream. Of course it's Microflix. What else do you imagine from him? Xiao will try his best, could have the Tasmanian Tiger to move a little further, as it is near impossible Never it's impossible, but near impossible. And as he'll try and Scream's on the other side, it won't work that easy. A quad, and I think, if I'm not totally wrong, with 7 rounds played, he's on 16 or 17 frags.
16,
there you go.
and his run it back is a variable in this round, by the way.
It's ridiculous.
But I wanted to point out the way that Scream played against the last player. He got info from his teammate that Soulcast, or this guy, is on very low HP. Basically, it was like 22 if I'm not mistaken. And that's the reason why he switched from his Vandal to a Classic and just wide swing. Here, you can see this here. Because he's certain that his opponent is just 1 bullet away from dying. And the Classic is more accurate while running than the Vandal. So he didn't want to just risk it. And because of that, the wide swing just happened. And that's playing to your strengths. You play for the comms that your teammates are giving you. And you draw conclusions of what is the highest chance... what is the play that will give me the highest chance of winning the round or getting the kill in this case?
Absolutely. No, but it makes sense. Could have also used the right click in case he feels a little danger, but that didn't happen. Scream is doing Scream stuff. 16 frags, man's not on Sage, and suddenly he's once more on top of the standings. No big surprise. I mean, he was with the support agent as well. It doesn't matter what kind of agent you give to him, as Yampi's taking a bullet to his face. Gotta escape the window quickly. Hookah could belong to FPX with ease. Another run it back and another kill.
It's nuts. It's nuts. And you could think FPX probably know that will happen. That Yampi, again, has an off angle. No one expects you in this specific position. Then him just dashes away because this time he's not a killjoy. But yet, when he was playing on Haven, he was doing exactly the same. He just played an off angle, gets a kill, and just... you know, just presses W or S and just goes back into his position instead of the dash. This time he just knows that even when he misses, he still has that get out of the jail free card. Ah, beautiful counter of that Cosmic Divide with the flash.
And here it comes. Scream will
Second
try.
one.
He knows all the information gained. No, not much more to talk about. He's aware that both are around the corner, as in the meantime, Shadow is taking a long way around. Wants to play over Bathroom to catch him by surprise, but this would also mean that Zippa needs to survive a little longer. Takes out Soulcast, Yampi's there to strike, and that brings him down to 2. Astra is on her own. And with Shadow having all the abilities but a single star left, I do doubt that this is going to work that easily. He sees the barrel. That is a slight bit too far. Could have another one of those, and it's blocking the vision. But on the other side, Cryptix just shoots through the smoke. It's going to be enough. Liquid pick another round.
And this is so important. Yampi did lose the duel against Shadow in the showers, but he got enough damage to guarantee that a singular spray through the smoke will just get the job done, right? He got the hit with the operator for the wall, and that basically put up Shadow on 37 HP or 35, can remember. And then just a spray down through the smoke is enough to finish off. So well played by Liquid. Even though the best, Zippen tried his best. He got that kill on Lamps, allowed a 2 versus 3 retake to happen, which brought a little bit of chances to FPX, but it was very tough from the beginning. Now, one off from Showstopper, but Zippen just goes in with the double satchels, only with a frenzy, but he gets a lot of information, gets a lot of map control.
That's painful. Ugh, you hate to see it. Looks sinister, and as Angel strikes, immediately taken out. Shao with a Spectre in hand won't turn this around that easily. As I say, it's double kill secured. He cannot heal himself, unfortunately. This is the moment in time where you would wish that would be the case. But he has to, right now, make an important decision. Use his ult or not, clutch it out or not. As well, the likelihood is extremely low. There are hardly any chances, but he's still on it. He's still trying. Actually, that shot is being whiffed from Yampi, and this is opening up a massive opportunity. The Seekers are coming in. They'll take the long way around, and this kind of clutch is something that could revitalize FPX.
Look at the Seeker.
Plant.
It doesn't give the info.
No, it doesn't give the info, but it doesn't matter for now. It's gonna be gone. And as Shao should realize, he would still have the opportunity to use his tiny little wolf. They're comes nobody else than Yumpy around the corner. He fails, and Chow makes it. You cannot fight that reckless against somebody else like him. FPX is still alive. They're on the server. Don't count them out.
What just happened? It was
reckless.
Half a meter away. Half a meter away. And the right click misses all 5 knives. Hit something else. I'm not sure if Yumpy just whiffed or something, but this is... What a round by Shao.
Yeah, no way.
Insane.
My goodness. I mean...
Life or death here, right? Getting 1 round is like a lifesaver for FPX, because right now they're on the brink of losing this. Imagine getting that 1 round might bring them back. Get some motivation going.
Just escapes in time here. Yumpy, who didn't have a dash, by the way, made it work, and a quick look on the ults tells us that Zippin still got a showstopper, and at one point the man misses. The young Finn fails to connect his shot, but FPX, they back off. With the room they have taken, they don't want to work with that yet.
They have them an advantage. Zippin has his showstopper, has 2 satchels, so he can open up a space again on site. He just waits. The team is trying to get a lot more info of what's happening if Liquid is already rotating. This is why you see Soulcast trying to get some space, and he goes straight into Zippin's hand, but this was needed. Like, Liquid had to get a little bit of information of what's happening. They couldn't just wait and retake 5 versus 4. That's not how you want to play. So this was the risk that they were taking, but unfortunately didn't pay off. And now FPX can just go onto B-side. They know that 2 players from B-side got killed, and most likely a rotation happened, but didn't have to. So they might have the site for free. Shadow in the meantime opens up A, and this is the moment where everyone just explodes on B.
Yeah.
While FPX thinks, while Liquid thinks, oh, they were trying to get on A, but that was the lurker, but he's still there. And Shadow gets a kill on Link.
Story's done. Cryptix will try his best, but the next round, we might just see Soulcast pick up an orb. Could be very helpful to get his Seekers out again. Link also has the Orbital Strike. The question is if this is just somewhat of a short streak or a long-term success. Cryptix is going to be beheaded from behind as the backstab from Shadow is finding the Viper. Quick look on the economy tells us Liquid, they're still there. Full buy's gonna come in. Maybe there's no operator, but either way, they all got the force. They all got the firepower to deny FPX any further rounds. Because one worry I have here, Lothar, my biggest one here, my biggest concern when we talk about Bind is that overall, the attack percentage of FPX is a good bit stronger. They just favor attacking.
Yeah, that's the story that they have on all maps. Like, they're stronger on attack, and that just shows that the team has a great playbook of you know, of plays, of what can they do and what they execute they can do on side. But the thing is, they were being stopped. I feel like that might be some mental blockage coming from the previous map, right? Because they got stomped. Like, there's no way of saying it otherwise. They were stomped on a level that they couldn't, like, go through the utility that Liquid had on Haven. And on Bind, they opened up on a high note, and I feel like FPX just cannot find their place. And that round by Shao was a blessing. And by the way, Shao got an opening kill again during the previous round. So basically, Shao got like 5 kills in a row, if I'm not mistaken, over the course of 2 rounds, and opened up the next round with the first blood. Huge play by him. And now this is bringing FPX back. Now let's see if they have enough power to get those next rounds, because it's only 2 rounds left on the attack, and they really badly need those 2 next. But when you see how the ultimate economy is standing right now, Zippin still with the showstopper. He is able to just go through on the A side, open it up completely. The wall from Viper divided the lamps from getting any kind of opening, and this is it. This is where Zippin goes through with the showstopper. Here's one on CT.
He's forcing him away. This is so good. His showstopper needs to connect towards bathrooms, but he doesn't find a thing. Finally, Cryptix falls. They had a very high awareness where this man is standing. And there's still the Orbital Strike. A perfect retake utility, which doesn't change the matter of fact that Thema Stick See, Demon 6 still has his ult. I could imagine that if they gonna pop that lockdown, this is gonna be the counter to it. Shadow strikes. It's gonna be screened down. Here comes Xiao, also forced away. And there's still a lockdown. You should run is the voice line. Oh, and this is dangerous, because there is more to come. But what more gonna find? It's Demasik who could be denied the Killjoy lockdown. Is it gonna be destroyed in time? Yep. It's destroyed in time. Diffuse is here, and that should work, Lothar.
Yeah, and they had enough time. That was such a beautiful usage of utility. The orbital strike, pivotal in this round. Allowed to push out 2 players from lamps and just straight into the crosses of the opponents. Like Liquid just had a shooting range right here. And that was capitalized beautifully, but Liquid, even though Shadow gets an opening here, Yampi gets the trade. Look at this. Shao just gets destroyed by Yampi, Link gets Zippen, and now it's 2 players left on A short. And there was no Toxin Cloud, by the way, on the spike. So there was no possibility of just playing a post-plant lineup for Angel, because he used it to control the Haven. So it was a little bit awkward. They couldn't just play to their strengths right now in the post-plant, let's say, metagame. But so far, by the way, on 2 maps, on Haven and on Bind, we didn't see a singular post-plant round, basically, so far, from the Vipers. Granted, though, FPX didn't really have a successful attack round yet.
And here we go. Long control. They want to deny. Yampi just though is aware that a judge in his hands that he just placed there could be a game changer. Calls his little daggers. You all hear the watch this, but nobody needs to watch that. Got a judge in his hand, and just now down to him to speak the verdict. Nothing happening for now. Man, disadvantage on the FPX side could become very uncomfortable. They have another ult. Seekers to allow you to identify everyone around the map. At Zip and strikes in time. Down to 31 though. Healing from Xiao is gonna come in as the Medivac is arriving in time. Back on 100 he is. Good utility that, by the way, still remains in Zip, and he still has his nade. He still has his spot. And also 2 of those little bombs, and so they move. It comes quickly, it comes swift. The Viper Wall brings them down on low HP. Soulcast can't connect. It would have been crazy, but it ain't that easy, and so they make the move. The molly doesn't land at the right spot, and here it is. Retake initiated. All the eyes are now on Soulcast, on Ko as he finds Shadow. The player on Hookah is known. They got the information they need, and this brings it down to the 2 Brits who could bring the 9 from the board. The Prancing Horse so far has been moving towards a victory. You might just know that Zippen is that close around. They can't deny him. 20 HP left on the race. You gotta make a move. Xiao is not allowing you.
Nice. Well, that's a saving grace for FPX. 4-8.
Switching sides.
Not a great score, but also not a fantastic one in general. But it's doable. It's doable. It gives a little bit of, let's say, headspace for them. And when it comes to morale, ending up a half on a winning round. But it doesn't look convincing for me at least. You know, it's Liquid right now looks like a better team. And it's quite amazing to see, because on paper, I think absolutely everyone was predicting that FPX will take it. And Liquid proves the audience wrong. It's a quite enjoyable to watch, and Yampi going back on Jet just gives so much space for the team. Scream on Phoenix is absolutely insane as well.
You love to see it.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful to watch. But now let's hope we're gonna see an brand new FPX, or just the old FPX, but in the game right now. We're gonna go into the round 1 pretty soon.
Yeah, no worries. And so, as we're about to watch the pistol unfold, Liquid and FPX once more looking to fly to Iceland. It's not too many more steps for the winner of this game. The semis will decide. Elimination matches will bring you all the joy or the bittersweet tears. Xiao and Kodo now need to look out for the defense. As they're already taken out Yampi, the pistol's somewhat looking alright. At the same time, You know where Soulcast is? That's the orb. The rest of the players on the side. Is Denial there as he double dings? Cryptic's on as 2K. Soulcast joins. And suddenly it's all falling apart. 18 and 16 points of health. Not looking too great as Scream could still try to heal with his own Molly. That ain't happening. And Demasik got one hell of a task ahead of him. A classic, a dream, the hope of making something work for his team. But again, it's Viper for you. Have fun with it. As this agent is denying it again and again.
There's no snakebite available to Cryptic, so there's no possibility of that. But he set up a one-way on CTE right now, so you cannot even go through that. So he basically has to go through elbow when 4 people will just be ready for him. There's the contact. Now 2 people are just gonna hold the angle. There's not enough time to even do anything. Link closes it out. It was a round that I'm not sure exactly who got whom, because it was in a matter of second that 4 people just died. But what happened was that Liquid just exploded on site with 4 people, by the way. So they had a disadvantage. Faked the plant and just instantly got a crossfire. Because of that, they didn't lose a player, so it wouldn't be a 3 versus 5 on the plan, and that allowed them to get better angles and win the duels. So they basically forced out FPX from their defensive positions and got them out on the guns.
I do believe it's a coincidence, but the last time Team Liquid played against a high-caliber team outside of NIP, they actually didn't take a single defense round. But that was a long time ago, when Liquid freshly added Yumpy to their roster. So, different times, different stories. Now the story is heading over to the B side, as they already know where one of them is waiting. Scream will take the room, finds one, and Yumpy's joined in that. This firing squad of Liquid is opening up all the spaces you need, and actually taking a little more.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
This being, this is an eco round. Shao might get one, gets one. With a double dink, by the way. He got a Scream through the wall first time, but is it... Can he close out a round again? Is it doable? Against 4 people with better guns? And he has 78 HP? Come on, Shao.
You want to
Show us
see
again.
it. You want to see it, but I do have my doubts. No armor, just a sheriff, and a Soulcast hunting you down, finding his prey. And as the Predators from Liquid find success over and over and over again, FPX are already eradicated, basically. It feels like it.
Liquid on double digits right now. Like, that's just insane. And not only insane, they have a full bonus round. Basically, only Scream died, but he transferred the gun to someone else. They didn't lose any kind of, cash. And this is now where Scream just plays with the Vandal and builds up the economy. The ult economy is 3 out of 6. And FPX cannot just allow Liquid to take any round, right? They have to force now every single time. So this is gonna be really awkward.
It is going to be really
Unless,
awkward.
of course, they're gonna win this round. This is for FPX the biggest task ahead. Like round by round. They need to take the small steps towards victory, towards the comeback time.
You don't see them taking too much room here, there, Lothar. A bit of long control, right? This is all they have obtained so far, really.
They know they don't have to, right? They just need to wait for Liquid to just show themselves. Liquid was committing with the Viper wall towards A. This is why we're gonna see 3 players from FPX right now on that side. Does go the Viper wall on A, but Yumpy with that lurk will give a lot of informations towards the rest of the Liquid when a rotation will happen, right? And he's not sure if something was moved from the B side. He is hearing 1 player in Garden, and for sure will give that info to his teammates. This is why you're gonna see 3 players just try to push him out straight into Yumpy's hand, but Yumpy with that Spectre doesn't win the duel.
And Shao will now try to hold him up. And you said it, this is a round where the marathon could be initiated for FPX, but here comes nothing else than the Seekers. They create a lot of chaos, but they don't need to change it around. And 1 HP Shao is bringing Cryptics to the ground. It's still Scream though. 4 seconds. It won't work. That can't be it. He's having to run it back, but it's not enough. It is not enough. milliseconds and 1 peak too much.
Oh my. That was absolutely nuts. The spray transfer to get the 2 kills. If Scream had like a little bit more time, look at this. This is beautiful, right? He has 4 seconds. He needs to plant right now. So I'm not even sure he had the time to plant it, to be honest, because it was like very, very close to 4 seconds, which is the plant time. But if he would have planted that, he would have run it back available. That was actually a winnable round. And still nuts, like he damaged the FPX economy so badly, right? Just by getting those 2 kills. And look at this, Liquid still with full rifles and an operator as well on the Yampi. Now run it back from Scream is available. This is a round again, a test for FPX. They need to win this one. Oh, and Zipman opens up against Yampi, something that we didn't see on Haven. Yampi was always winning those.
Yeah, that's the thing. You know, prove me wrong. Yampi on Killjoy is better. But, I mean, the sample size doesn't work that way, obviously.
I mean, he has 100% win rate so far with Killjoy, you know? I can't deny that. Stats
case
don't lie.
closed. There you go. But I mean, you have to put sample size in it. In the meantime, 50 seconds, setting up for an A-side take. The wall and everything's coming up. Scream is pushing through, gets valuable information. At the same time, only taken out. 45. The clock keeps on ticking. And a change of pace might be needed as a retreat from the A side. But the retreat from it, just for now, faked it a slight bit. Here comes nothing else than the wall again. And they knew about it. They were aware about it. And this is so good. Angel's taking Soulcast as Scream finds that dangerous Viper in the grass. 10-5 it is. And it's Liquid once more are fighting to get that 11th. Closer and closer to the win. You don't want FPX when they suddenly gain momentum, and here was the first. The snake bite is starting, the lineups is there, and now it's about buying time. And with an orbital strike, you can buy so much time. It opens up, and they all run into him. Link's capitalizing on the unawareness of the Emasik and Sipan. Xiao can try to turn it around, but the snake bite might just come in any second. You take out Link, that's fine, that's great, but will they just remain strong enough? He's finding the gap, that's not 100% on. Cryptic's peeking, and that could work, but it's not the time. The clock has been ticking too long, and FPX cannot deny it.
Oh my, that was so close. The snakebite miss, that could have actually lost the round if it would have been a little bit earlier, but that was not enough time. But Link, MVP of this round. The orbital strike, pushing out 2 players. No one was expecting him in showers, and he just gets the free double kill. It was insane, and he bought so much time as well against Shao.
Why did I sign up for this shit?
It's crazy.
Yeah, he would have to stick it. In this situation, he would have to stick it to get the defuse. So it doesn't really matter if that snakebite lands or not. But man, what a heartbreaking round for FPX. It started out really well, and Scream was being stopped with that run back. They didn't gain much traction there. Now, FPX, 4 rifles, 1 sheriff. Sorry, that's a Liquid. 4 rifles, 1 sheriff. On the FPX side, 3 rifles, 2 sheriffs. And not much utility as well. Angel only with 1 snakebite right now.
It ain't looking good, but there's the information. And suddenly Scream is splitting it in 2 pieces. Yampi will try to throw those daggers around the air. Angel's not having none of that. And that barrel has been spotted. Ain't so easy for Cryptics coming out of that, but sure, you can still send Scream in. The man just clearing the path. And not with Angel, though, as it eliminates that player. The wall is once more coming in on A. And this is Angel. The IGL is striking. He once more is desperate for the Ace. Can't get it this time around. Liquid is not done. It's Link who wants to find it. That could be the number 12 and breaking the neck of FPX. Link does it. And it is nobody else than Brimstone, the big man with the beard, coming home to hunt you. It is phenomenal what Liquid deliver here. Jesus Christ.
What's happened? Link! What did you do? You know what? Well, you know what's the funniest for me is that I can hear the comms even though I don't hear him, because Link didn't even bother to plant the spike. He was just like, yeah, whatever. I just wrecked him. You know, everyone is just screaming right now into my ear, and I'm taking that all in. He is so proud right now, and he should be. Link just absolutely delivered. This round was nuts.
Yeah, but it was gifted to some degree. Swinging in like that, it's a gift. You have to say it like that. It has been partially gifted. Team Liquid on the number 12. And you mentioned it. You know, they were fine in that round. It looked like maybe they can start to gain that momentum as the machine has just not been firing on all cylinders. They were stalling again and again. Gotta change the spark plugs at one point, and it felt like they absolutely just deteriorated. Where is the FPX we know?
No, man, not in this match. That's for sure. It's both Liquid showing up big, and FPX a little bit just kind of intimidated by the showing from Liquid. Like, Liquid is prepared. They seem to be very solid. So, in general, it's a good showing from Team Liquid, and they just set the pace of the entire match. And now, this round, again, a big exam from FPX. They need to win this round, otherwise they are just losing the entire match, and they're going to play against Gambit in the losers bracket, right?
You don't want that.
They won against Gambit already, but why do you want to take the second chance, right? It's gonna be awkward. Gambit will try to find revenge, but it's still not there. There's a small chance for FPX to still make a comeback. Inferior equipment, though, doesn't bode well for them.
And I do believe if there's a team that has this mental fortitude, that has strength on coming back, it would be FPX. But that works when your opponent starts to waffle, when they just don't stand on solid ground, when their pillars of a functioning system start to crumble. And this is not the case for Liquid. They are again and again strong in taking the sides. They abuse the kind of freedom you can have with Viper. And uh-oh, there's the Hellfire coming. Surely not that nice, but it ain't working good enough. Sippin is finding Scream as the Gravity Well has changed it up yet again. But though this is all the room, and Sippin is just waiting. When do I go out? When do I go out? When is it coming in? He's waiting, and he's using it? Yes, indeed. That's the spike. An asset has been killed. Shadow and Co are only down to 2. Xiao and Angel remain, and this is the Hercules task that you can't easily make right now. One falls, Cryptix changes it. It's Liquid who get in the semis, and FPX fall. The fan favorite, the big kind of team that you saw in Europe flourish again and again, once more fall short. They're not out, they're not done, but they are on the edge of being eliminated.
What a showing from Team Liquid. Absolutely amazing. They went into the match with a big surprise, played Haven with not a single duelist, said to every other region, you know, we can do this without any duelists. Look at A, we don't have to have two duelists. Look, Brazil, we don't have to get 2 duelists, you know, just something completely else. We have not seen that on Haven so far in pro play, if I'm not mistaken. I would have to take a deep dive into the stats and team compositions, but I can remember a singular team composition like that on a pro level play, like the top tier. And they just benefit from, they reap the rewards. Absolutely stunning and beautiful to behold.
And this is where Liquid, you know, a team that has been stumbling again and again, where the development of them was just unclear. When do we see them flourish? When do we see them rise? We saw them rise. They're on the track to go to Reykjavik. And if they'll do, we will find that out. You can obviously vote for your player of the match. And well, it's Scream, Yampi, and Cryptix. Maybe it's not going to be Scream this time. It's going to be Scream this time. It doesn't matter. You better go vote over on social media, on Twitter, of Valorant Esports EU, Val Esports _EU. This is where you can take it. And maybe we see the IGL this time. Maybe it's going to be Cryptix for once, who's going to actually get the reward. We're going to find out. We're just about to head into a little break. You better don't go anywhere, because we still got another banger coming our way. Fnatic versus Guild. That's the other one. We're going to see you in a second. Just be right back.
Welcome back to the EMEA Challengers Playoffs, where Team Liquid have booked themselves a place in the semi-finals after demolishing FPX in a 2-0 victory. I'm your host Yinsu, and I'm now joined by Team Liquid's coach Sliggy for a quick post-match interview. Hi Sliggy, welcome back to the stream. Congratulations today. That was absolutely huge for you guys. You know, you have never beaten FPX in a best of 3 on Liquid. This has been a long time coming. So what does it mean to you to be able to beat them in such an important stage of the tournament and also in such a convincing fashion?
Hey, first of all, yeah, thank you. It means a lot. Honestly, we put a lot of work, especially since we've been here at bootcamp. We put a lot of work in. We've been trying to get like multiple comps ready. Yeah, like you said, we haven't actually. Every time we play FPX, we normally, in our opinions, we feel like we mess up from our own mistakes. So it was nice to, even though maybe there were a few mistakes in there, it was nice to be able to. Honestly, it was, I would say quite convincingly win this game. So yeah, we're definitely happy with the result.
Well, let's talk about Haven. And you just mentioned now you've been prepping a few comps here and there. Truthfully, how long have you guys been prepping this specific comp? And, you know, for us, it feels like it came after that BBL game, right? You had a week to kind of prepare for this match. Or have you sort of been sitting on this for a while?
So I have like a lot of lineups with pretty much every agent on every map, and then when agents will get like buffed or whatever, we can just slot them in. So obviously Viper got buffed, so we just slotted Viper into like our Haven. But in terms of actually practice with it, we pretty much practiced like the last 5 days in terms of Haven. Yeah.
Is there a reason why you didn't use this comp against BBL?
So FPX. So when I was watching FPX's stuff, they anti-strat really heavy. Every team they play, like in comparison to every team, I think they anti-strat probably the most out of every team that at least I watch. So I knew it would be a lot better coming into this game without them seeing too much of our stuff. So we were happy to go against BBL with our original comp, and then we just knew it would have the most impact against these guys.
I gotta ask about Yampy as well, because the last time you were on the show, I feel like you were telling me porkies, because you said that Yampy was gonna play the Jet for a few months. You got no other plans for him. He's gonna stick with that agent. But the Killjoy today. So talk me through the reasoning behind switching him onto the Killjoy.
So I'm really confident in Yampy's ability. First of all, I think he's going to be the best player in this game. I really do. So I feel more than happy after like watching his streams and watching him on different agents, to put him onto different agents. Killjoy's quite easy to instantly get. It's really effective on Haven. Especially the defensive side, it works really well with the actual comp itself. So yeah, we were more than happy to try it. Basically, we weren't originally going to do it. We tested it out just to see how he felt and how it was kind of like AWPing style. I watched a few demos from like C9 Mitch used to use it a while ago, like kind of AWPing on Killjoy. We actually felt it was pretty good, and then it went really well in practice, and he feels super comfortable with it. So yeah, we went ahead with it.
Yeah, well, he looked great on it. And lastly, before I let you go, your opponent, FPX, have fallen into the lower bracket. They'll be taking on Gambit again. How do you feel about that matchup? Do you think FPX comes out on top again against Gambit?
Yeah, in theory. In theory, I have to say Gambit's a really good team, like a really good team, and honestly, FPX, like they are one of the best teams in Europe right now. And again, I think that the work that they put in outside of the game, like their support stuff in terms of their anti-strat stuff, is honestly really impressive. They're very hard to prepare for. So yeah, Gambit have got their work cut out, but honestly, I think it's gonna be a really close game. Definitely don't sleep on Gambit. I think they're a really strong team.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for your time, and congratulations once again, Sliggy. We'll see you guys back here on Saturday.
Thanks, Yinsu. Have a good day.
Well, it's always great to chat to Sliggy, and I'm going to bring in your casters and analysts back in, Zescht and Lothar, because I'm sure you guys have tons to say about some of the things that Sliggy mentioned there. And right off the bat, Zescht, you know, we kind of speculated as to why they didn't use this comp against BBL. And yeah, as we kind of predicted, they saved this not necessarily for FPX, but in a way where they cannot be anti-stratted, which is a big thing right now in Valorant.
It's funny, right? Because we're talking about a game that is not, you know, having that great replay abilities yet, But still, teams and players make it work. They have the VODs, they'll watch it, they will compromise you in any way. And the funny part is, Eccles even wrote a tweet just 1 hour ago, big Sliggy masterclass coming out on Haven. And absolutely, Eccles is right. I mean, this was a big brain Sliggy who was coming in, anti-stratting the anti-strat, making themselves unpredictable, and this is where you have it, FPX. It was absurdly good, and the plays we're seeing right now, those were somehow where I thought, wait a second, how did they even make that work? Because this is a moment where you can suddenly fall in a trap where you gift a play and then the momentum goes. Yeah, that happens. Surely something they can fix in the future. Surely that was a little bit 1v1-ish kind of force, but at the end of the day, it worked. Liquid took it home, and in what a fashion they did.
Yeah, and it was very convincing when, like, 13-5, right? Remember that Shao actually clutched a round on attack that he shouldn't have, like, at all, right? And gave a little bit of space for FPX to grow from that. And it was still a stomp, 5-13. Like, who would have predicted that? That's absolutely nuts. And by the way, this, what just happened here? Link, this is heartbreaking to, like, watch for the other team, right? But it's so enjoyable to just see from our perspective, to catch this, like, live. It's insane. Link had, if I'm not mistaken, 3 rounds where he clutched out on bind alone. So he was one of those, let's say, silent MVPs. But Scream, 23 kills, 2.2 KDA, insane combat score, Yampi just right behind him. Those two guys were just rampaging on bind.
I mean, Scream just doing Scream, right? And speaking of Scream and MVP, like you just said, Scream, surprise, surprise, is the MVP of that series. I cannot believe people didn't vote for Cryptix, but all jokes aside, I actually did vote for Cryptix. If I could vote for the whole team, I would, plus Liggy as well. If I could vote for the whole team, plus Liggy, plus the boot camp, plus the chairs in the boot camp, anything else that's to do with this team, I would have voted for it. And I do really quickly just want to address Cryptix before we move on, because Lothar, he was very, very impressive today. And everything was on point from him.
Kills, shots, everything was just nailed. You know, everything was just in place. But I feel like that was being allowed by the team. I feel like the personal prowess of the players today wasn't really as important. You know, I feel like the reason why Liquid was so dominant is their coach Sliggy coming in big with those plans ahead of the game. Right? I feel like they had won just coming into the server by catching off guard FPX, and that just allowed every single player to shine because they just had the confidence, right? So it's important to point out that this is a team game, and although one player like Scream or Yampi can just go in and kill everyone on a server, it's still a team game where everything matters what the entire team does.
It is indeed. Well, Team Liquid have already qualified to the semi-final stage, but up next, Fnatic will be taking on Guild in the upper bracket of Group B. Now, we spoke about Fnatic a little bit earlier on, Zescht, but this team has been very impressive as of late.
Absolutely. I mean, the story of this team is something that we really have to point out, because all those teams, you know, they have been there pretty much forever. Guilds, already in the entirety of 2021, you saw Safe coming in as a Sentinel, doing a good job there. FPX already existing for a while, but what happened with Fnatic? They recently swapped, and when I mean recently, it was the 8th of April when Dirk and Magnum came in. This is where they picked up 2 players who are not native English speakers in a purely UK roster, which can cause problems from time to time. At the same time, they have so far just shown an exceptional performance. I think talking about Dirk is somewhat not mandatory, because if you watched YouTube the last few weeks when it comes to Valorant, you saw him in every single highlight, you saw him in every single montage. He must have been there. And this is what's making him such a crazy asset at the side of Fnatic. If there's a guy who can turn it around individually, it is Dirk. And this is where I have my eyes fully peeled on him in the duel with Yassine.
Oh yeah, Dirk has been living rent-free in my head for 2 weeks now, no lie. Well, Guild also keeps proving everybody wrong over and over again. Now, Lothar, what have you made of their recent improvements as well?
For me, Guild has a fantastic storyline. Right now, they're a completely different team that had been in the past. I wasn't a fan of Guild. You know, they were always playing chaotic. I felt like the the way they played didn't like look like a team plan. You know, there was always like one player going there, one player doing just a crazy move, and maybe it worked, maybe it didn't. But they're like this ugly duckling that turned into a beautiful swan right now. And they're, for me, right now, Guild is one of those teams that shines as a paragon of the EU gameplay. They have depth. They have, they picked Yoru on Haven against footballers, and everyone was like, oh, okay, I guess we have to watch this because this is something new, right? This is not something that we've seen before. And this shows that there's a huge progress as a team. There's a huge progress in every single department. When it comes to discipline, Yasin was this wild animal that couldn't be shackled, and it seems like it's a little bit different nowadays. So Guild is one of those teams that I now very just like watching, because there's always something going behind the scenes that build up that strategy that they currently have. But also they are very colorful. Like, as I mentioned, Yasin is that wild animal, but he's just a colorful personality, and it's amazing to have those kind of players in our scene. He was here on the VCT broadcast just a week ago, and he's just a funny, really sympathetic guy that I love to watch. So now I'm gonna follow his plays in the tournament, and I'll see him in front of the camera, basically, like with my imagination. So I'm a big fan nowadays of Guild, and big fan of the transformation that it had so far.
Oh yeah, I 100% count Yasin as one of my colleagues now. One show, it counts. But we do also have to talk about maps really quickly before the vetoes, because of course Fnatic traditionally they've banned Ascent for a very long time, and now they started to ban Split, and they started to ban Ascent again. So we have the vetoes now. Okay, we're gonna look into the vetoes. I'm not gonna. I will. This makes sense to me, because like I said, Fnatic, they usually ban Ascent, and then they started to ban Split, and then they started to ban Ascent again, and looking at the vetoes, they've started to ban Split. So they're really flexing right now with their bans, whereas Guild, Icebox, they've traditionally taken that off the shelf. But this is super, super, super interesting, Zescht, because Fnatic leaving Ascent open from Guild is a questionable choice.
Questionable indeed, but at the same time, do I believe that Fnatic and the combination of Boaster and Mini don't have something in their mind? I do not believe that they don't have a backup plan here. I do not believe that they come here of just saying, let's just have a stroll in the park and see what we can do against Guild. I am rating them very highly. I do believe, and this is why I love them so much, that there is always a plan. That there used to be a top-down approach in Fnatic, where listen to Boaster, listen to Mini, but when I talk to them, they have assigned individuals to certain responsibilities, that there are callers for each side, for each position on defense, for example, and they organize their comrade, their mate on that side. And that's what I love. This is where you really can give responsibilities to others and then try to figure out how you can manage that bigger image. I'm just in love with this, and I really imagine that Fnatic have a good chance, but all our predictions are out of the window. We have messed up with FPX. Let's see how much we can do this one wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't make a prediction for FPX, so Zescht, as usual, you were just wrong about it. But we are going to head into Agent Select now for the first map. Again, this wasn't a map we really expected Fnatic to leave open, but I'm assuming, like you said, Zescht, they've left it open for a reason. I believe Agent Select is going to come shortly. Yep, there it is. It was a little bit slower on my screen, but straight away, we have seen some pretty straightforward setups from the Guild side, Lothar. They're kind of playing a comp that we're used to seeing them play as of late.
Although, when it comes to Fnatic, we don't have much time, right? Because it's Agent Select and it's going to be close pretty soon. But look at Mystic. He is hovering over that Viper. When it comes to Guild, there's no surprises here. Like, Astra has to be picked nowadays in almost every single composition. So I'm not surprised that we don't see Omen or Brimstone on Ascent. Yasin on Raze, pretty a signature for him. But I'm looking forward to that Viper. On Ascent, she's actually exceptional as well, because you're able to set up lockdown, basically. You can use your ultimate on B garage, on the entrance, then set up a one-way on the market, so no one else will go through that, and then the rest of the team just goes on the other side of the map and just stays defensive. On attack, you have post-plant lineups from almost every single position on the map, and you support the entire team while being anywhere on the map.
Yep, I also have to squeeze in that Doma locked in Omen in case people at home didn't see that. But Doma on the Omen, in my opinion, is going to be very, very different. Here, we don't often see him play anything outside of Sage and Raze, but Team Liquid have already made it through to the semis, and it's now between Fnatic and Guild. Over to you, Zescht and Lothar.
Thank you very much for that one. And we will head on to Ascent, who will give us another slot over to the semifinals. It matters. It's big time important to see who will thrive and to represent the EMEA region over there in Iceland. Lothar on my side and myself will guide you through this best of 3 as we're starting with Ascent. And, you know, I'm in love with that. As mentioned, once in the entire career of Doma, he has picked Omen. Once. I mean, once. Not the last 60 days, not the last 30 days. And that's crazy. Swapping it up when he's such a successful race, it's a change. But what does Boaster have in his back pocket? What kind of game plan will he bring to the table? We're gonna find out.
It's gonna be interesting to watch because we cannot really use any other examples of the games that I had in the past when it comes to like whatever strategy they had, right? Everything is just flipped on the head. The Viper wall set up on B right now just cuts off the boat. So there's not an easy access to it, but just Durka just goes in, gets the first blood. He has 23% of that. So in general, not a really big surprise. Gets a little bit space on CT, gets another kill on Scythe, and the Cypher traps are gone. There's the utility gone as well. 5 versus 3 right now, and Guild is gonna have a hard time.
That's Durka for you. There you go. By the way, guys, I got B-side. You want to come over? It's just free. and Boast is like, are you sure? Can I come over? Are you 100% safe? Yeah. Just come in. It takes his time.
Safe was that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, safe's out, and that makes it all less safe for Guild. But the retake will be near impossible. But near impossible, and you see, those are 2 words which pretty much come together very often. Both of those mean nothing to him. He's making the impossible possible. He's the man who's turning everything around, and so that Swedish duo would have a very good chance of approaching that B-side and leaving it with success. But now it's time to find frags. Leo is swerving around, but won't find a thing. It will take a lot of time to find Magnum, but he strikes. Yassine is the only one left. Finds the first, strikes against nobody else. Then Cypher, but that's it. First one on Fnatic, and well, Durka, thank you very much for opening.
Yeah, Durka opened it up like, whatever, man. He just went with confidence. The Viper wall allowed him to not really care about his left side, and then he caught off guard Bonkar. Sorry, Boaster. Was that a Boaster? No. It was Draken. Sorry, that was Draken on CT when no one was expecting someone to peek from the garage in that moment, and that opened up the entire round. So Durka just showing how important the first bloods are, especially in pistol rounds, when someone is not expecting a peek like that. It's quite insane, but now you can see Fnatic just pushing in as a free man on A lobby. They wanted to take a chance of getting maybe a first blood in this case. Now, one player was spotted, and I thought that we were gonna see Scythe just take that corner and maybe bait for being baited by his teammates. But that didn't happen. Now he's just on 1 HP, getting healed to 61 by Leo.
Take flight. Boaster is gonna get that information. Surely Yassine is now on the radar, and they will definitely, that's so crazy, try to push it back, and again. Those pistols should not get any free room. Don't let them roam around, and this is exactly what they're doing. The somewhat intimidated Guild considers A short to be the next position to push, but it doesn't matter. This is not changing anything up. One cage, and that means the route to B-side is open. As Bonkar just steps in, he has been hurt. And, you know, he had a moment where he was concealed for a second. Nobody had a single clue where he is, and things are turning around. No real chance, and so it seems like Bonkar trying to make anything work. I mean, he moves around, he definitely wants Boaster, but that retake should be done and dusted.
Yeah, this is gonna be tough. Like, we have 5v5 retake, but how do you even progress from this situation? You just need to push at once, right? And just try to get executors. Maybe they just want to not even push, they just want the opponents to come out of the side, and this is gonna happen. Guild is just holding. and just try to get as many kills as possible. They slow them down, so they die to the spike. This is how they ruin the economy without even getting kills.
Really good. A very strong approach. Guild is using everything possible.
Yeah, this was actually
to get
well
big
played.
money. Yeah, this is well played. Exactly. They get killed again for the additional money. And there you see the men are rich. Can pretty much get everything they want except an operator. Whilst Fnatic have to use all their savings right now.
And I was just wondering, like, I see 5 players here, 5 players there, right? And how do you approach a retake with just such an inferior equipment? And when I was wondering that, that was actually the realization that came and like, oh, okay, so we have no chance. So we just take the whatever we can. In this case, we slow them down. They can't go out of the range of the spike. And then we die to the spike even when we lose the round. It's a big economical win for Guild. And that sets up the tone for the round 3, because now it's not a bonus round anymore. And Fnatic has to play rifles, and Durka is on his Sheriff, but there's a reason for it, because he just picked up the orb, and now his Bladestone is available. So basically they have 5 rifles available, or even one, a very, very scary one that has no recoil.
That was so good. Boaster was absolutely denying it, and there it goes. Draken is feeling the blade tomorrow morning for sure, beheading him immediately. The Swede is out, and so the Dragon can't roar anymore. Brings him down to 4. 60 seconds left on the clock. In a matter of time, also Yassine falls. Stoma chimes in, and Fnatic are on the hunt for Furthest. The A side is fairly free. They make a move. Spike's going down, and that retake seems to be once more near impossible. They might have diminished the economy of Fnatic, but not their capability to grab a side that easy.
And even if everything fails, then we have Mystic. With 2 snake bites available, he's standing on the post plant lineup position. In the meantime, Safe gets Durka. It's not really a big win, since Durka only had a Sheriff, so there was basically no risk in losing any economy, so Fnatic doesn't really care about that. They just try to get a kill, but Doma peeks with a Vandal, gets his position now known, and gets banned from the smoke base with the highest price for that. But basically, this is a save for Guild. They need to make the best out of this round. Maybe they'll get some kills on the exit, but they probably wouldn't like to risk it of losing. You know, they don't want to lose those rifles.
Yep.
And the next round is going to be still a very tough task ahead of them, because look at the economy right now. 2.9 on both Draken and Leo. They can buy a rifle, but without any kind of utility backup and no shields. So they opt in for the Sheriffs. So everyone apart from Safe has enough cash to buy a rifle and an armor, a small shield, I'm gonna assume, in most cases, for the next round. While Fnatic has been building economy for quite some time now, and you can see Durka will have enough cash for an operator next round. But let's take a look on mid, because Durka's again taking very aggressive stance. He's already on Pizza, has his dash available, gets the info on one player, pushes through the smoke.
One of his teammates actually destroyed it, and the unlucky timing of Draken. It strikes. You hate to see it. Leo, though, knows how to eliminate that lethal jet. But it doesn't change that there is no possibility for revive. Leo might try to take a bit more room, and yes, the wall is putting him in a better spot. But that's what you get. The counters here. Magnum's eliminating him. And look at that, Lothar. Look at how much room Safe has gained over on A. This is a clear sign for what Fnatic has coming up next.
Oh my god, 4 HP. Can't really do much in this situation. And Leo with the second kill of the round. But in the meantime, B is completely open. You can see the setup. Toxin Cloud already limiting any kind of pushes from CT. No one wants to go through that.
30 seconds left.
You can't really push this. You know, you're gonna have like what, 30 HP after you go out. If you have to go fully through the Toxin Cloud. Market is closed. Safe has to go through the city, but now the info is there. Okay, there's a Toxic Cloud. What do? We don't know how much fuel is there. We're gonna lose like 10 seconds right now.
Sure.
The call is probably to save, and that's about it.
Not only that, I'm somewhat certain that Guild is aware that there is no snakebite dropped yet by Mystic. He was the first. He just does it as a precaution, you know? He didn't need to. Nobody's approaching. They didn't hear a step in a while. but they'll just exit. And hopefully for them this time, they'll save a bit more money. Leo lets them pass. As he was swinging there the entire time, he can't do much about it. Both weapons on the side of Guild are being saved. The utility is looking good, or more likely the ult on Yasin is existent. But it's a 4-0 start, Lothar. And it is Fnatic sending in their best man, Dirk again and again, opening up a lot of room, causing distraction, causing early disturbance. And this is something I like to see from such a Jet with that high caliber skill.
Yeah, I mean, there's just confidence oozing right now from Fnatic. Dirk just goes in without a care in the world. Like, he knows that his teammates are right behind him. Even if he gets, killed while he's trying to get space for his team, there's a trade ready for that. So remember, they also play with no Sage. He will have no revive. So he plays for his teammates in a way that he just opens up space with his own life. But he still gets the first blood, so it doesn't really matter. Ooh, Yasin just went out with Showstopper without any kind of sign of any opponents. That was a big gamble and didn't pay off. Well, Leo gets a double kill on A short.
Yep, Leo capitalized on it when Magnum still alive. And as he roams around, he's bringing down the first. Drake can eliminate it. And there's the one-way. Yasin has a better angle. And look what kind of room they have already taken. It is safe. Who knows how to proactively deny space. And as he delivers that, the spike could still come through market. It could still be possible. They know about the tripwire. You see right there, the pings on the map. They are aware. Boaster's thinking like, how do I deny that? There it goes. Click. It's gone. But Magnum gotta make a change.
Ooh, the
if he
timing.
doesn't check Leo in time, it ain't be working. That one should be done and dusted, except Boaster has something to say with 39 points of health.
Good for him. It's worth trying to get more kills, to get the plant, get the orb, get the cash for this team. They still have a lot of economy in their bank. So damaging Guild is a priority right now because we know that, they're on a 4-round lose streak. They already lost 2 players in this round. So getting even one more kill is worth it.
10 seconds left.
Even with the cost of your own equipment here.
Yep, steps loudly and is out. Before time. Seems to be the only thing that matters. Understandable move. And Leo now has the revive. This allows Guild to take a few more risks. To open up a bit more room. And I think the ult of Yasin was actually more in the way of denying any room of Fnatic in front of the gates of A. It seemed like they gained information previously. It didn't pay off with getting a frag, but it denied them to go close anytime soon to A long. Problem about it was obviously Lothar. They came over short. They had that room in mid and capitalized off it.
And the thing is, now they know that every single round, Guild is setting up a trap on market. I feel like that should be a priority to just spam it through top mid. You can destroy the trap and deny the map control for Guild instantly, basically, right? But right now it's not being destroyed. There's the Boaster Hunter's Fury. Oh, yes, he just jumped straight into it. Oh, that's unlucky, but on the other side of the map, Magnum opens up the entire B side, and now they have the plant easily ready. The side is just waiting for the spike.
Not only that, Doma was using his ult a little earlier to clear out Boathouse. This means that the entire site is property of Fnatic. And, well, the guards are standing, preparing for any attack. Dirk is hoping to get a bit more attention. Yeah, and Boaster is then finalizing it. Draken can try his best, 1 away from his ult. And as we know, Hunter's Fury is one hell of a thing. But the exit frags, surely that would be beneficial to Guild. Denying big growth of economy, this is what matters. This is something that could play a crucial role, and here he starts. Mystic is out, the drone is finding him part, and that's the dart. But I can't imagine that they'll go for many more fights. At this point, they can't. They just await him to peek. They just await him to go out, and here's the firing squad. Brilliant stuff. He couldn't move for B, because there was the explosion coming from. So, where do I run to? Obviously back to spawn, but no chance. They were ready.
It's what I very much like about Fnatic's plan right now is that they have 2 different post-plant setups depending on the site. On A side, Mystic will try to go for the post-plant if it's of course being allowed by the numbers of the team, because if they have an inferior number of teammates towards the retake, they have to play side control. Otherwise, they're gonna play for the post plant. But on B, Viper stays on side, which is a good choice because there are choke points there, and you can deny the retake by setting up the snake bites there. But let's just focus again. There's a fast opening on the B. Durka goes in. There are the knives.
Oh,
he misses on the second kill.
Unusual for Durka, but here it goes. Still, you might have placed a blast pack down there, but it doesn't change the matter of fact that Doma is capable of aiming quite well. Guild must admit defeat, or that at least what it seems like, but I'm gonna take that back. Here's still a Hunter's Fury, and Draken is gonna use it wisely. As Doma's out, Boaster still strikes. The British IGL brings them back in a good spot. You don't want to lose to an anti-eco. You don't want to fall when those sheriffs are in the hands of your opponent. As once more the Yarrow is just millimeters too far away, but they hear the steps. All of those players back on the side are aware what's coming towards them, that either the exit frags are going to become a problem, or alternatively, that they might just even get pushed. And Draken wants that. Goes for the fight. Fails, though, against Mystic. And Safe is the last man standing, but there you can thank Boaster. Great stuff, and this keeps the majority alive, and also keeps the majority of the economy standing strong.
Yeah, very good open. I mean, remember, this was the round where Guild was playing low buy, so Sheriffs, I think there was an odd Spectre, if I'm not mistaken, but anyway, they had inferior equipment. So it was a tough round to begin with, but Durka just opens up the entire side. There's a follow-up by Doma, his death is not in vain, so basically they get this side again. And this is something that we see over and over in this so far in those 7 rounds. Now let's see on the 8th, the plan is Viper Wall on A, cuts off the doorway and the Heaven at the same time. While if they're gonna execute on A, Omen we're gonna smoke on Heaven. So everything is covered, they have the entire side to take while Heaven and the doorway is being taken care of. When it comes to mid, the trap is now being destroyed. As you can see, they spammed it from top mid. This is something I mentioned 2 rounds ago, and it's very important. And they made sure that other traps are also being destroyed if they were being repositioned with the shock dart and the spams. So this is what now Guild is lacking. They are no longer in control of Pizza. They are no longer in control of Market. They have no idea if something happened there. And that allows Fnatic to just lurk around, take their time, because Guild is uncertain of what has happened and they need to rotate.
This is the thing. Guild need to rotate, especially as right now we saw that the screen from Mystic has been put up. So there is no information towards A shown. Guild has no clue what's coming at them from that position, and there comes one man. Durka has to check his right side, but not for long. Immediately eliminated. Doma cannot check Pizza, which then leads to Draken finding him. But Magnum is on it. That B side only guarded by Safe, as Draken will try, but gets taken out. Magnum is on a hunt, and they will surely go for more. Safe has to be eliminated. The triple on Cypher is there. And Magnum strikes. Boaster is patient. He can't capitalize only on one. Unlucky timing for him. It was so close to getting more, but the re-rive is here. They know about the player dying, and Bonkard back in spawn has the Cosmic Divide, an opportunity to make that retake work, as though Mystic still has Snakebite, which makes it all bit more problematic. Not that easy at all, but they will try. They will dare. They make the move, and they hear the Snakebite is nearby. So once more, when you come down to that low HP and you then want to move for the Toxic, not that easy. It should be done. It should be dusted. Mystic has to swap weapons, and that's working.
I think he missed on the second Snakebite, if I'm not mistaken. Because the first Snakebite was perfect. It was set up exactly with the Toxin Cloud, which did cost 8 seconds for Guild to retake that one, right? And the second one happened, but it was in front of stairs and not on the Toxin Cloud. That was interesting. I'm not sure what happened there, but that allowed a little bit of the push, because as you can see, they would just went on site and they didn't have a good crossfire setup. But here, Boaster, man, he's gonna be angry at himself that he didn't get that second kill. And his trigger discipline was on point. Just unfortunate whiff happened, but you have to take also like into consideration what Magnum did in this round. He opened up the entire round, gets a triple kill. Like, that shouldn't be allowed, you know. That was just phenomenal gunplay from Magnum here.
And at the end, it didn't matter.
Yeah, I mean that one snake bite. That was really. I'm not sure what happened. Maybe they had a different plan. But if that snake bite would have landed again in the same spot as the first one, that would have cost again 8 seconds for Guild. So unfortunate, because there was no debuff as well, right? And when you push for a snake bite and you get debuffed, every single bullet from Vandal, 80 damage, you just cannot allow yourself to do that in most cases. Ooh, Yasin over eager to get mid control and pays the highest of prices. So Fnatic now big advantage on this round. Round 9 is being already opened up in the first seconds. 5 versus 4 for Fnatic. They didn't destroy the trap on mid yet. Draken still in pizza, like he was, if I'm not mistaken, in the previous round. Now he's being repositioning. He's repositioning himself to market, while Safe on the backside of B. He has his camera set up right now. No, not yet. But Draken got hit on the market, so they know about him. They don't know about Safe.
That's very good.
Deck closes the market, the door, so he separates Draken right now, and now they can fully execute on site.
No way. Safe is pretty much left alone. He couldn't do even anything about it. They still play off of that Cosmic Divide. Safe is moving backwards, but Doma is coming in, and also one man would have been flanking from behind. Nice try. The Cosmic Divide is gonna fall at one point, and as Boaster and his squad is once more overrun in B, they hold the control. The Leo has something to say in that. 2 more. That's Draken and Leo, who still have a good bit of room. They check corner by corner, go near the leather, consider to check that B main position. They do, but at what cost? While Leo is out, and Draken knows at which angle those darts don't do a thing. Smart. As the dragon strikes, it's 2 more, and as he will try, the Clutch Master from Sweden can't bring it home. Fnatic on the 7th, and again, a wonderful execution, really. By the book, you saw them with the utility they used, that great smoke from Jett specifically, that was put on the lever to actually close towards market. That's what I love. Those are the tiny details that make your entire possibility to gain room as Guild be denied.
You know what's funny? Because that's like a cascading effect, right? We have seen Magnum put his camera on the window in Garage. That camera tagged Draken in market, and because of that fact, Draken had to sacrifice time to pull out the dart from himself, and that allowed Decker to just get that smoke and the lever going on. But again, first seconds of the map, or of the round, Decker gets a first blood. There's a player being tagged. Decker knows exactly where he is. He's just gonna spam. Mystic gets the kill through the wall, and everything is falling apart for Guild. Although this round was on a buy where they had worse utility, but Yasin now has a Vandal and has a Showstopper. Is this winnable? This can be turned around. 10 seconds still. Recon Bolt for Draken. We can see Mystic already on the position with the postman line. Oh my!
I mean, at this point, you're asking yourself, how do I counter them? What do I need to do to get them off the server? Usually it's Yasin who always has solutions to this, but also, he's taken out. Pace the depth of nature. This brings the number 8 to Fnatic. A significant lead. A wonderful margin. And I'm gonna read that out loud here, Lothar. Guild pick Ascent.
I mean, let me take a look at my notes. If I'm not mistaken, in the past 20 matches, they only played Ascent twice and won once. The last match on Ascent was against FPX, which they lost 13-9.
That'll work.
So not much data actually to look into Ascent. I was kind of surprised when they picked it, but I was hoping they have something prepared. But so far it seems like Fnatic is prepared, I'd say, more convincingly.
Oh, I'm very interested to see what Bonkar has in plan with those doubles. Probably the other one is the gravity wall to then be sucked in.
Yeah, because the thing is, when it's an elevation, right? It's harder to escape it.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
you cannot counter the movement exactly. But Deck again, we can't even like analyze anything, but Deck is always there.
He's on it. He's striking, and Doma and Co are finding frags swiftly. Yasin's ult again was desperately looking for frags, not for room, but Doma is humiliating and beheading them one after another. Brilliant stuff coming out here from Fnatic. They use the momentum and speed. Left lane Autobahn it is. And the inline 5 is firing. No chance to escape. Full traction on. Fnatic do not miss right now.
They're insane and on fire. The pace is also there. Like they don't wait. They just go in, try to capitalize on the moves, and I feel like everything is just being, let's say, amplified by the info that they get, right? They have Boaster and Magnum giving away informations with the drone, with the recon, with the camera. The flanks are protected because of Magnum. Doma doesn't really have to smoke in every single round because there's Viper, which can supplement, be a substitute for the smoke essentially, with the wall. So they can open up with a paranoia instantly at the beginning of the round and just push with numbers. So everything here is very aggressively tailored towards the gameplay, and it really shows.
Last round before the switch.
Last round before the switch, the good old announcer says, and it's a real disaster for a guild. Coming in with the numbers, because, you know, I'm in love with that. Ascent is, with the low sample size we have, to 69% 1 on the attack side. So that gives us a little bit of hope when we talk about guild. Fnatic, in the meantime, when we talk about Ascent, they're pretty much equal on both defense and attack. So it's not like we see them right now flourish because they can set the pace. The numbers tell us, and that's the thing that we focus on right now, that they are capable of doing it on both sides.
The thing is, they're gonna face Mystic on defense. And that Viper is gonna have a very similar effect to what we have seen on Haven in the previous match. She's gonna stall, but Yassine gets the judge kill from the one-way, but Bosa gets the trade. In the meantime, 3 players from Mystic are being held hostage by the wall from Sage. They're gonna just wait it out. They don't know if the Sage is still on top of it. It's a 4v4, so they don't really have to push anything. They can just wait it out. Now Guild has info that 1 player is top mid, but they still don't know where the execution will be. So they're uncertain where to rotate, or even to rotate, or just play retake. And you can see that they're just playing a little bit awkwardly. There's 1 player in A lobby right now trying to get info. Draken is rotating towards A short because of the judge. He cannot hold any other position. But Leo, holding the market, gets the first kill and gets the second. This guy is nuts, and he has the res now.
Yep, that's giving them an opportunity to bring Yassine back, but he's on the other side of the map. I doubt that they'll consider doing it. Here comes the info. And poor Boaster coming in with a very lackluster arrow there. Taken out. And here is Guild down to just 3, which is a sinister scenario for the Swedish squad, because they are, you know, they're to me a team that have a great leader in the form of Barnkar, whilst our system is built up on just listening to him, but at the same time all just coming together, coming in with the ideas. But they also have an excellent coach who was so known in other FPS titles for bringing up Swedish talents. Draken is one example. Res, if you heard of him in NIP. Same goes for Safe, back when he was playing in Singularity in another game. So there I believe that he could also play a crucial role with the mental state. But right now he can't do much. Those are the guys on the server. They gotta make the change, and the pistol might just bring it.
And taking into consideration the 3 rounds by Guild, 2 of them are basically won by Leo. So it's dire straits for Guild right now. They need this pistol round to stay afloat. And Derek just gets a first blood because that's what he does. And he gets an infantry. He still has the dash, but can't use it because he's being destroyed by the frenzy. The trap is being destroyed. They cut off the mid. So now Market is the possible execute. But Fnatic, just playing slowly, taking their time. They are probably gonna just play retake. Mystic holding B with a Toxin Cloud one-way ready on B side, so he doesn't move from there. But now there's a smoke for on Doma. He knows, he hears, and now he gets the info. The other players, yes, there's an execute on A, and they're already on site.
3 remain. Bonkar's bringing that one down. And that Toxin ain't making a change. A long way for Mystic to move. And look at that pre-fire. They just wait. Boaster sent that dart in, but it's not happening now. Doma, Boaster, and Mystic. The Fnatic trio to change the pace, and a wall being set at that point in time. They tried to come in. Here comes nothing else in the paranoia, and Bosta is sucked slightly, but it doesn't change the matter of fact that Yasin is there to change it up. Mystic falls as well. Doma tries his best. 9-4 it is. And Fnatic, they don't get the pace this time. They don't get the speed right here. And there you have it. The possibility of a change might just come swift.
That was a much needed round for Guild, but it didn't start positively for them. We did see the first kill go towards Fnatic, and still they managed to bring it back. So kudos to Guild. This is the hope at the end of the tunnel, right? This is the small light at the end of the tunnel, because right now they will probably capitalize with full buy. By the way, Leo with a Vandal small shield on the second round, while Fnatic, 3 Classic, 2 Sheriffs, they push in, but they lose to Yasin. Oh no, he's fueling that Showstopper already. 2 orbs are missing from the Showstopper. This is a big thing.
He gets the spike. Yeah, wonderful detail.
Caution here.
He will take the spike to get another one of those orbs, which is bringing him just a step closer. Now another frag, which he's absolutely capable of.
Or a death.
And the man got his ult. And there you go.
It's a death, but he has the Showstopper ready, and that will exactly set the tempo for the next round. The Showstopper will probably be an opener. Draken gets a kill through the smoke. Mystic, the man, legend, but 23 HP is not enough to bring it back or even damage the economy. And this is not looking good right now for Fnatic. They're gonna have a full buy, while Guild is gonna be on that bonus round. But Yasin has that Showstopper, and if they can convert that Showstopper into an advantage, they can break the economy for Fnatic pretty well and get that comeback going. So now let's take a look at Fnatic's economy. 2 people with small shields, 3 players with big shields, full economy. The Toxin Cloud is already set up on the one way on B. The wall is already also used on B, so there's a defensive setup there. But Derka goes, I don't even know what's his thought process here. I'm just gonna peek mid. They're like a madman. This guy is nuts, and he wins that one and gets the heal. Sorry, he doesn't get the heal because they have no Sage. So, but he gets those first bloods. It's insane. We have to check the stats on this man after this match.
Surely we will. As Draken capitalizes on Derka, here is that Jet falling. The attack though on the A side has been formed. Guild are bringing that spike down, and the retakes ain't gonna be that easy. You see Viper has to make an entire move over, and Boaster, there's nothing to clear. They all are on the side or on long, with Draken with some likelihood having a shock dart ready to deny that possibly incoming diffuse. Magnum starts the retake, and here is the frag number 1. More has to come his way. There is nothing left on the end of the shock darts. Bonker is just waiting underneath heaven, which could become a problem because he is the one who might be just hidden. Nope, ain't happening. Boaster wants to try it. The retake's on, and that spike is about to be defused. Boaster's out, and that means the IGL can't lead the charge anymore. The time's ticking. Doma is low HP, and they might have just brought it home. Yes, they did. Draken closes the case. High cost, but at the end, the reward is there.
That was a nuts round. I didn't see it going Guild's way. No way. Like, we have seen an opening first blood again go towards Fnatic, but then Dirk died on Haven on A. I think like that was a pretty unnecessary death because it opened up the entire site. He was only on 11 HP after the initial fight on mid, right? But a valiant effort by Fnatic when it comes to the retake. I wanted to point out that Mystic has a lineup from B side. Before he starts rotating, he's using a snakebite that lands on A short to just kind of stop the push. But so far, twice it was a little bit too late, and it didn't help out his teammates too much. Right now, there's a pretty default setup from Fnatic. They're with the Sheriffs, 1 judge available from Magnum on A short. 5 people just going in on B. Yasin is going nuts. He knows the position of Mystic, gets the kill. Gets a second one. This is all falling apart for Mystic, but then the judge gets the kill.
At least some delight.
Yeah,
but the scrimmage just massive. No real losses on the side of Guild though. They're still in a spot where they most likely will bring in all of those weapons, which once more lets the economy and the money amass, something they definitely need to defeat Fnatic in the long run. They're coming closer. The tie is just 2 rounds away, but the mainly British squad should now have some proper weapons in their hands.
You can question like why Yasin did go for the showstopper on the previous round against a eco basically, right? But he just wanted to open up space, and he knows that even if he gets that showstopper and doesn't get a kill, he will get a lot of orbs this round because he's first on site, and he's more likely to kill his opponent than he's being killed by them because of the inferior equipment. So he still builds up the next showstopper, and he's already 3 out of 7. So this is just like a way of making sure that they're gonna capitalize on this round, and he's going for the next orb. Derke will hear the orb. Will he pick it? He goes for it, but there's 3 people there, and he got butt blocked by Doma by accident.
No. Yeah, and this somewhat could have also killed him. They know where Boaster stands. And this is absolute disaster right here. Derke whiffs those tiny blades. Something you don't usually see from him, really. I mean, this man's capable of disabling an entire attacking machine, but right now, Guild is in the driver's seat. They tell you which direction it all goes. And I mean, a save seems somewhat inevitable. Maybe some exits here and there, but look who's waiting back in spawn. The lurking safe, the little ghost from Guild, is not going to find anyone. Boaster got him on his radar.
And this is... They just want to save. Like, they have no economy to just get it going for the next round. Even if they get 2 kills, it's not worth it. Right now, Guild didn't lose a single round on attack. They already have a lot of economy. Leo has the ultimate as well, so he can res 1 player, bring it back. Also got spammed through the wall. Oh, Magnum, he's holding this fearlessly, and he did cost his team 1 rifle. So this is pretty interesting.
Take a look at it. It's losing all the weapons. All the weapons. Not a single rifle to be safe. Fnatic.
Oh, this is not looking good.
Yeah, on the breadline. The lads can't really afford anything. Getting the sheriffs out, that's nice and great, but they're being stalled. The machine that has been running on full speed on a 9-3 half, keep that in mind, is suddenly not firing anymore. And it's time for a change to some degree. I mean, Guild was capable of continuously setting up the pace here.
Yeah, and it was mostly on A, while Mystic just holds B. And, you know, the only executes happening on B was where there's a half buy, basically, from Fnatic. This is where they know that that Mystic will not have a full buy, basically. Okay, Boaster goes in with the Spectre, gets a triple
Exactly
kill.
what you need. Finally starts up that kind of machine. We just talked about it. They stalled, and no power was there. It seems like they found the master switch. Let's see if there was going to be another outage. Sturk is already moving. Man's waiting on heaven. Could have been heard. Only got the Marshall. It's still a good damage dealt. Draken gonna live with 15 points of health, but both got their ult. And if Draken just says bye-bye, I'm gonna see you next round, I'm just gonna use my ult, that could be the game changer. Hunter's Fury is there to make the impossible things make work. Bonkar's taking some room. That's wonderful. Look at the ult. It's so crucial from Doma to change up something. Draken has denied him, but they now know that he's exactly ready for that. They're aware. They still need to kill the Astra. They still need to eliminate Bonkar. Oh, and he's just making himself a little cave. Nobody can come and attack except they cross the line. And crossing the line is just the thing right there. Bonkar will try. Oh, he's getting actually attacked from his own teammate. Doesn't change the matter of fact that he's still trying to make it work. And it's the last one. This is the last charge. It could be the double digits coming in from Fnatic, and they do. 2 seconds, 50 milli left, and Fnatic bring the double digits when needed. It was close, it was tight, but it's theirs.
My god, what a round. That could have gone either way, like during that retake. I was really worried for Fnatic. Derke was really low on HP. The Cosmic Divide was so well played. But look at Boaster. He's the hero of this round. He's the hero of this round because that triple kill opened up not only the entire round, but it forced Guild to rotate to A, which allowed then Mystic and Doma to pick up the rifles from the dead bodies in B garage, and that was crucial. This is why Derke was waiting for that retake, because his teammates had to get those guns and then rotate to him, but that basically allowed them to get something going, because with pistols not much will happen. Derke just goes in, stops the showstopper, I guess, to some degree, but Yasin gets revived.
All good info. Magnum is trapped. Man can't do much. Nope. Any move is immediately going to be punished. And so Bostar and his boys gotta swap it around. They just secured the double digits. That's crucial. That's so important. And at the same time, the big issue is at what cost? Because it was very costly. They try to make their move, or will they retreat? Here comes the smoke. Paranoia is not there anymore for Doma, so none of those players are going to be blinded, as Boaster will try. He still is on it. Mystic is joining, and Draken waits. But this is not the crucial part, because Leo is coming from the sidelines. The man is flanking, and as his lurk might be just paid off, does Mystic have it on the radar? He does! But all he does is whiff, and this is so sad. Fnatic nearly had it. The 11th was just already in reach. But Guild won to equalize, and it's their pick. They won it home.
Leo, the MVP of this match so far. Like, this guy single-handedly won so many rounds for Guild and kept them afloat, so the comeback is just now possible. Insane. But one thing I have to question from Fnatic, like, they see that they don't have enough stopping power on A, right? There's not enough utility to stop the attack from Guild. So, I feel like there has to be some switch made. Maybe the Viper Wall to stop the push, the Toxin Cloud being used on A instead of B. There's the ultimate right now being used, the Viper's Pit on Garage B. Still 2 players there taking control. In the meantime, mid is in fight. Derek gets the hit, but 2 people fall on A short and on mid. So now the A is opened up. Save gets the info. They know where can they execute. They'll just run towards the side, get the plan, and it's gonna be 3 versus 4 retake with only 2 rifles and Derke on the Marshal. If Derke gets 1 kill, he will have the Bladestone available, but that trap, oh, that could have been close, but he gets killed anyway. Whew. Heartbreaking for Fnatic this round, for sure. They also like tried to capitalize on the Viper Spit, but it was basically nullified by the team going the other way. But Magnum gets the first kill. He doesn't even try anymore. He just gets the 1 kill and goes back.
The rifle is what he needs. And it is the saddest part for me here, Lothar, that one of the most valuable ults of the game, Viper Spit, has been used, and it didn't find anything. There was no success, and it's not that I basically blame Mystic for doing it. It's just that they really fall short in every single round so far. Great stuff, Magnum, now having the ult as well. But Fnatic, again, they're being overrun so often. They don't contest A main that often. And when they do, they very often fall short. So you see, there's a lot of cases where often is being used because it unfortunately often fails. And I'm somewhat saddened by it. But Fnatic can still bounce back. I do have high belief that right now is the time for them.
Oh, look what is just happening. Something that I literally mentioned around before. Now Mystic is playing on A, and he's reinforcing the defenses with the Viper Wall. And this is very much needed, because so far we didn't see something that Liquid was doing on Haven, right? They were stopping the pushes with the Viper Wall for a very extended period of time. And I feel like that might be the game changer for them. Now Guild will have to respect the wall, because so far, on any single round of defense, we didn't see it. It was either held for retake or already used in the beginning of the round on B to just use it for retake or stopping the push on the side alone, but not before it. So this is going to be a big switch up, and Guild is, you know, it's not aware of it. This might catch them off guard because they didn't have to face this yet. Let's see what they're going to execute. They play for now a default positioning. Bonker holds B lobby from any push. Leo just holds in case someone goes for A short. 1 player on top mid, but Derke just holds A short. Everyone is very patient this one. Everyone just holds their ground, holds the angles. No one is over eager to peek. But it has to happen at some point.
Yep.
There's the trigger on the Viper Wall. It goes through A short, through A side, and through mid. But on mid, it's missed. It doesn't go on the bottom. Oh no! Mystic missed the wall. It's opened.
No way.
Oh, that shouldn't have happened.
No, it shouldn't.
And they don't know about it because no one is holding mid, so they have no idea that the gate is not being smoked off by the wall. But they still have the trap there, so they didn't lose any map control. Now everyone else is trying to get B from Guild, and they're slowly creeping up on the side. They don't know about the one-way smoke yet. Something that we have seen from Mystic every round, but not yet really used.
My goodness.
30 seconds.
The room, though. The room Durka has taken, it's so crucial. And I'm quite sure he could flow over that tripwire. Does it make a change, though? We're gonna find out. Bonker needs to make a move. His squad is just about to reach the site. Durkin nearly sees the heads, but suddenly there is the Blade Storm. He finds one another, and it comes in with Mystic. Those tiny little swords are actually in the head of everyone of Guild. And Mystic says, I've put a few bullets in there as well. The 11th is secured. And again, at what cost? Ult had to be used. A lot of abilities came in, but as long as they find it, I think Fnatic is happy. This is not their map choice, and this could leave him with a very comfortable second map.
Yeah, but this round was so important, and I feel like that was basically enabled by Mystic here, because he now had a global presence this round, right? He had the defenses upgraded on A with the Viper Wall. He still had his Toxin Cloud on B, so he stopped the push. He used the Snake Bite. That bought the time again for Derker to lurk and get, in a similar manner, something that we have seen from Yampi in the previous match, to get that lurk on. But now Derker on 10 HP.
Oh, Mystic with a good move. Actually eliminating Yassine before he was able to destroy the door. Now it's done. And you see the wall this time is a little bit different position, because I think you're right, Lothar. They noticed that there is a gap directly in middle, so they swapped it up slightly with a lineup they know, and that works.
I mean, you can still get the lineup on the gate itself. You just have to position it a little bit lower. But this one is also pretty good because it's closer to the trap that they set up on mid. But now Guild is trying to get map control on B side. They already have market, they already have garage, so they know they're basically entrapping the opponents. Either they're on site or on CT. There's more info being given by Draken. Does he get the hit? He does. But Fnatic gets 2 kills in the meantime.
This is so crucial. Yeah, that's the spike. Draken has one hell of a task ahead of him. And surely this is the kind of man that is capable of doing so. Mystic might be already out. Nope, the dart is not hitting according to plan. And with 15 seconds, it's time for a move. The Dragon from Sweden has now to strike, but no chance with Dirk having you in his crosshair. 12th round secured.
Well played by Mystic. Like that one way right now, on the catwalk, it just allows him to hold it indefinitely. Because when he has the one way up, no one can push for it from that location, right? If he puts a snake bite as well, then he can turn off the one way because no one will push for the snake bite, and just or do it the same at the same time. Like you cannot push for that. Then you have to go through the stairs, but that allows Derker to hold it from CT. So it's very tough to push through any of the positions, and now it's also tough to push through A side because of the wall. And now let's take a look. Guild, on the match, Fnatic is on the match point, so Guild has to buy everything that they can. So we have 3 rifles, a Spectre, and a Frenzy. Wait, minus 5k for Bonkar? Who has a operator here? Maybe lies on the ground? I'm not certain what happened here.
We're gonna find out. Yeah, surely. We're gonna find out.
But in general, like, they have to commit to this side fully, but they have to push for the wall or allow the opponents to rotate.
No, I think it's actually not coming down to that. I think he was actually giving a weapon to one of his teammates and buying full armor. And a star, most likely. That's my equation in this. But 5k, still, you're right, it's a little odd. Either way, getting away from that, Magnum has to escape the nades that are coming his way. And as those pain shells deal damage according to plan, they try to conquer the site. Not that easy this time around. Funny-wise, the wall has not been used yet. As though it's a clear sign of attack, right? They could just pretty much bring it up and get the toxin activated, but they ain't doing that. Bonker seems to set it all up. That wall, that ult is about to come in. And that might just give him the control over the A site. Whilst Fnatic are just waiting, to find number 13. Success on the first map. All the control in A main belongs to Guild. Whilst they don't rule out any other positions here, Fnatic does not know what's happening on B. They don't know what's happening in middle. Does it matter? Doesn't necessarily. There comes the first wall, but also the Viper one is working with them here. They could still try. Leo is considering it, but now it's a matter of seconds. Boaster's coming in with the first shock, and they just could potentially wait for that Cosmic Divide to just chime away. Ain't happening. Here comes the Gravity Well to deny you from that diffuse, but sooner or later they're gonna make the move. They all tried to move over short, that's nice and great, but here they clear the site. Nobody's around. Magnum got him hit the first, and he does! Oh, he's eager with his move, but he can't just escape in time, and there's all the info. Here's all the info they need. Magnum finds the first! Oh, he does! But whiffs another few bullets, it could still bring in the round, and they do! The chaos and the carnage on the site doesn't change. That Fnatic bring home number 13. Oh, what a final round here.
It's actually kind of hilarious how it just evolved, because the Cosmic Divide allowed them to get the side, get the plant, and also ignore the Viper wall, right? They just could go through it because no one could capitalize on the position, because there's only one angle that allows them to being spammed, and that was the right side. They cleared, they go inside, they plant. But then they don't have the side control because they have no idea what's happening behind the Cosmic Divide, so they have to fall back. Again then though, they have to fight the Viper wall. So they have to go through a short. That's where Magnum gets the kill, gets the info, and they get the get the defuse for free. It was a textbook play by Fnatic here, and all of this is being enabled once they switched up the Mystic setup from the Viper. Once the wall was being used on mid and A, they easily won the next 4 rounds.
Right, and it's maybe not much more that is left. Guild has another obstacle in their way, and it's their opponent's map pick. Bind we are going to see in just a second. You better grab yourself something to drink and some snacks, because I can promise you this is gonna be some action. We'll just be right back.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the
Welcome back to the EMEA Challengers Playoffs, where Fnatic just edged out Guild on Ascent. I'm your host Yinsu, and I'm joined on the desk once again by Zescht and Lothar. Now, that was a little bit heartbreaking for Guild to lose those last 3 rounds like that, but Zescht, very promising for Fnatic, given they don't really play this map all that often.
Absolutely. I was somewhat astonished that when they set the pace, they set it pace this way. It worked brilliantly. And of course, the Dirk effect came in. Something I very much love to see was his kind of aggression and his kind of room creation that he's capable of doing when we talk about this man going onto a site. He's dashing there, he's using his smokes according. Best example for me was when they were trying to attack that B side, for example, when we saw them actually use the smoke, when the dash to close the door, which denies any room for the side of Guild. It's lovely to watch. Those are the tiny details which I very much enjoyed. And I do believe that when we head on our second map right here, we're going to see more of that.
And we cannot just not talk about Leo as well. He was he was a star, you know, like Guild without Leo, I would say they probably wouldn't have such a close map as they did. On defense, he single-handedly won 2 rounds. And just remember, guys, they only won 3 rounds on defense, something that we didn't anticipate. Ascent is a little bit defense-based, and Guild had a hard time stopping Fnatic when it comes to their executions. But let's talk a little bit about the attack defense from Fnatic. It was a little bit awkward. Like they couldn't just hold it. They couldn't hold the sides correctly, and they had to like make a tactical pause to switch up their plan. Here you can also see why Leo was such a big impact. 24 kills with 2.7 KD. It's kind of nuts how much weight did he pull so far. And then, but I'm really impressed with Fnatic's team, let's say so far, because it seems like they switch up from with the 2 players. Derek and Magnum are just pulling so much weight, like when it comes to personal prowess, and they're creating so much space for the team.
Sorry. Yeah, we spoke about this in the pre-match as well, Zescht, you know, about Boaster and the impact he's bringing. We said he's not the kind of IGL that finishes on the top of a scoreboard. And maybe he heard us and he's kind of like, yeah, no, I'm going to prove those guys wrong. But really, really good from him as well on that Sova today.
True. At the same time, the entire scoreboard is just a hoax. What is this? It didn't make any sense. We were seeing when we took a look at it, you know, Boaster's coming in with 17 frags and 16 devs, Sturkey with 17-20. They're all somewhat equal. And when the viewers who paid a good bit of attention to the scoreboard throughout the kind of comeback we saw from Guild, it always looked to me like there was not a single scenario where Fnatic was in the lead. You know, when you take a look at the scoreboard, it's like, wait a second. How is Fnatic actually winning this? Where does that work? But they still made it work. And one crazy part for me was, especially when we talk about impact, Durka only had 17 kills, you might have said. And some might just think, oh, that's low impact for a Jet. The man has, though, 9 out of 17 of those frags as entries. He opened up those sites. He created room. And he made it possible for his team to enter such sites. And this is where I love the work of Jet, just seeing him as not necessarily always the one who has to make major impact, but also who just opens a site. You don't need 30 kills. Open the site, make it work for your team.
This is something that we did witness on Attack a lot. Like, he gets the first blood, and he's not worried about collapsing on what he did manage to get, right? There's always someone behind him. He creates the space for the next player. So even when he dies, this is why he has 20 deaths, right? He has 20 deaths because he gets the first blood and tries to get even more space for his team. So the second confrontation that he has most likely equals to his death. But then a second player goes in, takes his place, gets the trade, and the entire map is open. And this is something that was being consistently made by Fnatic. On defense, we have seen Dirk a little bit over-eager doing the same. On mid, he was just peeking all the time, and he had like this small battle with Yasin all the time, but it was like a 50-50 if he wins or not. And sometimes because of that, he was going back with 10 HP, and they had no heal. So on defense, it was a little bit more detrimental for the team, but on attack, he is the sole reason why Fnatic had 9 rounds won.
I wouldn't say the sole reason. I think the team also stepped up, the rest of those guys. We saw them all have individually huge rounds as well. But I agree with you. I think he does obviously opens a lot of space for this team. And there's a reason why he's the fan favorite right now for Fnatic. But we are going to have to move on to Bind, the second map coming up. Now, for Ascent, we weren't quite sure what we were going to get from Fnatic. They surprised us a little bit here and there. But Lothar, Bind is Fnatic's playground. This is their map, people globally have looked to Fnatic when it comes to tactics and when it comes to how they play this map, and this is where it's going to get a little bit more comfortable for them.
Yeah, and you know what? I typically in this spot I love to play to talk about compositions and so on, and like reiterate what was happening in the previous maps and previous matches, but today, I feel like the theme is, oh, you know what, we're gonna play completely differently than we have played in the past. Like everyone is preparing something in secret, and I don't know if we're gonna see the same composition that we have seen in the past. Like when it comes to Fnatic, in the past 7 matches on Bind, they played 2 different compositions. One is Astra, Jet, Phoenix, Sage, and Sky, and the second one incorporates Viper. It's Brimstone, Raze, Sky, Sova, Viper. Now, what they will do right now, will they incorporate Astra together with Viper? That's what I would guess, but will we see it? No clue. When it comes to Guild, it's all also like very hard to predict, and I love this because we're gonna have a lot of theory crafting in the future. But historically speaking, Fnatic is super strong on Bind. They have fantastic stats on it. They have really good postman lineups. They were one of those teams that cultivated the composition with the Viper on Bind as well.
I just love this. I just love this map for the reason that Boaster is taking not even a risk, because it's not a risk anymore, but at the same time, taking the kind of decision to swap away from Astra, which they only played once, to stick to his Brimstone. He just loves Brimstone, and I cannot even hate him for that. There's no reason to. Boaster can add a lot easier with Brim. He's easier on rotating on defense with that, and he can just make his own kind of prowess useful in that sense, because he's not always in this kind of state of mind that Astra is. He's just Brim. He just smokes. He just mollies. We know what kind of combinations you can do with that agent, and I just love to see it, because as we saw on the scoreboard, Boaster's just not there to think. The man's also there to play, and he's also there from time to time to rock the scoreboard.
Well, we got to remember also, we've seen teams like Ascend and Team Liquid as well admit that they've looked to Fnatic for some inspiration. They've taken some parts from this team comp and the way they play this map. There's no reason why Barber and Guild wouldn't do the same. I'm sure they have done their homework, but this is going to be a bit of an uphill battle for them, because unlike Ascent, this is where Fnatic play over and over again. But however, if we know the teams in Europe, we know they like to anti-strat, and there's tons of data on Fnatic on this map. We are going to head into agent select now and see what the teams choose. But yeah, with data, with there being a lot of things that Guild can do to anti-strat, it might not be as comfortable for Fnatic as we originally kind of imagined. But again, it might come down to the team comp. It does feel like playing Viper on here is a no-brainer, and it would be quite surprising for a team not to choose Viper. But absolutely zero surprises from Fnatic, Lothar. We've seen this over and over and over again.
This is a very stable composition. Honestly, I'm a little bit disappointed we don't see Astra, but Boaster on that Brimstone, he was doing a great job in the past. And that one additional molly actually makes a difference also within this team composition when it comes to the post plant and just taking control of the map as well. But when it comes to Guild, another Brimstone. So no Astros in this match. Zescht, how is this possible?
Easily by looking at the stats and telling you that they have pretty much played that all the time this way. So it's no big surprise. Both of those lineups are no big surprise in this case. They just enjoy it that way. Bind is specifically interesting when we take a look at Guild, because I do believe this is a map where individual strength could come in. Those guys are quite good at retaking, I have to admit. At the same time, the A side is what we need to take a look at here, Lothar. The A side on Bind is where, with the low sample size granted, they pick up 91% of those bomb plants converted into victory. So we're going to find out. I'm very excited.
Well, Leo on Phoenix is going to be quite scary as well. But will it be enough for them to level things up? Because they have to win here if they want to avoid the lower bracket. Over to you, Zescht and Lothar.
Thank you very much for that one. Thanks for swapping over, and we will bring you the hottest action when it comes down to Bind. Fnatic have now already demolished the living room of Guild, left it absolutely destroyed, and now head to the next one to destroy another piece of living, another situation where Guild might just fall short early on. We saw the kind of strength Fnatic can bring in the first half, but that obviously was when they were attacking. Now they start off by defending the bomb sites.
And when it comes to Guild on attack, so far in the matches on Bind, and we had 5 matches of Bind in the past 20 matches in general, they always executed the pistol rounds on the B side. And I wonder if this is going to be happening as well, because remember, counter-stratting is a big thing, and both of those teams are playing the comfort picks here on Bind. You can easily read into that, but look at this. Guild faking the attack on A, but the push is being stopped by Mystic. The Viper Wall just puts that push to stop. In the meantime, there's the spike going towards B, but now slowly are rotating. They are not gonna go and execute that B. That fake on A was unsuccessful. And because of that, we're gonna see more players going to A short. But the thing is, there's a one-way here. So Mystic is holding a lockdown right now on both showers and A short, and no one can go through that. Oh, Derek missed a player. There's no info about anyone in showers. This might actually end really badly for Derek. Just these 3 players going to just walking by. 2 lamps.
But he escaped. No worries. Starker is still there to eliminate Bongar. He's going further. But no, at one point, you gotta fall. 35 seconds. Boaster tries to charge through. He definitely hurt Drake. He moves forward. Such a brilliant move from the Brit. Wants to get more. He does. And saves low HP. He's grabbing that one as well. Boaster's not to be stopped. And this is the IGL striking again. We talked about him, that he's not just the big brain, but the big fragger as well. Has to fall at one point. But 100% on Magnum. The man will not fall that easily. He should capitalize on it, and he will.
The big brain on Boaster. What a fantastic play.
That connecting smoke.
Yeah, and he had the patience and the calmness to pull out that arm, that computer on the arm, to set up the smoke while his opponent was planting. He knew there are 2 players next to him somewhere, but he just had that patience. And he was also on a debuff by the Alamo board. He got massive damage from the turret on the left side. He was left on 4 HP. Boaster single-handedly winning this round and making it possible for Fnatic. Deka had an awkward fight on side, and by the way, Mystic also put a very important thing to stop the plant. He used one of the snake spites to just on the default plant, so he bought time for his team. That allowed Boaster actually to capitalize on that. Oh, but Yasin just sneaks by on Labs, gets a kill, but Deka holds at an angle. 3 kills for him.
Yeah.
Smoke's down.
You know, I'm still stunned by good old wonderful Brimstone in the form of Boaster. Burke is still trying, get a little bit more, because fueling up that Huntress Fury is obviously something that you want to have in the upcoming rounds again and again. It is a game changer. It splits up the sides. It causes a lot of trouble and turmoil. Safe is waiting. Eliminated at last. Poor Drake blinded. Lothar, 2-0 is pretty much safe, I would say. Obviously, if this is going to be a clutch, Reddit is going to hate on me, but thank God, I'm right. Predictions not working every day, huh?
Well, this was a very rare sight to behold if that would have been a clutch.
Oh, we saw it. Remember how Shaw took out Liquid?
Yeah, that was nuts. And then we have seen Link with those ultra clutches as well, although not in the second round, but we had some crazy clutches today, so... And we know that Leo, an example, is capable of stuff like that over and over. So there might be some clutches ahead of us, but so far, a comfortable 2-0 lead for Fnatic. They build up a bonus round. Doma on the Sheriff tries to build up some pressure on mid, and he actually was successful. He made some presence, and no one is pushing for that. Through there, Save did set up his turret for that mid control. In the meantime, a default setup on the entire map. No one is pushing anywhere. This is a waiting game. Right now, Leo checks the angle, so he knows that no one pushed on that side. So he knows that this can just hold. And the question is, what will be the comms? What is the next step for everyone? Now Leo gets the communications for his teammate. There's still one way on A short. We probably want to gonna push through that. Shower's control is being slowly taken over by Draken. A lot of stuff is happening on the entire map right now. I'm not sure if you guys are following, but there's just a lot of information being gathered by both teams. Everything is being used to just get a little bit of info. A drone, a molly to clear a corner, and now slowly after those, all of that utility being used, Guild is advancing towards hookah. 2 players with the spike going there. Yasin clears one corner with the nade, but he is being damaged by the counter nade from Doma. Now they know that he was on the backside. Magnum holds the garden, wins the duel.
Oh, but does he find more? Yes, he does. They obliterate them. No chance. No trespassing allowed. Yasin. Fall. Finally. And the man with the rifle in hand, the young Swede, is bringing it through. 5 players remain. Fnatic stack up big dollar bills and can be happy about the yield they have obtained. Seems like they invested in some very odd cryptocurrency, the way they have made their money, but, well, it's real money. It's working for them. The credits are on the bank account, and they will use them. And this is so critical for me, Lothar. If we talk about building momentum, if you consistently get a good paycheck out of every round, you will not be stopped after just one interruption.
I mean, look at the cash right now. Everyone comfortable sitting on almost 2 full buys. I mean, it's actually 2 full buys after the next round. So this is looking terrible for Guild right now. They only saved 1 gun from the previous round, small shields. Draken is 2 away from his ultimate. Leo 1 off, Yasin 1 off. So there's a small comfort to the next round because they will have like a lot of ultimates available. But Draken opens up with the first blood. What a big move!
Big move.
Single-handedly opening the entire round.
Oh. The boasts are still there. Could procure the molly as it bounces off. Close, but not close enough. And this brings Guild in a situation where the cheap weaponry should bring them the first round. Sounds weird, sounds odd, but it could be the case. But here it is Boastar killing Bonker. The IGLs are fighting, and they're fighting hard. The round wants to go in the way of Fnatic as they try to retake ground. Magnum with the flash sees the first man blind, the second one in the corner as well. He's running out of ammo. It's not that easy. You can't trespass nobody else than Leo. He's been on fire on Ascent. He's going to continue on Bind. Number 1 on the board for Guild.
A really awkward round. I would sum it up this way, right? Draken with the insanely valuable double kill at the beginning of the round basically opened up the site. Boaster missing a little bit on that molly, did not delay the plant. Because of that they lost a little bit of a ground, but this shouldn't have happened. This was the round where Fnatic should have been comfortably sitting at 4-0, and this is a very important win for Guild. That one round will give them a little bit of air into their wings. Yasin has a showstopper ready, but he goes into showers, which is kind of tough to go with the double slashes out of. Shoulder peeking and missing.
Boom. Disappointment. For a second, I hope that's something Yasin can work with. I'm not quite sure, because the thing is, just from a kills perspective, not from the room gain perspective, his ult has not been too successful throughout this best of 3. But as his ult didn't bring him something this time, it's a good bit of room that they just guide. What the hell was that? Boaster's denying room. He sets it all on fire, combo. And that is so good. That denies them. Welcome back to the B side, at least one of them. And as the Seekers are coming out, they ain't finding a thing. Still, that has been hurt. Free frag for Doma, and only 2 remain on the side of Guild.
Beautiful play by Boaster. The combination of his molly and orbital strike pushed out everyone from lamps, and that allowed Doma to just hold B and get a free kill. No one was expecting this, and now this is gonna be a problem. The time runs out. Doma gets another singular duel 1v1. He wins those, and everything falls apart for Guild. Like, this is gonna be a tough task for Bonker, but we have seen bigger clutches in the past. but it was tough. And now Doma has his own showstopper available, and Dirk as well with the Hunter's Fury. So they can delay the plant for a long time. They have the Snake Bite, they have the Molly from Boaster, they have the Shock Darts, they have the Hunter's Fury. And by the way, something that we didn't see yet from the teams, and I'm probably going to see on an Icebox at some point, that the Viper is going to set up a Toxin Cloud on site. Like, to just use it to delay the plant, because you just treat it as a Nanoswarm or a Molly. That whenever someone wants to plant, you just pop it in and then use a Snake Bite, and you delay the plant for rotations. So we might actually see this at some point, maybe not on Bind, but probably on Icebox. But right now, the wall again, dividing showers. Dirk is being cleared with the drone, and now he is gonna have a hard time being rescued from that. Oh my, that was close.
Yep, that was close indeed. Spike's gonna be down. But, well, we heard that voice line already. There it is again. And suddenly, ouch, that's Magnum. He's getting a little bit of team damage here. But the damage has been dealt. Round still in the hands of Guild, but it's a matter of time, and this could be retaken, because here comes the wall from Phoenix. Good stuff, as Magnum is taking massive damage. He's not burning away yet, and Doma takes out Yassine. Close range rocket. That works at the end, and 2 more remain. Pard, that's free on the side of Fnatic. The ult is coming again and again. Bonkar knows how to use it. They take out safe, but as Leo's agent says, easy, mate.
All right, that was a really awkward round, because what I have seen is that Magnum, it's not a problem that he was tagged by Durka. You know, that's only 26 damage from the Hunter's Fury when you target your own teammate. But the problem was that Durka was using his Tasmanian Tiger during that moment. And when he gets tagged, when he gets any point of damage, it's very similar to Sova's drone. He just gets out of it. Like, bam, you're out. Your Tasmanian Tiger disappears. And they needed that info to clear lamps. So that was the first problem. And then we have seen Magnum just pushing out on side and go straight into Boasters. Molly, and got so much team damage this round. It was actually kind of hilarious. But now, Guild trying to just push with numbers on B. 4 players, and the 5th is joining up. Now he goes to his hookah, but Durka is being called, but he wins the duel. That shouldn't have happened. And now, run it back from Leo. He'll get some space on side. Durka dies. Everything is cleared apart from that smoke. Boaster hiding inside the smoke. 200 IQ. Oh, he doesn't get the. He gets it. But now the lockdown is still in effect. He needs to get a kill. But he stopped the plant.
That's a lot of time. Yeah, that's a lot of time. And the Killjoy might not even have the same effect. They know where the spike's being planted. And safe on the operator could become a problem. Yep, easy one for him. Mystic, the last one standing. And it could be another clutch coming out of Fnatic. But if it's going to work that easy, starting off with such a head, yes indeed. Popping the one off safe. 2 more to go. As his weapon is not that ideal. Also puts another one in the head off Drake, and he's ready for it. Draken could be falling, but it's high damage, not enough. Costly for sure. And Guild, they gotta put a lot of dollar bills right here on the shelf. They gotta put it down and invest again. That's costly, and that's no momentum.
Man, imagine if Spectre would have a bigger penetration value than just this low, measly, like, few points of damage. Because that could have been a clutch. He already was spamming through the wall. Like, kidding here? He was on 51 HP. Draken was so low. Like, that was absolutely nuts. Kudos to Mystic. But now, unfortunately, they're on a low buy. And that allows Guild to build up that economy, unless... Nah, no unless. Guild prevails on A short. They win almost every single duel. And this is the saving grace for the loss of lives that they had in the previous round, because now they're going to build up their economy. It's especially important not to lose more players right now, because the next round is Fnatic's full buy. A lot of utility is ready. This is why we're going to see Fnatic just push on side, get as many kills as possible. They know about the turret, exactly where it is. Boaster still has his utility, has the Vandal available.
Last player standing.
And this is the thing. Boaster, again, trying to strike, diminishing the economy of Guild would be somewhat of a goal for him, but I do doubt that there's much more coming out. And yeah, well, I'm taking it back. It's okay. I'm sorry, Boaster. I didn't mean it that way. The flash comes in to diminish the vision of him, but, well, they escape. They escape in time, no real chance. And as he hears both in teleporter, he does not need to worry. He's on his own, he's bringing the rifle through, and Fnatic, a team, when we talk about Bind, who actually are quite solid when it comes down to retaking A. And we're talking about a bigger sample size. We're talking about 10 overall maps when it comes down to Bind. And they are capable of taking it pretty much in a solid fashion. 61% of those retakes work on A. And so far, when we look a bit how the tendency has been in the last few rounds, once that one belongs, once the territory is in the hands of Guild, they don't give it away that easily. They use their Phoenix right, they deny any room with that screen, for example, and that's something I really like to see. Guild might be on a streak.
And they get a kill on Magnum right now. Oh, that's gonna be painful. Magnum is one of the crucial aspects of the team here to stop the pushes and get the info at the same time. So now they're gonna have to divide their forces and probably get a little bit of map control. This is why we're gonna see Boaster right now push through Hookah at some point to try to get info for his teammates where to rotate. Mystic uses his Viper Pit on Showers, and that's probably something that we're not gonna see from Guild, that they're not gonna push for that. So most likely a lot of people are just gonna go A short, and that's an info. That's an info that the team has.
Oh, Mystic, he's gonna play that so well. Can't escape, you see? Can't capitalize on it. Oh, Mystic. It's a big change right now, and Boaster's escape in the teleporter. All those players from Fnatic try to make that retake look so good. It's not gonna be, though, a task that he can't just do so easily. Mystic still moving around his Toxic. Yassine knows about it. Here comes the next one, but once they just try to edge out, he has a perfect angle on it. Triple secured. Another one coming close. Derek is not eliminated.
Honestly, I'm a little bit surprised that we didn't see Mystic turn off his ultimate. Like, the ultimate right now was detrimental for them. It's basically acted like a smoke from the opponent's team, because it literally finishes at the doorway, right? So there's no way of pushing through it. Look at this here. Like, they have to clear all the angles while going out of it. They had a bit of a higher chance of winning this, or making at least a one kill, if they would just turn off all the utility from the Viper and get wider angles to check even before they peek from the Showers area. So still a very tough round for Fnatic. There's no easy way of just retaking the site anyway. But I loved that situation in Showers. Mystic just avoided the drone. That was hilarious. Like, and he still gets that one kill on Leo. Imagine if he gets the kill on Draken there. Like, he knew exactly where Draken is. But yeah, now another round for Guild where they have a lot of economy build up. Fnatic is struggling. Only one rifle, one judge, 3 sheriffs. The judge is being used in on B window. So that's the area that Guild so far had been successfully avoiding for the entirety of the match, because they know that especially on half buys, you don't want to go into the range of those shotties. So they're gonna do what they were doing before, just a full capitalization on B long. They have a lot of utility to clear all the angles. Yassine is using his satchel to get always the control over the orb and clear someone aggressively peeking. Leo uses his molly to clear the first angle, and now they get the control of the first steps on site, and this is textbook execution so far.
And again, the majority of the players push over Garden onto the B site. No real crazy stuff we see. Boaster, though, could use his orbital to strike. First plant coming in. And that's a little late, but there they go. There to deny it. No big damage dealt. But Magnum is on it. Suddenly, wait a second. He's coming behind our lines. Yes, he does. And this means that the squad of Boaster and co, who are in love with the Sky ult, get all the information. They know about the elbow player. 2 in Garden, easy peasy. Every single piece of information they needed. now belongs to the side of Fnatic, and that could bring it back into a tie. As Boaster continues striking, Operator and Safe is one hell of a threat right now to this team. You don't want to take any further risks. Will Safe anticipate it though? I wouldn't be too surprised if he does. Oh, and he has to make a move! A big mistake! Does not hit the shot, and Bonker's going on. Right click from Boaster though is taking out his counterpart, and that's a single Operator. In the hands of the Swede, definitely a strong tool, but the time's ticking against him and the pressure is high. He wants to bring it through. Yes, he does. 5,000 credits that you don't want to risk.
I don't think even risking the credits here is the take. He just doesn't want to give Fnatic the Operator, right? Because that's the 5k that the opponents are getting when they had a very low economy right now. This was a half buy round. This was a thrifty from Fnatic, and the hero this round is Magnum. He went onto the side with his judge and stopped the plant, and then the entire team capitalized on that. Like, that was so well played by Fnatic. Like, I really liked how they stopped the textbook execution by Guild, because they had the entire control. Like, they had everything. They had cleared entire side. They had smoked off elbow. The only thing that wasn't cleared was hookah, and that was the position of Magnum. He just went in with that judge and went crazy.
Yeah, a funny story actually about Magnum is, when talking to Mini, I will rather hold that thought, because right now it's a big approach. Leo is coming in and taking Boaster. Magnum known, and the big problem, they're not hitting. They're not connecting. 12 points of health. That must have been hurt. See you later. Oh no. How sad is that? He was having a kind of idiot to push through, and then the blast pack's denying.
Well, killing with a blast pack, that doesn't happen often after the nerf. Just remember that the blast pack was dealing 75 damage up close before the nerf. It was actually a killing machine. Especially powerful in pistol rounds, but we don't see that often anymore. Now Save uses both nanoswarms to clear CT and backside. But no capitalization on that yet. Dirk is holding elbow.
That's brutal. Ouch.
And he held it successfully.
Yeah,
he gets those 2 kills, so that's worth. But it's still a 2 versus 3 retake. Mystic, not much utility available to him, only the snake bites.
He's gonna force it. He's definitely gonna force onto it. Oh yeah, and he definitely wants that. But Safe has a say in this. Doma eliminated. And Guild,
last round
in a good spot, very honestly. I didn't expect them to drive away like that with it, but you know, the funny thing is, Bind is a map where they even feel a little bit more comfortable on the defense side. 11 percentage points advantage over when they're holding them up, and that's going to become interesting. Will it be a free mapper here, Lothar? I could imagine seeing that.
Well, we'll see. We'll see what Fnatic has in their pockets or in their sleeves when it comes to attack. But so far, Guild is looking pretty solid. You know, winning on or even getting a draw on the attack. It's pretty nice, but Doma, showstopper and showstopper action.
No way! Oh, what a crazy denial. Both were coming in and tried to stop the show. Who's going to land on the big stage? Well, we know who overcome who. Doma striking. Crazy frag. A brutal frag. The worrying aspect to me here, Lothar, Bonker gets a frag and you have 3 serious ults right here.
And the push on Lamps is so successful. Leo gets the kill. Draken finishes up Mystic, and now that denies all the walls, all the toxin clouds. That's a huge hit for Fnatic. Still, Delke has his Hunter's Fury. He's gonna play safe from his spawn. He's just gonna wait for the plant. So that's one thing. And you know, look at the health. Look at the health on from Draken. He's gonna die to 1 Hunter's Fury. There's 1 hit on Leo. He's at 1 HP. He had 81, and he's getting. Yeah, that
you can't escape.
You can't avoid a judge like that. Has such a big spread. Just 1 pellet kills you with 1 HP. That is the counter Hunter's Fury from Draken.
Well, it's very
unfortunate. Gets a little bit of info.
Yeah, but he doesn't
the
find
molly
anyone.
missed on the other side, but that's just impossible. Impossible to plan where every single angle is being held.
Crazy.
And you could have seen Bonkar planting actually not in the default spot in between the boxes, because that's the one spot where your opponents can just scan through the box and just kill you without even trying, you know. So I like the spot that he chose. to plant from, but the only thing is you are visible from lamps then, and well, it's quite unfortunate. You're like in a tough spot, you know, between an anvil and a hammer, because there's always a bad choice that you will do. It just depends which one is actually the correct one in that situation that they will never know. But hey, now Fnatic on the attack. That's the big test. The pistol round is pivotal. It's 6-6, and whoever wins the pistol round most likely goes and wins the next 2 rounds. Magnum with that one Hulk, it just gives a little bit of space to his team and a little bit of information, then rotates towards B. So this is a small and very slow fake. While Boaster still holds A short, he's probably gonna use some smokes at some point on A that the other team will capitalize on, and just on that fake and just go into B. Well, let's just wait it out. This is why we're gonna see Durka and Boaster use their utility, which is being used right now. There are the smokes on A. There was the drone being used, but they didn't really successfully fake it.
The thing
is a double fake?
Yep. No. The thing is that they were ruling out B long, and considering A, it must be A at that point. But there it comes. All the attack starts to thrive, and this means B is where they want to land. And with Yassine being so low on HP, he can't do much more. Doma considers pushing through. What a crazy plan on the edge. But that could all just work fine, if there wouldn't be too many more shock darts. Durka though takes out safe. Yassine is still on 1 point of health. The problems start to rise for Guild, as that retake ain't that easy. And as I mentioned it, Drake needs to somehow stay alive. It's still a few more players who could make a change. Leo starts defusing, and that one is out in the public. Finally find the frag. Here comes nothing else than the lineup from Mystic. Another one that could come in, and that could be the denial. That could be a round going Fnatic's way. The clock is still ticking, and the pressure is high. They deny any more room. They get a slight bit of information. It's halved. It's time to do something, and Bonkar can make it work.
Oh, that was quite unfortunate. So I was trying to find like the timings. Boaster went all the way from long, where I'm gonna assume used his molly towards the plant, but it was still flying around, and they had Guild already had the spike on health, so it didn't land in time to not allow for the defuse to happen. Good plan from Fnatic, I have to say. This is the first time we see this plan being executed in this way, because that allows you to play your Viper very aggressively. You don't have to like just play passively somewhere for the lineup. You just fight at the same time, which is very cool, and I like that approach. But unfortunately, it was unsuccessful because I feel like there was a small disconnection in the communications of what exactly who holds what and where he uses his utility. But now next round, Guild opens up with the first blood. Saved, doesn't get even any damage in showers. Holds that with the Spectre. Magnum dies, so no more flashes available for Fnatic. Boaster gonna try to get someone from... Oh, he hears 2 players in showers right now.
He's not being spotted.
But he's being held, and this is where Saiv gets the second kill. Well played by Guild.
Yeah,
good execution for Leo when he gets that orb. But Mystic opens up a short.
Yeah, and that's a good wall. A big one. They open up, but the positioning from the players of Guild, they are not that affected by the screen. Spike can't be placed that easily, but Doma flanking around. Uh-oh, it's getting problematic. Guild might just lose to those sheriffs, and Doma was close to flicking that on. Oh, he finds Drake, and this is so crazy. This man does not stop making it work. Goes around the side, one more player, but it ain't it. Leo is gonna be the one who takes it home. 8-6. Guild, costly but working.
That was a crazy round.
Massive.
It's insane actually how expensive this round was for Guild. Like they lost every single player apart from one. So kudos to Fnatic that they actually managed to some degree win this round, right? This is the moment where we're gonna see a very awkward buy for Guild, and you can see that they're just saving a lot of cash for the next buy, basically, so they're not gonna go for the rifles. And Fnatic pushing out with all the rifles, and now they know there's one less player on the side because he teleported, and they get side control. Plant is going on the default mid spot, Toxin Cloud put on the spike, and now let's see where Mystic stands. He's gonna stand next to the teleporter, so he's available to hold this side as well.
Yeah.
Like that. He doesn't just go back towards Fountain. There's many spots you can use your Viper post-plant lineups from.
Right.
So he just stands and holds the ground, and everyone just kind of holds the ground apart from maybe Magnum that holds the hookah, but he still uses the Hawks to just plan to get info.
Oh, there they come.
Beautiful crossfire setup right now.
Yeah, and there's not much more to grab here for Guild. They might just try to diminish the opponent's forces, but that ain't even happening. Yes. Oh, well, I'm taking it back. Okay, Safe, you know what? Why am I even mentioning it? Dies through the spike, but Jesus, man, that guy is sometimes crazy when it comes to this $800 pistol. And this all reminds me so much of the last crucial game we saw from Guilds when they played against NIP back at Stage 1 Challengers 1. It was them picking up their opponent's map pick, but their opponent picking their map pick, and then it went onto the final map, which was split back then against NIP. We might see the same kind of procedure, and I'd be fascinated to watch our final map right here.
Next round, full split on B for Fnatic, and a full buy from Guild. And they're really aggressive. Look at the Guild. They're taking control of A short right now. They know exactly where the opponents are now. And this is why Bonkar will probably try to fall back, because he knows that there are opponents right in front of him.
They're
A lot
splitting
of
up the side.
stabs. Oh, he gets a tag, but he doesn't get the second one. Doma is so close to his position with that showstopper.
Yeah, but can't put it to use. I mean, take some room. That's great. Elbow belongs to some degree to Doma. And as Draken might just see the tie coming his way, it's now the magic from Guild. Pull the rabbit out of the hat, make it work as they've done so often before. And obviously it's Yassine opening up. A great pain shell forcing them away from Garden. And this is the point in time where they still don't take too much room. There is a Tasmanian Tiger left. Same goes for free flashes on Magnum. So it's a lot of opportunities, a lot of utility that is left on the side of Fnatic, but there's not any active room held. It's about time to make a move. Magnum asks for support, gets that support, Safe is close, and Safe has been spotted. He's out of the equation. Not much more to come, no retake working, and Fnatic bring it home. Chapter closed, tie secured.
And you can see that Guild tried to counter the post-plant lineup from Boaster and Mystic here, because they both just sat on the fountain when they knew from the info that Magnum was gathering from Hookah that they are being pushed, which was very important. And the thing is, Guild couldn't get those kills here because they were only pushing from one direction, right? What they were lacking is someone in a pincer movement go through a short, maybe go for the market to just get a crossfire on the people planning for the plus-plant lineup. But now they have the info that if this happens again, they know exactly where both players are playing, and this is probably where they should try a different retake scenario.
Oy. The risk. Really, the risk is horrible to watch. At the same time, here you have it. The snake bites biting, and the poison gets into the veins of Leo. No real chance, and it might be the lead of Fnatic if there's no massive slip up from their side. The Molotov is holding up Bonkar, who's even being spotted. He just doesn't know what's happening to the side.
Yeah, he's being caught in the crossfire, and he is in a very tough spot. The Mystic gets the kill on Drake on A short in the meantime. This is a tough round for Guild.
Yep. Yassine, the only one left with a rifle right here. That Phantom will not be put to use. One after another is being eliminated and eradicated off the server. Fnatic is gravitating towards a victory, but when is it time for Guild to stop? Because the thing about Guild for me is, which I love so much about them, is their strong approach of entering, especially with a guy like Yassine. What you see from him might be sometimes unreasonable. I know you specifically, Lothar, you think sometimes he's unreasonable, I agree, but it doesn't matter because his success rate on unreasonable stuff is good.
And it's unreasonable because no one is expecting that, and this is why it's successful, right? But sometimes there are rounds where they're like, oh, this is not the moment you should be that aggressive. But hey, let's see, because now they are in a pickle. They have to take some risks. There's another Hunter's Fury being used by Durka. He gets
good
tag.
info.
Oh, he gets.
Yeah. What?
No, wait, no, that didn't happen. Save good kill on Doma. 2 orbital strikes being used at the same time. One backside, the other one on the plant itself. Everyone is just flashed. What just happened?
Yeah, it's a lot of craziness coming down, and Mystic says, don't get in my way. It's my world. Or more likely, welcome to my world. That's the right voice line. Guild has a counter to that. Initiated. And here comes
the thing is,
Killjoy lockdown.
They can go for the Viper ult and destroy that ultimate without even looking at it, but they opt on a different solution, and Yasin gets a double kill on A short. What a setup from Guild.
Magnum won't stand a chance. Back to the tie it is. A great usage of the Viper ult in the beginning. Turned around. The tables in favor of Guild, as you know, that was the exact time when you needed your lockdown. That is a great ability. You can take the ground where the toxin has been spread all over the site, but if those players can't even be in that tiny room anymore, then you don't have a problem. And this is where they had to make a difference. This is where they started to see the chaos descend on their side. The flank is what made the change, and this is what caused the problem for Fnatic.
Yeah, and also the fact that I was really surprised that Durka didn't get a kill with that Hunter's Fury. That was pretty awkward, right? I was certain that he actually got it because he had one hit, and then the second one was so close. I'm actually not sure what happened there. But so in this round we have seen 4 ultimates, Viper Pit, 2 orbital strikes, a Hunter's Fury, 5, and a lockdown. 5 ultimates were used in this round. It was absolutely nuts, and this is why the round was so chaotic at the same time, because everyone was just trying to secure a safe position because of so much utility being used on the A side. But it was successful for Guild. That flank gave them the win. So we are seeing with the big double kill when the people are trying to escape the lockdown. But now Durka gives a lot of space for Doma to get onto site. He's...
Oh, and he just even moves further. I would be worried that his barrel might be seen, but he's taken lamps from behind. Crazy amount of room he has gained, and surely not on the radar of Guild at the moment. It's still the spike net down, and poor Boaster might have a problem. Here comes the ult. Derek's out, but Boaster knows how to counter. Still, Doma couldn't do much about it. He sees all those heads, can't decide who to pick, and only Mystic with a chance. Surely not the easiest task ahead of him. And, well, ends just immediately. Double digits. Guild are on it.
This round actually looked very promising for Fnatic. The only problem was there's Yasin. There's Yasin with the showstopper, and the moment that spike was trying to be planted, Yasin just went in with the double satchel, stopped the plant, and everything fell apart. That was the moment where Fnatic wanted to just ensure that their position was correct for the planter to be like safe from being in a crossfire, but they cannot really do anything about the showstopper. And when the plant is delayed like this, then you're in an awkward spot because all the angles that you're taking are only to secure the plant, and then you just want to fall back. And now Save, the Killjoy with the operator. That's a theme of the day. First Yampi, now Save. This is like the second map he's playing like that. He's nuts on that operator.
Oh, the timing is unfortunate though. Boaster knows when to peek which angles, and he was taking all that room. Here is the game changer in form of Yasin. He's the one who's constantly able to turn around those rounds, and a big flank coming in from 2 sides they strike. Though Dirk knows how to deny one of them. Do they have Draken on the radar as well? Because this is usually the position where you expect Viper to hang out. Oh, but they find Draken in the meantime. Magnum is still going to be killed. Bonkar and Yasin need to turn it around if they want number 11. It's not going to be that easy. And knock knock, who's there? It's Boaster. No chance for you, Bonkar. The IGLs keep on fighting, and Boaster eliminates his counterpart. The double digits are back on the scoreline for Fnatic. Back and forth. That's the motto here.
You know, in a situation like this, just push her. Duh. You know? It's pretty easy. Oh, body block. That's the easiest one.
Twitch chat is loving you for that one.
For sure. I'm sure there's a big spam going now with the tweets, you know. But I'm happy that I helped create a meme.
You did.
Or a copy paste.
I think it's one of the first big Valorant copy passes.
It's similar to the 1 to 5 bullets clearly missed. in the format.
Yeah. I know. It's a very good one. Well, a man who's very capable of body blocking the snake bite. That is a Boaster. He proved it a few times in the past, but you've seen once more his strength through the connector is diminishing Fnatic's ability. Yeah, he was just pushing through. He was going directly through and wanted to get the players off guard.
This man is just, you cannot predict that stuff will happen. Like, this is something that you see in ranked play, and it shouldn't work on a tournament level, right? Because everyone is prepared for that. But he just does it and gets a double kill. He gets away with murder. It's insane. This Yasin guy, you know, it's just...
Who is he?
Madman, I'm telling you. Oh, Derek is being spotted. Oh, he's in a really awkward spot. Right. 3 full charges of a Recon Bolt tanked. They know exactly where he is. Boaster died in hookah. Oh,
what a nasty flash! It was dodging over the container. Durka was known. Is still capitalizing on it, and Mystic does the same. They have to find the spike though, and Yasin is the happy owner of that explosive little triangle. Keeps it, and we'll just wait. You can come at me, Fnatic. I don't need to visit you. But Mystic keeps on striking. It is not impossible. Safe with the operator needs to be the next thing eliminated. That ain't happening. Durka with 40 points of health. I do have my doubt that this is gonna work. Left-hand side, Yasin awaits him. No chance. The triple is on the Swede.
He wasn't prepared for the off angle. Like, his crosser placement was on the wall, so he wanted to wide swing into the left hand angle, and then wide swing into that, so to be prepared with the crosser placement. And unfortunately for him, Yasin was holding an off angle, and because of that he had the first contact. But I have to say, like, Yasin opened up with a double kill, but then the duo Durka and Mystic suddenly turned it around. That was a possibility that this could have actually been a round for Fnatic. It was such a back and forth. And now the teams, still decent equipment from both of them. A little bit awkward equipment on Mystic and on Bonker. But otherwise, everyone has some rifles or an operator in case of save. And this is an important round. The Viper wall divides lamps. This is why we don't see a singular player playing in lamps right now. Draken goes with the drone and tries to get as much information as possible. He didn't spot anyone.
No.
So this is crucial. This will trigger the rotations that you can see. Draken is now in this spawn, but he came back. So a good call from him.
Yeah, the thing is that I'm just waiting. How unfortunate. The thing I'm just waiting for is that they force the ult out of Draken, which gives them a lot more safety. And the two ultimates that are ready for Fnatic, they're insane. They're really strong. It's once Mystic with his Viper ult. Welcome to her world. And then also Boaster, who could definitely make a change in this. But there it is. First of all, it's Phoenix who wants to take a lot of room. Leo is in his ult, but is not going to find the thing. Here's the Hellfire.
Oh, it missed.
Slightly. Just milliseconds or millimeters. That's the right way. But Boaster's going to put it down anyway, and here comes the ult. They're all tagged. 2 or 3 players have now been tagged. Leo's trying to capitalize on it. Doma falls, 10 seconds, and here's the world of Viper. It's full of toxic and full of disgust, but they still didn't plan it. They gotta bring it now. Yes, he did. It's gonna be enough. It's gonna be enough. Few seconds that could have made the difference. And Drake, poor Durka, no idea how he came up with that one, still has his ult ready, which now brings them another safety net. Goodness gracious, the chaos.
The chaos. You can't describe what was just happening. No one, I can absolutely guarantee you that no one heard a single footstep this round. It was just so much happening. Look at this. 2 people were being tagged. The Hunter's Fury inside of the Viper's Pit. Leo just pushed in, full blast, no stop, went for the Viper's Pit. Bonker just jumped into the plant, tried to stop the plant and tried to secure the round. It was mental. Like, the amount of utility, the amount of chaos that ensued covered the entire footsteps. This is why we have seen Leo and Bonker just being so confident into trying to win the round by just delaying the plant. But now there's a problem. There's a problem because Fnatic is 11 rounds, and it seems like they're in for the 12th. Guild has a really awkward buy.
Yeah.
There's only 2 frenzies, 2 sheriffs. Draken bought some other weapons for other teammates. He's sitting at 3k, so most likely they're gonna save for an operator for the final round. If, in case, the overtime happens.
Oh. Very unusual fail by Doma as he tried to get on the ledge of that wall. But let's see if we're gonna get it thrifty. Because the crazy part for me here is the amount of ults yet again that we see on Fnatic. Dirk with an insanely strong one. Magnum, this is one of the favorite ults of their coach Mini, as it gives you so much information, so much room, and so much ability to work with. And then there's Doma. I think I don't really need to introduce his ult here.
Well, it is all play default. And Doma might actually be caught off guard, but Mystic has the other angle. Dirk turns around, but Mystic gets the kill. There's the contact. Doma gets the second kill and opens up the entire B side.
And now they just need one individual who gets the information about what's happening over on Hookah. There he goes. Magnum starts to strike. No big worries coming in. Still safe, who's fairly close. I'm not sure that he's going to have that on the radar, but still Boaster's capitalizing on it. The 12th one should be on board. There's no universe where I see Fnatic fail, as they have every single angle a little too early from Boastar. And here, duel of the IGLs continue.
The thing is, it doesn't really matter if he saves that weapon or not. They had enough utility, sorry, they had enough cash for a full buy for the last round of this map if it doesn't go to the overtime. And then if it goes to overtime, it doesn't really matter. And now Draken, as you can see, bought that operator, small shields, on the one shock dart, doesn't really matter that much. But in general, everyone is prepared for this round. And let's take a look at the utility when it comes to the ultimates. Durka, Hunter's Fury. Magnum, this might be the MVP. Magnum, if he opens up the round by getting info for Doma to get the kill, basically from the showstopper, alright, this is gonna be nuts. This is the combo that I'm looking forward to in this round. And on the other hand, we have Safe with the lockdown, which allows them to play retake on B or retake on A, but most likely on that B side.
Right. And Fnatic, a team that was not that present in stage 1. An orc that is known for a lot of trophies in their cabinet, now need to look for their path towards Reykjavik. Because it's about time that this team, surrounded by their IGL Boaster, is finding the success they have been thriving. The team has been developing in a massive and rapid fashion. And if this rapid increase of skill can now be turned into a victory, a close one against Skilled, we're gonna find out. Magnum is gonna send the Seekers in, and all the information's gonna come their way. Draken's out, more's coming. That's crucial from Yassine, but it's just one frag. Still, Doma is tacked up massively. It's not gonna be that easy, and you know, there's someone else who can open up the party. No, it's Yassine finding Doma. That one's ending in the bin, as there's no ult left. It's gonna become problematic. Still, there is Dirk who could make a difference. The Killjoy ult is gonna come in as well and saves eliminating Boastar. This is screaming for an overtime. It is screaming for an overtime, but Dirk could run away. The man who has his ult, 7 bullets in the mag, and Save starts nothing. He's gonna push him, and he's gonna find him. Guilds are back in this game. They want to fight, they want to play, and they want that overtime.
What a round! It was such a chaotic round as well. Like, we have seen this Sky Flash, or was that Phoenix Flash? I'm actually not certain. They had both the same indicator in this case. But we have seen Doma being flashed for such a long time, and he woke up with only 18 points of health, so he wanted to use the showstopper, but then that was heard by Yassine. He used his nade perfectly. Pain shows landed exactly in the spot where it was needed to counter that showstopper even from showing up on the map right now. So also have to mention that play by Turka to use the Hunter's Fury to basically kinda push away, get his opponent to push him on Garden. That was really 200 IQ play, but he lost that duel. But that could have made the entire match. That one bullet could have ended Guild's just chances of even making a comeback here. But now we're in the overtime. It's actually nuts how just chaotic this map is, you know, but it's enjoyable, that's for sure.
It is. It absolutely is. One hell of a game we're watching. This right here, is why we tune into European Valorant. We're watching Guild fight back on, not even their own map pick. They were starting off good. They set the pace pretty properly when they were able to actually make that kind of move and consistently forcing Fnatic into errors again and again and again. Their attack looked strong. You've seen once we're playing a crucial role. I love the kind of A-side takes we saw where every single piece of utility, that firewall, for example, that came in, which was not only something that was so crucial for one individual in the form of Leo as Phoenix, the entire team was profiting off that limited vision of their opponent. One of those examples. You can find many in this game, but we're heading back into it. Overtime it is. Overtime we're starting. Let's watch the action between Fnatic and Guild. 2-0 or 1-1. It just matters who's going to get that semi-final slot right here. And that overtime is going to continue any second soon because those teams are right now just setting themselves up. We saw Boaster, for example, Lothar, really stepping up his game, not only as an IGL, but for example, as an individual player. He's finding frags when needed.
Yeah, he's actually not even frags, but the crucial, important frags, the impact frags. The one in the pistol round when he got the 3K, that basically set up the pace for the entire game. So Boaster, hats off to you. You are playing really well in the past matches. Not something that you expect from IGL, as you said. Now I wanted to touch upon something before we started this round because of 6 seconds. The question is, on defense, we're going to see Safe playing an operator. That was a big part of why the rounds on defense were successful for Guild, and that's going to be the question that we're going to see after this round. But so far, not a single operator, none on the attack or the defense when Fnatic is on the defense. But look at this. We're gonna have Magnum use his flash to go through the teleport to get a little bit of information from showers. But now there's a lot of noise coming through hookah. Fnatic knows that 2 players in the B window area, but this is a fake. There's no capitalization from Guild. The one Satchel here fakes the positioning from Yasin now. He can be on top of the box. He can just, maybe that was used for a quicker rotation. No one knows.
And if they paid good attention to the previous positioning of Doma, then they know something's off. Fnatic are just so patient at this point in time. They don't aggress too much. They have the slight bit of bathroom control. That's it. And that Tasmanian tiger just pretty much vanished. Bullets all over that poor little animal. But they're making the move. They're trying to open the site. They're trying to enter it right now. Boaster is just hoping that he's not being caught by that nanoswarm, but he still stays. Turrets out, more to come his way. The poor lad is being thrown around. No chance really for Boaster. And poor Magnum can't strike. It's Guild who are setting the pace. It's Guild who are starting off strong. No survivors on that mainly British side. And Doma can perform one miracle. It ain't happening.
Ooh, what an execute. What an execute from Guild. Very nicely done. A lot of utility being used before they started just the flood on the site. So I really liked all the nano swarms being used to clear backside, the pinchers as well. We have seen very important from Fnatic that they actually were holding the angles while being attacked with all the utilities, so they were holding off angles, but unfortunately they just lost the duels. There was a chance of winning this fight, but just Guild with the numbers, they had always been prepared. Even if they lose someone, there's someone to trade. So it was a very tough situation for Guild. But now let's focus on the attack from Fnatic. Safe doesn't play with the operator, so that's the change. Let's see if that will impact his positioning and the amount of pressure that will be on Fnatic on this defense. 3 players from Guild guarding on B. Oh, they got in for 2 players here.
Yeah,
they saw them.
Both. Oh, and they want Leah out of there. Oh, the man's going to be pushed around, but his molly is still helping him. Oh.
Nice save from that molly.
Yeah.
Both players still standing in their positioning.
And they elevated himself. He elevated himself there. They have a slight advantage. With Dirk and Doma still wandering around, it's gonna be a push from Fnatic. For now, that seemed to go on the A side, but all good old trickerization, it ain't happening. Doma wants that frag on Yasin. Under any circumstance, his counterpart shall be eliminated. It works, and this opens up opportunities. 30 more seconds though. Time's not your friend here, Fnatic, and you gotta make a move, because otherwise all the hope and everything they were looking for in this match might just end up on the third map. You don't want to be there when you have a map advantage. Straken, it's not eliminated. Leo strikes with full force. Can they bring the spike down? They should be able to do so. And this leaves it to young Safe, the man who was picked up as the most recent addition of Guild, who's the Sentinel King, the Lurk Meister, now needs to come in and show his prowess in clutches. As vigorous and powerful he gains information, the same way he now needs to make it work in that 1 versus 2. He saved Guild before. He was able to deny any further control for Fnatic and forced him into overtime. Here comes the first fake, and that dart is gone. Still no information gained. Magnum is swinging first. It's eliminated, but Dirk strikes. Fnatic stays alive once more.
You know, just wanted to point out one important thing about this round, and it was crucial for Fnatic's execution here. When they all teleported towards showers, 4 players went that way. Basically, Guild still knew that no one is coming A short or A showers because they had all the equipment from safe set up. There was a turret on the truck that was guarding A short, there was an alarm bot in showers, but and this is the most important thing, Dirk actually went A short and destroyed the turret before the execute on B was happening, and that allowed Fnatic to gain ground because there was no rotation happening yet from A. So that was the crucial part of these the moving parts here, the Dirk effect there.
Oh, and this is a move you usually see quite often in Valorant, where the teleporters in that sense are being used to actually deny any bathrooms control from the attackers, but this time around, we hardly saw it during regular playtime. In overtime, it's going to be used by Fnatic, and they capitalize on it. 2 players out. Leo, Yassine, and Bonkar. That's a trio you should never underestimate. But here's information gained, because Yassine has already made his move. He has been going through lamps, and it's becoming risky and complicated. It ain't that easy for the side of Fnatic, as Leo hopes to bring it down to 14 for Guild. It won't be that easy here, Lothar. There's a lot of problems that might just occur. Magnum gains a good bit of information, knows about player behind the wooden boxes for sure, but Doma low on HP suddenly. Still would have a nade to make a move, and the healing that's so useful is gonna be once more used. Oh, unfortunate timing. Doma gotta do something. The nade is coming his way. The man equalized the situation, and Boastar fails. But as Boastar's still there, the Molly's doing the job. He's denying it longer and longer, and it's all moving over. But there is Mystic to deny you. Smart play, and this brings it. He gotta run. He gotta make the run. Oh, and he got that one. No, it's still working. He's gonna bring it to the ground. Mystic gotta make a move, but he still knows that Bonker could bring it down. Yes, time. That one's Lance, and there's no more snakebite. He can't force him out, and there's the ult. Make a move, Mystic, and he stays on the edge, but no way! Mystic secures number 14, and the orbital strike isn't good enough.
What a round.
Insane.
What a round. The kill through the orbital strike. Mystic with the nice angle. He knew exactly what to do. He just crouched there. He knew which angle will Bonker just peek after using that orbital strike. Well played by everyone here. And unfortunate for Yassine that went through the teleporter without his gun and he didn't check this corner. But look at this.
It was a millisecond that Bonker peeked early. A millisecond that made the change. As the orbital strike usually is someone as a, flame cloud. You can't see through it. And this is the millisecond that made the difference. He knew where he was, spraying in that direction, and once that orbital strike actually came alive, it didn't make a difference.
Match point for Fnatic.
And they're on it.
Fnatic already on site. So much ground.
Plant the spike.
And look how desperately they're looking for the entry. They want to have this advantage on it, because otherwise they know this will be a 5 versus 5 retake. And Doma is just hoping for a misspeak of save. It ain't happening yet, as his own teammate was throwing in a nade towards save. What in God's name was that? It cost him nearly his life. He had to make a move. And this is now the spike down. Look how close they are to each other. Bonkar doesn't fail. No whiff on his side. Good job by him. And they will now make a move around the side. Draken is eliminated. Bonkar on 30, Leo on 100. And Guild are close to getting that one still done. But it might be Fnatic who show their mental fortitude. They seemingly do. Bonkar's left alive. Last man standing. But Fnatic are on it. They were struggling. They were shaking. But they're winning. 2-0 for the Big Orange. And this is phenomenal.
What a game. Crazy. There's so many clutches happening. Mystic with that kill on Bonkar in the previous round just set up Fnatic for the success. Amazing game. And Boaster, again, second time MVP. He was an MVP twice in this match. As an IGL playing Sova or Brimson, doesn't matter. He top frags or it just brings a lot of value to his team. Like, kudos to Boaster and his team. They pulled it off at 2, not clean against Guild, but a very enjoyable match to watch. And yeah, just I have to say, Guild also brought up really some good rounds, and the match was very close. But on paper, I think everyone was favoring Fnatic so far, but it was a very close match.
100%. It was such a close scenario we just had there. And you mentioned Boaster. This is the man that comes to the server, has to coordinate every single component of his machine, at the same time play himself. When I talked to the legend God B, he said, there are a few IGLs in Europe that I really highly value. That's Akukos, that's Angel, and that's obviously Boaster. The man has performed brilliantly today. And, you know, you can vote for him. You can vote for him for a good reason. Go over and make this man an MVP. It would be well deserved. Go over to the socials, Val Esports _EU, Boaster, Durkee, and Doma. And I'm 100% sure I know what Yinsu would pick.
I'm picking Durka, obviously.
What?
No. But I mean, I do feel like after the Ballista game that Fnatic lost, I remember all of the Fnatic boys felt, really tough about that game. And of course, they made roster changes afterwards. It was like a really, really big turning point for them. Not shortly afterwards, not straight away. But Boaster took that really, really hard. You look at social media, you look at Reddit, people were kind of slamming him for not fragging. They were like, why is he bottom fragging? Even though he bottom fragged one time, but people kind of weren't super kind towards him. And after the Ballista game, I remember he changed his PC background. He cropped out his KDA where he bottom fragged, where he didn't do so well against Ballista, had it on his computer background, and has been grinding really hard to improve his mechanics ever since. And I don't want to hear people question him when it comes to his fragging ability. Again, obviously, it's always good to be able to criticize players, but I think he's really proved himself. I think he spent the last few weeks improving his IGLing, but also improving his individual mechanics. And Zescht, it's not just about numbers, right? Because a lot of the frags that he got and a lot of the assists he got, it was beautifully done, and he is really, really flourishing as a Brimstone player.
That's the thing. He used Brimstone so well in this. You saw his molly have a good bit of impact when denying any movement space. But the more crucial part is, Boaster doesn't need to. He's the IGL. Usually this man is not supposed to be on top of the scoreboard, don't get me wrong. This pistol here, the tiny detail with the smoke where he extended his movement through 2 smokes to get that planter, I loved it. Tiny details, great impact. And this is where I have to say big shout out to him. Really one of those IGLs which you should always keep your eyes on, because he's not only there to bring the entire unit together, he's there to also let his team, not just worry, hey, is he fragging today? Do we need to worry about that? No, he's participating on both sides, tactically and also individually.
Yeah, and now let's talk a little bit about Guild as well, because the match was very close. And Bind, 15-13, that doesn't happen that often. And a little bit talk about stats. Yasin, 9 first bloods on 3 first deaths, so a +6 on that. He was opening so many rounds, absolutely insane. 23 kills, 23 deaths, so 1-on-1 on those, but he was getting his teammates a lot of space, and creating those opening frags was so impactful, and one of the reasons why the match was so close. But then Safe, I think like that was one of the best matches I have seen from him when it comes to the operator usage. It was nuts. On defense, he was single-handedly just holding the entire side from anyone who was approaching them. Even on during the retakes, I remember one retake when he basically just killed 2 people with operator while retaking. It was crazy. Like Safe showing up big, something that we didn't see on the first map, right? The first map was Leo showing up, but this one, Yasin and Safe were doing a lot of work, but unfortunately wasn't enough to bring us to the third map.
Well, as you guys can see from those stats, you know, Boast is padding his stats there for the next time we use him in a graphic to make himself look a little bit better. But Lothar, I think you're right there, because the game today, even though it was a 2-0, it was not easy whatsoever. Guild are not a bad team. They should not feel disheartened for losing today. It was a little bit heartbreaking in the fashion. Obviously, overtime, you never want to lose in like that. But also on Ascent, they you know, in many ways, they had that map at one point, but they are definitely going to give Team Liquid, Oxygen, a hell of a run for their money.
Yeah, this is very crucial for everyone to understand that they are not going away yet. This was a winner's bracket, let's say like that, match where Liquid pushed FPX towards Gambit, while Fnatic pushed Guild towards Oxygen. And Oxygen will now have an elimination match against Guild, and this is going to be happening tomorrow. So Guild has another chance to prove themselves. And honestly, I think if they're going to play like today, there was a lot of, let's say, still progress made by Guild in the past matches, and they played really well, exceptionally well actually on Bind. The Ascent was a little bit sloppy, but Bind was way better, and this is why we have seen such a close map between those two teams.
True. And the thing that still has to be mentioned in my eyes, which could have been a difference maker, is Yasin. And can you really be mad at him for having 252 ACS? No, you can't. At the same time, he is someone who just makes the impossible possible. We've seen it time and time again. He's incredible, astonishing, whatever word you want to use. He's making things look easy when they are just so hard to obtain. And he wasn't that much there. That's the thing. It's not like he was totally off, but sometimes I believe he would have been capable to turn some rounds around the way that Guild could have possibly picked this map. It's just minor things. It's really minor things, but this is where pro play is. Minor things matter.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, there were so many rounds there. It could have been a difference. It could have gone either way. But in the end of the day, Fnatic have managed to pull through. But for now, I'm going to let you guys rest your voice for a few minutes, because I have a quick post-match interview with Fnatic's Doma. Hi, Doma. Welcome back to the show. First of all, congratulations on the win today. How relieved do you feel to be able to pull through? Because it looked very, very tough.
Oh, feels amazing. Maybe we would have wanted FPX to actually win against Liquid, so we don't have to meet them in the playoff game in semis. It is what it is. We are here, we are in semis, and we are really close to Iceland.
Well, yeah, you are in the semis. This is the first semi-final, I believe, that you are in ever since First Strike. So it's been a while. How are you enjoying your current win streak?
Oh, feels amazing. Like after so many, after a bad time, many losses. Feels amazing to be at the top again.
Well, just rewinding our minds back to Ascent today, I got to start with the vetoes. What was the reason to not ban Ascent? Because we've seen you guys, you know, ban Ascent in the past. You've banned Split. Going into this tournament, I believe against Oxygen, you took away the Ascent. So why did you leave it open today?
Basically, we knew Oxygen would prepare Ascent for us, and then we dodged Split. But then again, we knew that Guild is pretty good on Split. We wanted to just make a game plan for Ascent, which we thought we are like equal at. Yeah, Boaster just came up with a kind of weird comp, me and Omen, Viper on Ascent. So, well,
let's talk about that Omen, because I've not seen you play Omen all too many times. Is this an agent that you play a lot? Like, what was the reason to put you out of all of the players on your team on Omen?
Basically, like usually Boaster take the smoke rolls, but then of course we had the Viper, so obviously Mystic's signature. So it wouldn't really make sense to put me on it, so it would for me the Omen. And
I'm having a little bit of technical difficulty on my end to hear you, Doma. I'm hoping your audio is coming through okay to everyone else.
Yeah, I do hear you.
Okay, perfect. So last question before I let you go. You know, earlier you kind of said, I wish FPX had won so we don't have to knock them out. Do you feel like then FPX will be the team to progress and they will take down Gambit?
I think it's going to be a really close game. Gambit are really good. At least track. They're like top 10 EU team. And it's going to be a close game. And Gambit might beat. They looked really good in the first game. So it was a small difference.
Yeah. Again, I'm having problems hearing you, but it doesn't matter. I don't need to hear you as long as everyone back home can hear you. That will be fine. But thank you very much, Doma, for joining me. Congratulations once again today and best of luck on Saturday.
Thank you.
I'm going to bring my trusted analyst back, Lothar and Zescht. A lot of confidence there. Zescht from Doma saying, I wish FPX didn't lose because then we wouldn't have to knock them out.
Yeah, that's like, you know, that's 2 matches away. It's kind of hilarious.
Right, and you know, I'm having the biggest worry right now, to get back to business. We were taking a look at the winning screen, right, when we saw all those winning cams, and for some reason, Boaster didn't do a weird dance move or something. So I don't know, maybe you can check on him. It doesn't feel like that is the Boaster we know. Bring him back, please. I want to see some funny gifs again. So yeah, Boaster, wherever you are, if you need help, blink twice.
He's probably too tired, I guess, after the amount of brain power he exerted today. True. And speaking of Boaster, I'm delighted to announce, I believe for the first time ever here on VCT Challengers, that Boaster is your player of the match. So well done, everybody on Twitter, for voting correctly. Lothar, pretty well deserved today.
Yeah, definitely. Like, I'm a big fan of how he progressed as a player. The pistol round was just like a, let's say, summary of his CV here. Getting that triple kill allowed Fnatic to just be so confident on bind in the first half, and I feel like that's also very important for him personally, right? Because that basically cements his position in the team as not only the guy that is behind the team when it comes to like checking all the strategies. I remember looking at Boast's Twitter when he was just trying out different strategies when it comes to like, you know, just utility usage, sitting in the custom maps and always checking which angle like do we use when we use the orbiter strike here, where do we set up this mollies when we do this, and so on and so on. So very cool to see, because in the future of Valorant, I feel like not a single team member on a team can be a weak link when it comes to the mechanical skill, and this is very important for every single top tier team to have an IGL that is able to frag out.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about this next generation of IGLs, right? We've got Angel, we've got a Kukos. So it's about time that, you know, we have someone else we can add to that list. Although not yet, because you do have to win a few more games and most importantly, bring home a trophy, I feel, before you can be sort of added to that list of IGLs we currently have. We didn't get too much time to talk about the game earlier, but again, as Doma said, he feels Gambit, you know, have a good chance. They are a very, very good team. And we heard from Sliggy too, who's giving Gambit a lot of respect and telling people like, don't sleep on this team. This is not a done deal for FPX. Now, if we move on to what the bracket looks like now, because I cannot believe Gambit and FPX are in the lower bracket. If you had told me this going into the tournament, Zescht, I would have been like, nah, like, what have you been doing? Because that is not correct.
Oh yeah, that looks like a prediction from Zescht, right? Totally. There you see it. Mm-hmm. No, I think this is very crazy to think of. FPX initially, you know, came in the game with Gambit and they were struggling. Massive issues they had in the start of the game. And, you know, Gambit was surely the weaker opponent considering how Team Liquid played today. A phenomenal kind of masterclass from the tactical genius called Sliggy. Obviously, everyone in the server did their job as well, don't get me wrong. And therefore, I believe it's going to be a tough one. Gambit have an upset potential. They are a young team. Their average age is 19.4. And this kind of ambitious young firepower combined with great staff, a psychologist that's taking care of their mental state, a coach that's able to push them on another level, I see a chance. A slim chance. I'm not going to predict, obviously, but I see a chance. And Gambit could very much upset us right here.
Yeah, and then when it comes to the other side of the bracket, like Oxygen is currently the 6th seed in the teams that are still in the tournament, and they're gonna have a hard time against Guild. Like tomorrow, like this is something that they're gonna have to prove that they are worth it, right? Because Oxygen upsetting Footballist 2-0 was something that no one was expecting, and now they're gonna have another match when they have to upset another team. So maybe a Cinderella story will unfold in our eyes, because Oxygen was the 3rd seed from Turkish region, and hopefully we're gonna see well, maybe an upset here, and we're gonna see a representation of other regions in our EMEA tournament.
Yeah, I mean, that is the heartbreaking thing, because, you know, Turkish fans, this is the last hope for Turkey, but they have to go up against Guild, and Guild look great today despite losing. And of course, FPX and Gambit, only one team can go to Iceland. Even if one of these teams go, you know, it cannot be both. I think that is definitely going to be a shock for a lot of the people who've been tuning in today. We're not going to have both of you here on the desk tomorrow, unfortunately, but I would like to get your predictions, Zescht.
No.
So I will know what not to predict tomorrow. So which 2 teams do you think will be getting eliminated tomorrow?
Why do you put me in this spot? Why?
I have to.
Why do I say Gambit unfortunately get eliminated? Everything else would be a big shock. I mean, honestly, it would be a big shock. But at the same time, you know, Gambit and Oxygen are the ones I go for. It's classic, it's easy, and it's the best, and you know, the most go-to choice. But if I believe in an upset, Gambit will do it. I believe this is the biggest upset we might see throughout this entire tournament, and the entire year in Europe, actually.
Ooh, what about you, Lothar? How are you feeling for that?
The question is, was the FPX today playing the way they played because of how prepared Liquid was, or was that a slip up because of FPX just playing a little bit, let's say, more sloppy, right? And if they're gonna be having the same issues tomorrow against Gambit, I wouldn't be surprised if Gambit takes it. They already have had problems with Gambit in the previous match. The 2-0 that was you know, won by FPX wasn't as close as a 2-0. It was exactly like, you know, today between Fnatic and Bind, it's like a 15-13. They won it, but it was a 2-0, but it definitely wasn't close. Sorry, it definitely was close. So for me, it all depends what FPX learns from the match against Liquid, but I wouldn't mind Gambit winning, because I would love to see not only EU being represented from this tournament, and then on the other hand, Guild versus Oxygen. Like, I don't see Oxygen winning this. Guild is looking strong. They have everything that they need to be successful, while Oxygen is a little bit, let's say, backtracking in the metagame still. So let's hope that Oxygen keeps up with the metagame and that EU currently has, and we're gonna see an interesting match tomorrow. But on paper, Guild takes that one.
Yeah, it's going to be juicy tomorrow. Thank you so much, guys, for joining me. Congratulations to the two teams have made it through to the semi-finals, Team Liquid and Fnatic. You won't see them tomorrow, but you will see them on Saturday. We'll be back here tomorrow with Elimination Day. But if you guys can't wait that long, why not check out what's been going on at NA? Because 100 Thieves will be taking on Anbox from VCT NA at 1 p.m. PT, which is about 10 p.m. CEST, so stay up for that if you guys want to. But that is all from me and from us. We'll be bringing you Gambit versus FPX starting at 4 p.m. tomorrow. We'll see you then.
phenomenal.